Chatty gang.
Top of the morning to you, Chatty House. Hello. I've known Doug for a long time. I did not know his middle name was Dale. What's going on?
I'm getting tweets out still. I need to just do this when I first get in and just schedule it.
I have to reopen all 36 of my windows. 32, whatever it was.
All right, man. James is over there. I'm Kyle. We are going to be taking questions today.
Are we?
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the conversation and figure out what the hell's going on with the Sacramento Kings, who lost again last night to the Denver Nuggets, but boy, did they play hard. Good for them. We have to start with one thing that's kind of a bit, but then we've got to get to an actual thing. 8 p.m. start times, launch those into the sun.
It's the worst thing ever, Kyle.
Like for not even from a media perspective, like, oh, I have to wake up in the morning, I got to watch a game, because everybody wants to watch the game and everybody gets up early for their job.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody, a lot of people. Imagine you're a Kings fan on the East Coast. Your tip-off's at 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
Launch it directly into the sun. Hated it. Okay, the other thing I hated was Doug Christie's pregame yesterday. If you missed it, do we want to just play the whole video? What is it, 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes.
All right, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to pull up the video via James Ham's Twitter feed.
Yeah, I hope we can turn the volume up. It's like the press conference room is really strange, but they had the audio in the press conference room turned way low, and Doug was talking pretty far away from the mic. For some reason, they've moved our chairs back about 8 feet, 10 feet.
Huh.
So we're not very close.
Okay.
So I'm hoping the audio is good enough.
Okay. If it's not, then we'll pivot.
Okay.
And we'll just do a this was the gist type of thing. Here's Doug Christie's pregame from last night, if you missed it. We're just going to play it in its entirety, provided the audio hangs in there for us.
Some of you guys, I think everybody in here knows me. If you don't, my name is Douglas Bill Christie. I'm head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Okay. Change is hard, y'all. It's hard. But understand, and we understand that we're not there yet. But we about to work at it like crazy. We totally get that. And it'll be bumpy. It will. Because change is like that. But buckle up. For the real ones, buckle up. And for all the rest of you, you know who you are. You know how I feel about that. We, and I say we as an organization, make no mistake, we're aligned in what we do. We are aligned in what we do. I said this before, you heard me. I'm going to say it again. We're going to play to a standard. That's what we're going to do. Tough, competitive, disciplined, professional, team-oriented, and accountable. That's what we're going to play to. So when you look out there, everybody in this organization is held to that. Now, as an identity, let's defend, rebound, and share the damn basketball. That's what we're going to do every single time we get to the floor. So the pain of Kings fans, there's nobody that sat in this seat with the exception of two people, Rick Adam and probably Jerry Brown, that understand the pain of Kings fans. So know that as I sit here, who experienced that pain with those men, we're going to get it right. We're going to work every damn day to get it right. So when I see the hate, the haters, the fakers, all you guys, you keep that energy. That's good. You keep that. And you know who you are. Because while you're doing that, we're going to be working. And while you're doing that, we're going to be growing. And while you do that, eventually, we're going to be coming. The King Show. Sac proud. Know that.
That was it. And then he left. No questions. Just Doug yapping for a little bit.
That and I if people have watched the video, there was somebody who clapped at the end. So we had a new audio guy in the room who is running literally the audio in the room.
Yeah.
Like, he's an employee. I think he's a Samco employee or maybe a Kings employee.
Shout out to Samco.
I've never met him before.
Gotten many a paycheck from Samco.
But I will tell you that there was not supposed to be a moment where he started clapping. That wasn't what that was about. That wasn't like 80s high school film where you get the
my guy just let it rip.
The slow clap. No, that's not part of the whole thing. Like, look, like
that's just so funny.
People are gonna go after the head coach of a team that's struggling.
Of course,
that's
especially
the way
a
it goes.
first-time head coach.
And they're gonna say that he doesn't belong, and they're gonna say that like this is on him and everything else. I will continue to say this. This isn't about me having a relationship with Doug Christie. This isn't about anything else. Phil Jackson couldn't coach this roster to a winning record. Not with this schedule and not with the roster in place. This is a roster that does not fit together at all. The Kings know it doesn't fit together.
Mm-hmm.
They do. The franchise knows that this roster does not fit. They're trying to figure out ways to improve the roster. They're going to be aggressive in trying to improve the roster. But at the same time, this is what you have.
Yeah.
Make no mistake. Like, this is what you have, and you have to like take the ingredients you have and put the best product out there on the court that you possibly can.
Sure.
And when you're running up with Domantas Sabonis with bruised ribs up against Nikola Jokic and Jonas Valanciunas, and you don't have anyone else beside, I mean, you've got Drew Eubanks and you got Precious Achiuwa that needs to go up against a 3-time MVP.
You used to have Jonas Valanciunas.
You did.
Dario Saric, DNP CD last night.
Yeah, like it's just really difficult to match up against specific teams. And unfortunately for the Kings, specific teams means probably like 20, 22 teams in the league right now. And so you got to sit there and do your best to put out the best product you can. Clearly this weekend was not the product that the Kings want to put out. You lost by 30 twice at home. That's not at all what you're looking for. But the energy, the effort, all that stuff, I thought was better last night. You got beat by a better team. And at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing for me is Doug didn't need to say that stuff. He didn't need to feel that way. But like, again, he's the one who feels like it's falling on him, and he's willing to shoulder that. But his approach, I think, was misguided.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can do what you want, but
you can
do whatever. For me, having that reaction to whatever it was. Maybe it's something I said. Maybe it's something you said. Maybe it's something D'Lo and KC said. Maybe Doug is very active on Twitter. I don't know. I have no idea what it was. I don't think it was fans, because I don't think
and I think there's a pretty good theory on who he's aiming that at.
Sure.
It's not I don't think it's aimed at me or somebody,
sure.
but this is a reactionary world that we're playing in.
Yeah, and like, bottom line, I get I get the frustration. I've obviously never been a player or coach in that situation, so I don't know for sure, but I can understand how it would be frustrating if you're a coach and you're like, man, I'm out of buttons to push. What do you all want me to do?
Yeah.
I get the frustration there, but also, if you're going to sit there and go, I understand the fans, I felt that pain, like, man, the head coach is who this comes down on.
Mm-hmm.
This is a results-based business. And when you're 3-8, I'm sorry, you don't, because we were, I don't want to say sold on, but there was this idea of, oh, this team is too talented. The 35.5 over under, that is way too low. This team is just too talented to win that few games. Another 3-8.
Mm-hmm.
The expectation was set that they'd at least be like, okay, a little bit competitive, and they just haven't been.
Yeah.
And I think if you're the coach and you're already reacting to something someone or someone's said in the media, or said on Twitter or on Instagram or TikTok, I have no idea. But whatever it is, you cannot already be reacting to that. We're 11 games in, brother. We got 7 more of these 11-game sections, and then a few more after that. A few more games left after that.
Yeah.
Like, this is, like, man, that cannot be the focus right now.
No. And not only that, but irrelevant people should stay irrelevant. They don't need to get in your head. They don't need to be part of what you're thinking when you're going out in front of a media group.
Yes, 1,000%. And even if it is, lie.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like,
stuff it right down here and keep it.
Yeah, just push it down.
Uh-huh.
Right? That's what you have to do in a lot of these situations. I think we've been fair. Like, as a media group, we've been fair to him. We've asked him questions. Like, at 2 games in a row, I asked him about Keon Ellis. If I don't ask him about Keon Ellis, then I'm not doing my job.
First quarter minutes for Keon Ellis last night, by the way.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's it. Like, and it's easy for somebody who's on the outside to take a bunch of shots.
Mm-hmm.
Show up. Like, be part of the conversation. Ask him questions.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not going to happen. So I get it. We live in a very much a reactionary world where everybody wants to have a post-game podcast or a post-game whatever, where they're out there just reacting, and they're raw and they're angry, and they're not supposed to be, because they're supposed to be professional media members.
Mm-hmm.
And you're watching something unfold, and you're supposed to have an actual conversation that's real. And that's why a lot of times I don't do like emergency pods. Someone gets traded, yeah, let's have a conversation about it. But
love an emergency pod.
But the like idea that you have to have a podcast every single day that sits there and like thrashes somebody, like, to what end? Like, who wants to listen to it?
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but like, how fair is it? Like take a step back, have an actual real view of what's happening, and be honest. Like, it's okay to say that Doug Christie has not been great at like figuring out the problems for this team. He hasn't.
Correct.
I mean, they're 3-8. I can't lie and say that, oh, he's doing a wonderful job. But at the same time, you have to have a perspective that is balanced. And either that, or you aren't a member of the media, which is what a lot of that felt like it was aimed at.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, look, at the end of the day, I just think he got in his feelings, and I get it. His team's not playing well. There's a lot of frustration.
Yep.
But the last thing you want to do is feed the beast, is to make someone who isn't relevant feel like they are.
Yep.
And now you probably did.
Yep. And it led to everybody, like, the vibe already. And again, I'm a big vibes guy. the vibe was already weird or a little down, and now it's weird.
Yeah.
Now it's like, wait, again, I know there are theories out there, but all through last night, it was like, wait, who was he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on?
Well, I see people throwing names out there. This wasn't about Deuce and Mo. That's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. This is about.
I don't think it's about Deuce and Mo.
No, it's not.
Just did a sit-down interview with the guy.
Deuce and Mo are literally sitting in the room.
Yeah.
They're sitting in the room. Now, as somebody who has, again, been friends with a lot of people in the media room for a long time, there might be a little bit of Doug thinking, hey, I really wish that someone would have my back. But that's not our job. And I get it, but that's really, it's not our job.
I can't imagine. Doug's a smart person.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine that his reaction last night was born out of, hey guys, be nice to me.
Yeah.
I just can't. He knows that's not the gig.
No, he knows that.
He's been around it. Like he's not new.
No.
So I can't, not, if he had wanted to have that preamble and then say, all right, questions, that's one thing. But when you're in the midst of a 3-7 start, you're about to play the Denver Nuggets, who you lost to last week. You're changing starting lineups, Keon Ellis thing. There's all this, trade rumors have already started. There's a lot to talk to the head coach about.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to go out there and go, here's what I have to say. I'm gonna go on this mini rant about something or someone said. Something someone said.
Yeah.
And then go, goodbye. Like, what? Whoa.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Like, what?
It was planned. There was a discussion beforehand. I watched, media directors, basketball communications people waiting to open the door to leave. Like, as soon as it started.
Mm-hmm.
They were waiting. Like, I was like, oh, what's going on here? And it was that there was not going to be a discussion. It was going to be Doug making a statement, Doug getting up, leaving the table, and walking out of the room.
And to me, when you're going to do that with the primary press corps, that to me says you're speaking to them. And if that's, I would love to know what anyone did or said wrong in that room.
Well, and I would also tell you that same exact press corps came out the previous game when Doug Christie had just learned that one of his idols, Lenny Wilkins, had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
We showed compassion, and when he broke up, we let him have his moment, and we let him leave the room without dragging out questions and anything else.
Totally.
We understood that Doug is human, and we allowed him his space in a very, very difficult time where he literally, as a kid from Seattle, just lost one of his heroes.
Totally.
Probably 20 or 30 minutes before.
Yeah.
So that's where it came down to. It should not have been aimed at us, and I don't think it was fully aimed at the media corps that was sitting there. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other people. No, I get it.
That's it. Like, that's it. Don't. It just, in a time where the Kings need everything to kind of go their way, and where they need to be buttoned up in every facet, having your head coach have I don't want to say a crash out. It wasn't that. Having your head coach do that for 2.5 minutes and then leave and call out the haters and fakers because the Kings are building something here. Like, all right, man. It's going to be a results-based business.
Yep.
If the goal is to get people to see the vision, then show them.
Yeah.
Because I think that's just kind of where we're at. I will dive into last night's game with 6 quick thoughts. I've also got a Kings conundrum that keeps clanging around in my head that we'll get to a little bit later on as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. Tons of Kings stuff coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I turned those off. Sorry.
Yeah. People have asked what the vibe was in the room. Everyone was just kind of like, hello, Spencer. Everyone was just kind of like taken aback by what was happening. But again, that's 2 press conferences in a row where we've kind of been taken aback by something that's happening. We didn't really know what was happening other than it was clear he was going to make a statement. And then, again, I would have liked to have followed up. I think everyone in the room would have liked to have followed up, like to get more of like, what exactly are you talking about? But it didn't happen. It was quiet. It was confused. And then it was nonstop discussion with the media for the next 4 hours. Like everyone just kind of like, okay. I just like, again, he's a young coach as far as like, days on the job. And this isn't the strangest thing I've ever seen. We had a situation with Mike Brown a couple of years ago where after we got done with the pregame press conference, Mike had all of the local media go into a room off to the side where he showed us his practice sheets.
Uh-huh.
And
I have a funny story about this when you're done.
Okay, yeah. And like try to explain that he's coaching defense every single day, that of the like 5 drills are running, either 3 or 4 of the drills are defensive drills every single day at practice.
Was it about offense? Didn't he say they were working on offense?
Maybe it was.
This whole thing, during the thing.
Oh, no, it was offense. It was
like,
offense.
Here's what we're coaching on defense, and we work on offense too.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he showed everybody how much they work on offense.
Yeah, it was different. But I also was part of one of the strangest situations in Sacramento Kings history where the head coach, Paul Westphal, wrote a full page about the unprofessionalism of DeMarcus Cousins and how he is a cancer to the team and needs to be no longer with the group, and then was fired 2 days later.
30 seconds.
After he was told that management and ownership both had read the letter that he was going to release to the press and were all on board. And then they weren't, and Jeff Petrie called it a philosophical vacation, which is why I use that term on occasion, because I think it's hilarious.
Love that.
So I've been through some weird ones. I've been through Mike Brown saying again and again and again and again, play after play after play.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Jim's over there. I'm Kyle. I have a conundrum with the Kings that we need to get to in a little bit.
A Kings conundrum?
A Kings conundrum, yeah. Yeah, just it's a thing that I've not quite been able to get my arms around, and hoping that you and the Chatty House and everybody listening on 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, which if you have an HD radio in your car, head over to 98.5 FM on your HD radio and then hit HD2 and experience the magic of HD radio, because holy smokes. What's up, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We will get back to the Kings coaching stuff. We'll get to the Kings conundrum. We have another Kings game tonight against the Atlanta Hawks that we got to dive into. Can the Kings find a win in this brutal stretch of schedule? And then we've got a bunch of Kings trade stuff, including an Anthony Davis fake trade.
Oh,
because we love a fake trade on this program. Yeah, baby. But before we do any of that, let's get into last night's Kings loss to the, oh my God, all the games are blending together now. Nuggets. It was the Nuggets last night with James Ham, 6 quick.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings
Always
insider
ask.
James
It's
Ham
never
has
good.
6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6-ish quick thoughts, because I believe we have 7 today. And James Ham, let's begin with number 1.
Yeah, Sabonis is still hurting, and it wasn't great. He finished with 19 points, 8 rebounds, dished out 4 assists. He struggled with foul issues. But for me, like watching him try to battle through the rib thing, it's admirable. It also can be a little frustrating.
Sure.
The fouls are gonna tick up, especially we talk about this all the time. It's not always Domas's fault that he's in foul trouble. A lot of times it's the guards who have allowed someone to jailbreak at the rim and he's standing there and has nowhere to go. But it's tough. It wasn't great. Fouling out wasn't great in 28 minutes. But when he was on the court, he did have some moments.
Yeah, I didn't think it was particularly impactful outside of the first quarter.
Yeah.
And maybe it was the foul stuff, maybe it's his ribs, but I'm running I'm so tired of making excuses for this guy. I mean, it's the ribs, it's the shoulder, it's a thumb, it's the defenders around him, it's the offense, it's the offensive players around him. Like, bro, you're making $45 million. Go make a play.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was great last night. Number 2.
Let's see. Number 2. What do we got? He was loud early. He was quiet late. Malik Monk had the same exact thing that you're talking about with Domas. He came out. He had all the energy. He had 10 points in the first half, and then he scored 2 points after the break. I don't know what happened there, but again, it feels like whatever. Like people, remove the air from the room with this Kings roster. It's that whatever's going well, they can't embrace. When things are going well, it feels like other people are wondering when it's their turn. And they want to play with that toy now, and they don't want to give it back. And it just feels like not a lot of people are doing what's best for the team. They're doing what's best for themselves.
Yeah.
And when a player comes out and is hitting his shots and is playing with energy, you should probably continue to feed him and see where it goes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
What did Monk in the first half? You said it, 10 points on 4 of 8 from the field, 2 of 4 from 3. In the second half, he shot it 4 times.
Yeah.
Scored 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal. Yeah, it's just, I think it's the roster overlap we talk about. I think there's a mindset, definitely, but I think it's just so many guys do a lot of the same stuff on the court. And when you're losing in a game, you default to, okay, how do I impact basketball games?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a lot of guys on this team who go, I impact basketball games by going and scoring. And when I'm not doing that, I'm just kind of over here.
Yeah, I do what I do.
Yeah, man. But Levine and DeRozan took 17 combined shots. Sabonis 3, Schroeder 1, Achua 3, Westbrook 3, Monk 4, Eubanks 6. It's in the second half.
Okay.
It just very, very strange offensive performance last night. I thought.
I agree.
Stranger than usual.
Yep.
Number 3.
Yeah, Drew Eubanks decided he was going to score a bunch of points and grab some rebounds. He had 19 points. He had 7 rebounds, 8 of 9 from the field in 22 minutes. To be honest with you, though, his defense was so bad that there was no way to survive. And it didn't matter if he scored 45, the guy that he was defending would have scored 60. And it got to a point where they had Precious Achua defending centers while he was on the court. And so to me, it's fine that Drew's getting some bailouts, but I'm going to point something out to everybody here. Look at the box scores the last couple of games, maybe the last 2 weeks. How many times does a player that you don't expect have way too many shot attempts?
How many games have they played? 11?
Yeah. Like, you remember when Maxime Reynaud went 4 of 10 from the field and you had some of your 20-point per game scorers shoot less than that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because the opponents want those players shooting.
Yeah.
The opponents want Drew Eubanks doing a crazy hook shot.
Yeah. They're like, great. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Drew.
You got it, Drew.
Got it, because we're going to go on the other end. We're going to hit a 3. Or you're going to foul us and we'll get an and 1. Whatever it is, we're going to score 3. You're going to score 2, and we're going to go up every possession by 1 point.
Yeah.
And that's it. When you see this, when you see that a player that doesn't typically have this type of performance, it's typically because the opposition was looking for that to happen.
Yeah, it was a lot of Kings guard gets in the paint and it doesn't warp the defense. It doesn't do anything crazy. It was just Drew Eubanks is open.
Yeah, hey, Drew, bail us out with a little push shot. Okay. And look, he did a good job of doing it.
Yeah,
he did not do a good job on the defensive end.
No. And it's one of those things like, all right, cool. If Drew Eubanks is going to beat us, we'll tip our hat and move on.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm stuck in this limbo of like, if you can get a good look at the rim, which I do think Drew Eubanks had some good looks at the rim last night.
Yeah.
Like that's a thumbs up. That's good offense. But I don't think those looks at the rim were born out of like a bunch of cutting and a bunch of passing and, oh man, look, Drew Eubanks got left alone. It was, no, that just happened to be who was in the lane. So the player who didn't have a shot could dump it off to.
Yeah.
That's how it looks to me. I'm not in film sessions and all that, but they didn't unlock some offensive weapon with a Drew Eubanks performance.
No.
Number 4,
uncharacteristic night from both DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. DeMar ended up with 18 points on like 7 of 14 shooting. Zach LaVine had 12 points on 5 of 12 shooting. There just wasn't enough. Like, they weren't part of what was happening. I felt like at the end of the game, DeMar was able to get some baskets to go.
Mm-hmm.
But up until that point, it felt like he wasn't even there. And the same with Zach LaVine. It's just like, hey, where are you guys? And maybe it's good defense. You know, maybe Bruce Brown and Christian Brown were able to slow down Zach LaVine on the perimeter. But at the same time, like, it just felt like no one was working to get them open. No one was setting screens to free them. When they did get switched onto somebody, it felt like they didn't get the ball back in order to take advantage of the switch.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it was, that ingredient, there was just not enough of it. And, you know, this team, realistically, they need DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine to score 45 a night combined. They don't need them to score 30. And when those two score 30, you're in trouble. That's just like the fact of them, how this team is built.
Yeah. They need to be, because I think there's probably some people going, well, you guys have always bemoaned the ISO offense and the one-on-one offense and all that. And I still do. But Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are your two best scorers by a very wide margin. You need to be running offense that gets them good looks, or that utilizes their gravity to get a different player a good look.
Yeah.
And they just don't. It just, the lack of shot attempts is, sure, it was probably something the Nuggets were doing defensively, but the Nuggets were able to do that thing defensively for 4 quarters because the Kings don't have another button to push.
No, not at all.
It reverts to, okay, I guess Drew Eubanks is going to shoot it a bunch tonight. Like, man, what? No, do something different.
Yeah.
Run some different actions. Do something.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, again, like, I'm going to pull up Derek Too Shifty in the chat says,
that classic Derek.
LMAO, come on, man. LaVine got locked down and was way too passive. It wasn't because of lack of screens.
Sure.
He was too passive, and he did get locked down, but that's when you have to work as a teammate to get him open.
Yes.
You have to work harder to get him open. The fact that Domantas Sabonis isn't in the game and you're depending on Drew Eubanks, who really likes to roll to the rim,
boy, does he,
but does not like to set the screen, like, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so yeah, both things can be true. You need the team to actually to get him open. That's the key. He's your best scoring option.
Yes.
Get him open.
I would, yes. 2 things can be true because neither of us, I think, will be confused for Zach LaVine apologists
at all.
And one of the massive criticisms of Zach LaVine is that in big games or in tough spots, he is invisible.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, that's probably what happened too. But you can't, like, as a team, you can't let that happen.
Yeah.
Like, here, Zach, bring the ball up. We're going to set some screen. Like, do literally anything to try and get him going. And I just don't feel like they did that last night. And I don't feel like they do that. And I don't, it's a Zach LaVine problem.
And I don't get it. Like, a $49 million player, you need to set screens to get open versus Christian Brown. Yes, Security Carter, you do need to set screens.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Like, did anyone
Curry
notice?
Runs around screens all the time.
Did anyone notice the Denver Nuggets running a double team at DeMar DeRozan every time he touched the ball?
Yep.
It's because DeMar DeRozan doesn't move the ball. They know it.
Mm-hmm.
You might as well just run a double team at him because he's going to dribble and then he's going to shoot over the top or try to.
Mm-hmm.
Falling down a lot, too.
A lot of falling.
Yeah, a lot of falling.
Okay. Number
5.
Yeah.
Stuff on the stat sheet. Russell Westbrook cooled off from 3. I think he went 1 of 7 in this one. You remember when I predicted that would happen?
Yeah, the
laws of
regression
averages
to the mean. Yeah.
Yeah, one of those things. He's a Hall of Famer. But 14 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds. At least he passed the ball.
7 of 7 from the free throw line.
Yeah, he doesn't take a play off. He plays hard.
That's it. The Russell Westbrook impact on a game-to-game basis is going to fluctuate in the box score.
Yeah,
but you're going to get production because he at least tries.
Well, that, and I'll make a statement on number 6 that will kind of go with this, what we're talking about. Tough sledding. Dennis Schroeder is in, like, he just can't shoot at all right now. He looks so uncomfortable.
Oof.
Like, I don't, like, what's going on right now? I don't know. He literally looks like a kid who showed up to school with no clothes on. And it's like, oh no, I'm not wearing any clothes. Everyone can see me naked. He looks so uncomfortable every single moment of the game. He's 1 of 19 over the last 3 games. I think it extends back to the previous game where he's 1 for 21. He cannot shoot at all right now.
Yikes.
And it's time. I'm just going to say it right. It's absolutely time for Russell Westbrook to step into his starting role and for Dennis Schroeder to go to the bench and find himself. The Kings cannot keep waiting for him to find himself when you have another guy who is not waiting around for anyone to tell him what's okay and what's not. He's just balling. He's just playing. Russell Westbrook. It's past time, but right now, like tonight, like what do you got to lose? I mean, this team is much better with Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup. We've seen that. The only pathway to do it is either put him at power forward where you're going to get your butt kicked, or put him at point guard and have Dennis Schroeder come off the bench until he finds himself, or come off the bench until the season ends. I don't know.
Wasn't one of the whole things about getting Dennis Schroeder, and I understand that he'll probably sit here and go, well, I don't know what my role is on a night-to-night basis.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm standing in the corner. Sometimes I have to orchestrate the offense. Sometimes I have to go score. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I would totally understand. But, like, you got to figure it out. You have to hit some shots at some point.
Yeah.
And, again, I'm not necessarily blaming Dennis Schroeder because maybe it's the scheme that's just hosing him. Maybe it's something. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you can't continue to start this guy just because that's what you brought him in to do. One of the whole things was, oh, he can start and come off the bench. He's played all these different roles in his career.
Yep.
Like, all right, then figure out your role, man.
Find a different role for him.
Yeah, I don't want to keep watching Dennis Schroeder play basketball when he's playing like this.
Well, especially
not
when
it.
You have other options. And one of those options is to get Keon Ellis on the court more. And he's not going to play point guard, but you have other guys that can play point, and you can eat some of those minutes. And if he doesn't figure it out, he doesn't figure it out. Because he did not figure it out for the Golden State Warriors last year.
Nope.
And they moved him. And then he figured it out with the Nets, and then they traded him, and he couldn't figure out how to shoot for the Detroit Pistons. But he did show leadership and a lot of other things.
Yeah, in Golden State, it was a weird, like, hey, you're kind of the secondary ball handler, but really we don't do that because we're a motion read and react offense. So
yeah,
you're just kind of, and then he goes to the Nets and they're like, brother, you need to score it. And he's like, cool, I got that.
Yep.
Went to the Pistons and is like, you are the secondary ball handler. It's Cade Cunningham and then you. With the Kings, it's like, yeah, you're the starting point guard, but the ball's not going to be in your hands a lot. Teams are just going to leave you open from 3. We don't really want you shooting 3s. It's not a great shot for us because you shoot it at 30%. So can you like pick up 94 feet? Well, don't do that. Hang on. Don't do that. Like all of the reasons you brought Dennis Schroeder here, they just don't do.
No.
I think he's a player who needs a defined, clear role, and I don't think the Kings have one right now.
Nope. I would agree with you.
Last one.
Doug Christie had an interesting pregame conversation with the media after a pair of stinkers for the team. The group looked motivated, played hard, and together for much of the night, but this wasn't a turning point. Like they played hard, and they played much harder than they did on Sunday or Friday when they got lambasted. But that doesn't matter. When you're up against a really good team, you're going to lose sometimes, and that's okay. It's just when you're 3-8, it just feels worse.
I would like to put a pin in the playing hard thing.
Yeah.
Because that is what my conundrum centers around. We will get to that. We'll also get into the Kings game tonight against the Atlanta Hawks at Golden One Center. The Kings trying to just get a win on the board. And we'll talk about how they can do that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. And clear.
Oh, Katrina, I totally agree with this. Yesterday was the most Saturday-ish Tuesday in history. Except for I had a game until I didn't leave the arena until 11:47, I think it was. I got home at like 12:40. I also, I'm going to bring this up, Derek. I'm not trying to start a fight with you, but notice how Curry uses his screens and Levine half-asses them. That's pretty empty calories, and his scoring doesn't contribute to winning. I'm not going to argue about whether his scoring it contributes to winning. There sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. But the difference that I think so many people are missing is that the Kings don't have anyone who is really setting screens outside of Domas. Like everybody half-asses their screens because they're all offensive players who don't look to get other offensive players open. They're looking for the ball themselves. And you go to the Golden State Warriors, every player they have knows their role, and their role is to get Steph Curry open. That is not what the Sacramento Kings have. And so, like, I don't know why we're comparing Curry and Levine, but
I did say Steph runs around screens all the time and uses screens all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that might be why Curry came.
Oh, maybe, but still.
But that's all. But also, it's about, hey, this is your best scorer. This is your most efficient scorer. Devise ways to get him to get shots up. He should be number one in the shot getting pecking order. And it doesn't appear that is the goal of the offense. Because every offense, whether it's the Golden State Warriors, the Orlando Magic, the Atlanta Hawks, the Denver Nuggets, there's one guy who okay, this is first in the pecking order.
Yep.
And the Kings don't, they should have that.
They don't have
they don't.
roles.
They don't.
Yeah.
They should. Bonnie. The thing I'm most excited for is when Keegan Murray comes back, we can have arguments about whether Keegan Murray took enough shots or not. Really looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, that one's coming. Yeah. Yeah, there's something to... It's like, what are the Kings good at, right? How much time do we have here, Kyle?
45 seconds.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. I'm not a house flipper, right? But I can do just about everything that you need to do to flip a house. I can do plumbing, I can do sheetrock, I can do electrical. I put over 1,000 square feet of flooring in my house myself, all engineered hardwood. I can do so many things when it comes to building a house, right? but I also know the things that I don't do, and I know what I need to sub out and go get someone else. I don't think the Kings know what they're good at. And I don't think they have an idea of what they need to. I do think that they know that there are pieces out there that would fit better with the pieces that they have. But I also don't think that there's a reason why they should be going out and buying underappreciated properties.
James is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings Hawks tonight at Golden One Center. Kings coming off a 122-108 loss to the Denver Nuggets. Sacramento playing on a back-to-back for the second time this year. They lost both legs of a back-to-back against Oklahoma City and Chicago back on October 28th and 29th, trying to avoid that same fate tonight against a really interesting Atlanta Hawks team, because as much as we have discussed on the radio how to build a team, and when you have a player like a Trae Young or Domantas Sabonis, where defensively there are some potential issues, the Hawks have figured out a way, I think, to make it work. And I don't know that there's a better model for it in the NBA. They have, and again, they're not perfect. I don't think the Hawks are going to win the championship, but you see the idea. Yes. They said, okay, Trae Young is going to be here. Let's get Dyson Daniels to start next to him. He's one of the best perimeter defenders in the sport. And then here's Kristaps Porzingis to space the floor. And here's Nickeil Alexander-Walker to play defense and space the floor. They feel like they have built, Zachary Rees-Sachet has good size. They just feel like they've built a team full of the things that we constantly ask the Kings to get.
Yeah, they have length, they have athleticism, they have 3-point shooting, they have defensive-minded players. You know, you're right. For every Trae Young or Jalen Johnson, they have an Okongwu that plays defense. You know, it used to be that they had Clint Capella. Like you want to give Trae Young someone to do the pick and roll thing with. You know, Clint Capella is one of the best in the league at it. And I think this year they're pulling, when Trae is healthy, which he's not, they're taking the ball out of his hands a lot more. He's not averaging 12 assists a game or 11.5 or whatever it was he averaged last year. And even in the games he's played this year, he's not shooting the ball well. 7.8 assists per game. You know, again, he's a player who's in a contract year, which is kind of weird that we're seeing this play out. But this is a team that I think went into this offseason, had a checklist of things that they thought that they needed, and checked every single box that they possibly could.
Yep.
And they're not perfect for sure.
Right. That's why I wanted to, like, they're not the Thunder, right? Or the previous year's Celtics.
Yeah.
It's not that, but you see them trending the right direction in terms of building out what they want to build and what they need to build around Trae Young.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing that in a way that we've not seen the Kings do. And it's jarring how different it looks.
No, I totally agree. And how they allow a player like Jalen Johnson to succeed.
Yep.
You know, that's something that the Kings
up to 20 points a night
aren't doing. You know, they're not looking at their young players. They are, just so you know, they are looking at their younger players and saying, this is going to be what we're dealing with, you know, a year or two down the road, where these guys are the guys and we need to build them up. But at the same time, I don't think that they're going to go out and take, like, literally say, hey, I need 5 shots from you, DeMar DeRozan, and I need 3 shots from you, Zach LaVine, and Keegan, you get those 8 shots plus the 10 you were averaging last time. And so now you're up to 18 shots. Let's go. They're not going to do that.
No, not quite.
But I do feel like there are times where a team like Atlanta, they understand it. You know, they understand that the best way to support a star level point guard who doesn't play defense is to put a great defensive player next to him and take pressure off of him.
A stunner. Shocking.
But the Kings don't seem to grasp that. And again, switching management, everything else midstream, it does not help.
No.
But
I want to talk about starting lineups.
Okay.
Because that was one of the talking points coming out of the Kings game last night was, man, their starting lineup just got flambéed. It was not great. Their bench outscored Denver by 30.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it ended up being 30. It was a lot, though. The Kings' advantage in bench points. And it just didn't ultimately matter. What do you think the starting lineup looks like tonight? And I want you to run through it player by player for me, because I have every starting lineup the Kings have used and their offensive, defensive, and net ratings.
Okay, so if I was choosing the starting lineup,
okay,
I would put Russell Westbrook at the point guard.
Okay.
Zach LaVine at the 2, DeMar DeRozan at the 3. I would put Precious Achiuwa at the 4, at least momentarily, and Domantas Sabonis at the 5.
So Westbrook, LaVine. Let me see. That is, so it's not. So you would go with a new starting lineup tonight.
I would.
I
would go with the new starting lineup. I asked Doug Christie about it very specifically following last night's game, if it was time to give Westbrook an opportunity to start over Schroeder at the point because of the shooting woes, the lack of understanding of where he's supposed to be on the court, all that stuff. And Christie, I believe, said everything's on the table.
Sure.
You know, like they're not winning, so they have to look at everything. But he wasn't committing one way or another to some lineup change. But at some point, you do have to have a lineup change, or Dennis Schroeder just has to play better. I mean, that's kind of the way it goes.
I'm looking to see if Achiuwa has played with that lineup at all. I don't think he has.
That would make sense to me.
Sabonis, Westbrook with LaVine, and
it's possible that we'll see the same starting lineup that we saw last night.
God, he plays with Dennis Schroeder a lot.
Yeah, what would be the starting lineup that if they go with the standard starting lineup with Schroeder at the point, LaVine, DeRozan, Precious, and Sabonis? Because that's only happened
Schroeder, LaVine,
last 2 games.
Schroeder, LaVine, Sabonis, Achiuwa, and DeRozan?
Yeah.
They're a minus 27.5 net rating.
Yeah, that's not great.
Not awesome. Their worst starting lineup this year is the Dylan Cardwell starting lineup against Milwaukee, where they were a minus 120 net rating in 5 minutes.
And they won.
They won the game.
They won the game.
LaVine, Sabonis, DeRozan, Schroeder, and Isaac Jones is a minus 75. Schroeder, LaVine, DeRozan, Ellis, and Sabonis was a minus 39.3. That lineup started a game and played 31 total minutes together. Their most used starting lineup is Westbrook, Schroeder, LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis. That is a minus 15.8 in 81 minutes together.
Yeah.
Their only starting lineup with a positive plus minus is their opening night starting lineup of DeRozan, LaVine, Nate Clifford, Dennis Schroeder, and Drew Eubanks.
Wow.
They were a plus 20.9 in 12 minutes together.
Against a really bad Suns team.
Against a bad Suns team. They might not be really bad. They're hanging in there. They're feisty.
Okay. They're 6-5. You're right.
Their next best lineup is a minus 5.9. Interestingly, also features Nate Clifford and Drew Eubanks. It's Schroeder, Clifford, Westbrook, DeRozan, and Eubanks. These are their 2 best starting lineups.
So you're saying that there's not really a good answer?
No, there's not. Or yes, that's what I'm saying. I still don't think the lineup that you said should be the starting lineup has played together this year. I'm going and looking.
Yeah, it's possible. For the Hawks, we've got Keaton Wallace, Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, Zachary Risache, and Kristaps Porzingis. The Kings have not put out an injury report for today. Trae Young is out. Nikola Jurisic is out, questionable. Nikhil Alexander Walker is questionable for the Hawks. Again, the Kings won't have to put out an injury report until like late in the afternoon, maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They don't have to put anything out officially because they played last night and they played
Right.
a late game last night. So it might even be like 3:30. They've got to have their injury
So brutal.
report in.
8 p.m. tip, and you got to go play the next day. Yikes.
Yeah.
Matchup of the game for me is the Kings against the 3-point line.
Mm.
And I say that because the Hawks don't shoot a ton of them. They don't make a ton of them. They shoot 33 a game, and they shoot it at 34.5%.
Okay.
However, on the other end, they only allow teams to shoot 32.6% from three.
Okay.
So for me, I think tonight is very much going to come down to, and we'll have keys to victory coming up in a minute, but I think tonight is very much going to come down to who wins the 3-point line. Like, I think more than ever.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those spots, and again, this is vibes. This is one of those spots where I could see the Hawks coming in and hitting like 20 of 41 and just getting a ton of open threes, and Luke Kennard makes a bunch, and Vit Krejci makes a bunch, and Jalen Johnson makes a few, and the Kings don't have anything on the other end. But I think if Sacramento comes out, and if Sacramento has a big night from three, and you can run the Hawks off the line and defend the 3-point line, I think you're in a better spot.
Yeah, I think that's a really good key because, again, with no Trae Young, this team is pretty limited. I think, again, you don't want to let Kristaps Porzingis get hot from the outside. I would say my matchup of the game is going to be whoever defends Jalen Johnson, because I think Johnson is becoming a really, really good player. And the Kings don't have anyone that can naturally match up with him because Keegan Murray's out. And even when Keegan Murray is healthy, this is like just a tough matchup. He's a very good basketball player who's putting up big numbers. He's averaging 20, 8.6, 5.2 assists, 1.3 steals. He's not shooting the ball well at least from the perimeter, but I would expect tonight we're going to see a lot of zone.
Yeah.
This is a team that doesn't shoot the ball well enough from three to really, give them that opportunity. When Luke Kennard's in the game, sure. But overall, I just don't think that they have a lot of 3-point shooting that you fear.
And the other matchup I'm watching is, and again, this is not really matchup, but when the Hawks do put the ball on the floor and get inside the 3-point line, which they are wont to do, they're 25th in 3-point attempt rate this year. The percentage of their shots that go up there to threes, they're 25th in the league. Okay. When they do put the ball on the deck and they get inside the 3-point line, inside the paint, you cannot foul.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to be interested to see how the Kings manage that physicality if the Hawks do start attacking closeouts, getting the ball inside, and playing that way. We'll have keys to victory. I keep starting to go down paths that are going to take me to keys to victory.
Yeah.
Which we have to do next. So we're going to take a second, and we're going to tell you how the Kings win tonight. Next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Good Lord, man. Yeah, you can add them. No. That Jesse guy's so mean.
He is mean. They have a lot of scores on this team. Jalen Johnson's at 20, 17.6 for Alexander Walker, 12.7 for Okongwu, 17.8 for Trae, 17.9 for Kristaps, 12.7 for Risache. Vit Krejci, 10.4 a game. The Nard dog, averaging 8.3. Dyson Daniels only at 9.5. 2.4 steals per game, though. I did start. Let's see what I star. This was a strange question, asking about the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Do the Kings coach manage him expect Westbrook to be on the roster past December 15th? Absolutely. Russell Westbrook is going to be here the entire season, I think. I wouldn't even be shocked if, heaven forbid, Russell Westbrook ends up being on this team next year.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. John, I don't think they have an ideal starting five. And when Keegan's is back, sure, you can figure out a starting five. But as of right now, they just don't. Keegan's getting closer to returning. Drew down, there's nothing worse than 8 p.m. start, especially the first night of a back-to-back. It's just brutal. I live too far away from the arena for that. And then having to drive down here in the morning, and then, today's like a 16-hour day. It's going to be a long 48 hours. All right, what else we have? This is true, except for David. They don't have the opposite of players. They don't have, for every scorer you have, you should have some sort of defensive player.
All right, here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. And then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. We're here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Do you know what my King's conundrum is?
Oh?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
I'm stuck in this space between thinking that, okay, the players are too talented for them to lose this many games. But then I also watch a game like last night, and it's like, oh, nice, they tried. Cool. They tried hard. And I feel like they've tried hard more than they've not tried hard this year, and they're 3-8, which is like, okay, then maybe they're just not that talented. Maybe it's just not that good of a group. Maybe we just dramatically overestimated or underestimated the drag these particular pieces would have on each other.
Yeah, I mean,
if trying hard is not getting you wins with a talented roster, then one of those things is wrong.
Yeah, but I think there is a possibility that you have talent that just doesn't fit together. That's what the Kings are going to be in search of here. They're going to be in search of better fits next to each other, and for players that impact winning, right? And I think they have quite a few players that don't fit together. They have too many repetitive pieces, and too many people who want the ball in their hands. I mean, I don't know how many guys on this team that a couple of years ago they ran out of creators, out of playmakers, right? All they have on this team right now is playmakers. And that's just not the way that basketball works.
Yeah, they overcorrected.
Yeah, they did.
All right. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. The Kings play the Hawks tonight. How do the Kings beat the Hawks? Well, we're going to tell you. We've got keys to victory, 6 of them, 3 each. James Ham, what is your first key to victory tonight for the Sacramento Kings at Golden One Center?
Get back to running the ball through Domas. I don't know why why this has to be a key, why they go away from this. It kind of feels like the movie Office Space. I don't know if I think most people have seen Office Space. And, one of the main character's main complaints are he's got like 7 different bosses. And so he keeps getting like emails about TPS reports from 7 different people telling him the same exact thing. It feels like you have all these people that do the same exact thing, and it's not getting funneled through one person. And if you can funnel everything through one person, and he can be the one who delegates or sends one email out to everybody, then it might work. But the fact that you're not getting anyone in a position to actually be successful is because you're not running the ball through like a basic hub in the middle of the court.
I have a theory on this.
Okay.
Because I was watching this very closely last night as Sabonis and Levine tried to do some handoff stuff, I think. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't think they have the dudes to do that. When you had Keegan Murray and you had Kevin Huerter, and there were just these deadly off the dribble handoff shooters where, oh my God, it's going to warp the defense. Or you were getting it with De'Aaron Fox where he could turn the corner and get downhill. It's like, oh my God, panic time. The defense has got to warp. Let Dennis Schroeder run off a dribble handoff. See how the defense reacts. They're going to be like, great. Perfect. We love this. Zach LaVine gets going. Okay, cool. DeMar DeRozan gets going. All right. But this is not a team full of like slashers and cutters and shooters where I'm like, man, Domas just has all these options. Like, cool, you can run it through Domas. He's going to go, all right, let's see. I'm sitting here at the elbow. DeMar DeRozan wants it at the other elbow. Zach LaVine's running around back here. Nobody's guarding Dennis Schroeder. Precious Achiuwa is down there in the paint. Like,
remember when I told you about like the lack of shooting was going to be a problem?
Yeah.
Like the spacing is gone.
It's gross.
Yeah,
and
it is.
That's it. I think it's, hey, you're not going to run the ball through Domas because the players that they have to make him effective don't have enough of them.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, all right, somebody else has got to go get a bucket.
Yeah, and I know this is something that like we've argued with. Well, I have argued with Kenny Caraway a million times. Like, it should not be that difficult to build a roster around Domantas Sabonis. Just like it's not that difficult to build a roster around Nikola Jokic. Or it's not that difficult to build a roster around Trae Young. Or it's not that difficult to build a roster around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, maybe we can say, okay, well, Domas doesn't score that many points, but it doesn't matter. Like, when you have somebody who can distribute and can play that style, you should try to at least build something around him. Like, I don't know what the answer is. The answer, like, you don't have a rim running center that you can put in the game that can give you something different. You just have lesser degrees of what Domas is. Like, Drew Eubanks just is like a non-passing version of Domas. So I'm confused about like how you build a team around, or how you can't build a team around somebody who does something very specific. It shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah. one for me. Don't turn it over. The Hawks force a ton of turnovers.
Because they have Dyson Daniels.
Yes. And they have a lot of length. They have active hands. They are very, very good at forcing turnovers. And when you let a big athletic team get out and run, they're going to score a lot of points. So try and limit the turnovers, specifically the live ball turnovers. That's key number 1 for me today. Number 2.
Key number 2 for me, if something or someone is working, keep feeding them. Don't go away from it. Exhaust every single bit of it. If it's working, like Malik Monk was working last night, keep working to have that player succeed. Like there does not need to be a balancing of the box score. Nobody cares. Nobody cares how many points you scored. The only thing they care about is the final score.
Well, somebody cares. The players do.
The players do. Stop caring. Stop caring about winning more than caring about your own stats. How about that?
Sure. Well, yeah. If someone or something is working, keep going to it. Like, yeah, if Malik Monk's having a great game, yeah, figure out ways to feed him. But to me, if you're going to go win tonight, and I think any night, Zach LaVine has to be number 1 in that pecking order.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be 82 games out of 82. But I think in a spot like this, you would hope that Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan are 2 guys that you can lean on and say, hey, you got to carry us offensively tonight. And if Zach LaVine knocks down his first couple of shots, like, great, keep getting him the basketball. I'm right there with you. Number 2 for me, want to see some ball pressure on defense.
Okay.
With no Trae Young, the Hawks have been starting a player named Keaton Wallace as their starting point guard. And I imagine you're going to see, it's a lot like when, like against Golden State, when Steph Curry's out. They don't have a ton, like Brandon Podziemski handles the ball, but it's not like he's got insane handle.
No.
I think you can muck up their offense if you apply a ton of ball pressure. It doesn't have to be 94 feet, but as soon as they get across the timeline, make players dribble and try and force them into some mistakes that way. Number 3.
I don't even know who Keaton Wallace is. That's fine. We'll move on.
Oh, yeah.
How about you give your home crowd something to be positive about? Like the last, I don't know, this homestand.
Wallace's brother. Sorry, keep going.
This homestand has been deflating, demoralizing for the fan base. It's added a lot more pressure that, to be honest, is always going to be there when you're not winning. But you have an opportunity here against a team that's okay, but you're on your home court. And you can start making excuses for this team about, second night of a back-to-back and the 8:00 start last night and like just the funk. I don't care. Like it's too late for that. I know this sounds like 3-9 is much worse than 4-8.
So much worse.
It is. And like you got to find a way to get wins when there's a team who's not phenomenal. Like last night's team was phenomenal. This weekend, they played some really good teams. Like you were probably going to lose those games no matter what. Losing by 30 is unacceptable, but losing was always on the table. That's what the whole front half of this schedule looks like. It looks like a bunch of losses.
Yeah.
This game tonight could be one of those games where it's not. So give your fans something to rally around that's positive and take some of the pressure off this team.
Yeah, you don't get the benefit of the doubt of, it was a back-to-back when you've just kind of played poorly in any situation.
Yeah.
It's not like, they've been awesome. Oh, tonight the back-to-back got them. Like, no, man, you don't get that leeway anymore.
Yeah, you can
I get back-to-backs are tough, but like you got to dig deep.
Yeah, when you look at what they look like after 1 day rest or after 2 days rest or after 3 days rest, to be honest, they look the same.
It's all bad.
You're 3-8.
It's all largely bad. Number 3 for me, I need the bench to stay hot because whatever starting lineup buttons Doug Christie has been pushing have not been working. But one of the ways you can combat that is by being very, very good off the bench. And whether that's Keon Ellis, Russell Westbrook, I would imagine Dennis Schroeder comes off the bench tonight.
We'll see.
Or maybe he gets a night off. They got to do something different. But whoever it is that's coming off the bench, they have to continue being good because the bench was the reason they were in that game last night. And I think if they're going to pull out a win tonight, I think it's going to be because the bench is good again. I need the bench to stay hot. That's number 3 for me.
I agree with you.
Hell yeah. And if the Kings do all of those things, that's how they go get a win tonight. It's just that easy.
It's so simple.
And I think as we try and put together these keys, and I encourage you to do this exercise if you're listening, because trying to find surefire ways that this is going to work, or surefire ways that, and this is kind of the problem with the Kings, and we can talk about identity and trying hard and this and that, but just from a with the 49ers, we talk about the 49ers, we say, hey, how do they go get a win today? And it's like, they got to get back to their run game. Like, their run game has not been very good this year, but we know when the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan are good, they're running the hell out of the ball. They're running play action. They're getting the defenders flying all over the place, being in the wrong spot, and they create explosive pass plays out of that. Like, we know that's going to be their identity.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, we know they don't want to blitz a ton. They're going to play sound coverages. They're going to run and hit. They're going to get you in 3rd and long. They're going to get after the quarterback. That's their desired identity. With the Kings, this year, I don't, like, cool, they need to win against the Hawks. You need to go get this game.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do it? It's like, hope the Hawks miss some shots. Hope that somebody has the hot hand and they keep feeding them. Like, that's not an identity. That's just having NBA players and crossing your fingers that they play well on this night. Like, that can't be your identity.
No.
That's not a thing.
And that's why Doug Christie keeps asking for them to play defense, because that's the only way out of this. It is. You have to play better defense. And, after tonight's game, at Minnesota, at San Antonio, at OKC, at Memphis, at Denver, come home to face Minnesota again, and then the schedule lightens up a little bit. But
yikes.
5-game road trip. 4 of those games right now are against teams that are rolling.
What would you feel if they could get to, what are we, like 7-12 through the first 19? Crossing your fingers for 7-12?
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. That means that they've got to go 4 and 4 and 4, 4 and 5,
4 and 4,
4 and 4.
Well,
against Atlanta, Minnesota, San Antonio, OKC, Memphis, Denver, Minnesota again. Okay.
I don't know. I just trying to expectation set here. Hopefully they can get a W tonight against Atlanta, so we have something different to talk about on the Insiders tomorrow from 10 a.m. to noon. Right here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, Jesse, hang on 1 second.
Okay. So Matt, tomorrow is 4 weeks. Well, tomorrow's 1 month from the surgery on Keegan Murray. But he was out he was going to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. So basically we're a little over 4 weeks right now. And it's just a matter of, how quickly he heals. He's got a brace on there right now, and he'll probably end up playing with that brace for a while. He was at shoot around.
Hang on, we got to switch sports real quick. Hey, Manny, if you're listening, call back.
Are we back?
Well, we're not back from break, but we are back on the stream.
Oh, okay.
Manny, if you're in the chatty house right now, call back in.
All right, so to finish up, Keegan was at
Manny's
shoot-around
back.
yesterday.
Manny's back?
Manny's back.
Okay, great.
He was back at shoot-around yesterday, but not playing. And someone asked earlier if he's going to need he'll need to get in basketball shape, but he's been working out, shooting, all that stuff for the whole time. He's been on the practice court. This is what you want.
Well, that's weird.
Starting for this team. Domas, Russ, Malik, Precious, and Murray. That's not a good team. Maxime, Neek, German. So you don't want Zach LaVine to play at all? I'm just asking. Don't call back. Don't take his call. I would never hang up on you. Boy, you guys are rough. I agree with this. I think the problem is you can't just keep saying that they are going to play defense when you don't have a defensive team. So Matt, just to sum it up, like there's a window here, like a 2-week window where Keegan might be reevaluated. There's also a window here where he might just show up and start playing, or he could be out like another 2 weeks. We don't know. Absolutely. Keegan Murray's your starting power forward as soon as this thing. And the second that they can get a power forward, he's moving to small forward and he's starting there. I don't think Levine's a bad fit. And to be honest with you, of all the players that they have, he might be one of the better fit players to fit with like who you're going to move forward with. You can be upset that he's not a big money player, big shot taker or whatever, but like if you're like having an elite scorer and a guy who can shoot from anywhere on the court is perfect to put by Domas. It's perfect to play with Keegan. It's perfect to play with Keon.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia's over yonder. And Kyle Madsen.
Over yonder, under that tree.
James Ham is here. Yeah, shout out to Jesse. He helps us out.
Yeah. Out yonder.
Out over in California way. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Want to remind everybody, Sports Talk at ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I just got an email confirming my reservation at an Indian restaurant that I went to 3 years ago.
What time?
December 3rd, 2022.
That's weird.
Wait.
I feel like something bad is happening to my email.
It was
Is that a new reservation?
No.
Or is just an old?
It's an email for my old reservation that got sent to me today.
Maybe that's just
It was
something that messed up on their end or
Probably,
something.
I would
Yeah,
hope
I think
so.
you're okay because if it was a new reservation, like your email got hacked and you're about to lose your whole life right now.
Maybe
like,
it
you're
is
identifying all that, but no, you're good.
2022.
I love the idea of hacking into somebody's email.
I want to be Kyle Madsen. I'm gonna eat at the Indian restaurant he ate at 3 years ago.
I'm gonna eat at Ocean Indian. I'm gonna mess with this guy's life. I'm gonna make a reservation.
Okay, maybe we actually just fell through like a wormhole and we're back in 2022 and the Sacramento Kings are going to turn this thing around. They were 0-4 to start the season and they're going to be good.
Oh, dude.
And now what we know now is number one,
Yup.
make
Money.
the Pascal Siakam trade
Money.
now.
Money. Look right here. Listen up.
Make the trade.
Just do the deal.
Do not waste any more time
Do not.
on.
Speaking of trades, we got trade stuff coming up.
Oh boy.
But first, we got to get to Manny on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Manny, what's going on?
James, I wish we had a Stargate for some of these guys to walk in and never come back. But
That's right.
I mean, look, when I watch these games, it's hard for me to be upset because I feel like we tried to have these discussions after we knew they weren't moving people, and they just brought in Dennis and Russ, and we knew as much as some of those pieces were nice to have, especially Russ, that everything still was square pieces trying to be moved into a round hole, and it just wasn't going to work out regardless. And it's upsetting to an extent, but I don't like throw my hands in the air whatsoever, because this is what I expected to see at some point. Zach has never been a one. He wasn't a one with the Bulls. He wasn't going to be a one here. He was going to have these terrific 30, 40-point games where you were marveled at everything he has athletically, and then for 3-4 straight games scored 10 points and refused to shoot the ball in certain situations for whatever reason. But the thing that does anger me, the thing that does upset me, and we'll talk about it a little bit more tonight on Chatty House After Party on ESPN 1320 on all your social media sites, is Doug. And him being basically, in my eyes, a scapegoat for all this, because I don't know how long he's going to last. I don't know if he makes it through the whole year. And it's not his fault. He's trying to implement these plans with a bunch of players that don't fit what he really wants to do. And I really, really hope, for the sake of the city and all the fan base that loves him, and for him also, that he gets an opportunity to get those players next year, and we really can see what his coaching style is and whether or not he is meant to be a head coach.
Thanks for the call, Manny. Appreciate you. That was my concern the day after the Sam Amick story came out that had Doug Christie's contract terms. We talked about it on this show. We talked about it a little bit on the Handoff the other day.
It was my concern the second I heard that they weren't going to move off of DeMar DeRozan, and that they weren't going to aggressively pursue other things this offseason. And again, that's not a slight on DeMar. It's just look, if you have a defensive-minded coach, you have to have defensive players. That's it. I get it. I don't know if that, again, Doug is trying to set a standard. And I will tell you, I've had so many conversations within the walls of the franchise over the last few days, right? And this idea that the Kings have a giant yard sale sign up, and that everybody's getting traded between now and late December or January or February, it's just not realistic. If the Kings can make a trade that helps them get better, or helps them get better long term, they will entertain it. They have players that teams are calling on right now. They do. The problem is the players that the Kings have that teams are calling on are players like Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, Nate Clifford. Those are the players the Kings intend to move forward with, or at least hope to move forward with. Now, the Keon Ellis situation, I did get this from not from an internet source or anyone else, from a high-ranking official, that the Kings do have to wait until February 9th to actually extend a contract offer to Keon Ellis. So they can't do February 9th. So this magical date that Keith Smith has put out there, but has hedged and gone back and forth on, I do know that the Kings believe that February 9th is a day that they can actually sign Keon Ellis to an extension.
Okay.
Now, whether that's going to happen or not, I have no idea. Because in order for that to happen, the Kings have to do something
play Keon Ellis.
Well, play Keon Ellis, but also clear out some of the people in front of Keon Ellis so he can play regularly, and that he's going to be part of your core. If not, it doesn't even make sense for them.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to lose an asset for nothing, but it also doesn't make sense to pay a guy, $14 million or $12 million or $10 million to sit on your bench.
Sure.
It doesn't. So it has to all make sense. But look, if the Kings can find homes for a DeMar DeRozan or a Zach LaVine or a Domantas Sabonis, at this point, they're probably going to field those calls. Now, whether anything happens or not, they're not going to take back even worse contracts. They're looking for players that fit the identity that they're going to move forward with. And so what I'm hearing is like the reason why we keep hearing about, the 6 pillars of Scott Perry and what his franchise needs to look like, and Doug Christie echoes these things, is very specific. It's because they understand that the only way for them to move forward is to establish something that is a foundation. And then you hope that players will want to play for that foundation. And you're going to have to clear out some of the players that are not part of that foundation. But that doesn't mean you don't start establishing a foundation now. And they're hoping that that foundation will be strong enough to carry forward. Now, going 3-8 is not going to help. And, going, let's say 5-14 in the first 19 games, that's not going to help. But at some point, you're hoping that something turns and that they're able to establish something. And players that don't want to be here, the whole, volunteers versus hostages, the hostages, like, they will eventually be gone. Whether you have to wait until their contracts expire or you have to buy them out or you trade them, they will be gone eventually. But for right now, this has to be about something. It can't just be about going out and losing every game and going, okay, we tried. It has to be about establishing a culture that involves defense. And again, if you're out there and you're hearing Doug Christie say, I need players who play defense, and he's not playing Keon Ellis, and you're like, I don't understand why this is happening. You also have to understand that in order to trade players, it's much easier to trade let's say Zach LaVine at $47 million, who's averaging 24 points and shooting 50% from the field and 44% from 3. It's much easier to trade that player than Zach LaVine averaging 17 points per game and shooting 32% from 3. Like, the value goes down. So what you can't do in a lot of situations is just bench all of these high-priced veterans, put in young players who you don't even have on the roster right now. You have 1 or 2 of them, but you don't have a bunch of them. You can't just tank the value of a DeMar DeRozan or a Domantas Sabonis or a Malik Monk or a Dennis Schroeder. You do have to try to build the value in those players. So when you do go to make trades, you have something to actually trade that might bring back something of value for you, whether that's picks, whether that's young players, whether it's something different. What you can't do is just go, okay, all the veterans that aren't winning, they have to go sit on the sideline now. And we're just going to run out a team that gets lambasted by 40 every night. But at least it's not those older players that we're still losing. No, you still have to have value in them. And so it's tough. Like, the Kings are in a bad situation, but it's not a situation realistically that Scott Perry created. It's one that, for the most part, he inherited.
Sure.
And he's trying to work through that inheritance. And you're hoping that you can figure out a way to change the roster, whether it's quickly or whether it takes a year and a half, 2 years to do. But you've got to have some sort of plan. And he does have a plan. It's just, it's not today. It's not right now. It's not, the trade already happened.
I would imagine that the Kings have been looking for trade partners since the offseason. If somebody had called and said, we'll take Zach LaVine for this, here's some matching salary, and we'll give you a first-round pick.
Yep.
I imagine Zach LaVine wouldn't have been on the team anymore.
Yeah.
Or DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis or Malik Monk, whoever. Like, I would assume that the phone line has been open on that front. But they're not gonna. They're also not in a position, if you're Scott Perry, where you just got here, you finally amassed some draft capital, and go, okay, well, we're gonna attach picks to LaVine or Sabonis or DeRozan or Monk just to get him out the door. Like, oh no, because that's hustling backwards. Because now you're getting to 2027 with no assets. But hey, at least you have money. Like, that doesn't do anything for anyone.
I've told this random story before.
Tough needle to thread.
It is. I've told this random story before about, I was at this venue, this concert venue in San Francisco, and I went to go to the bathroom, and I'm standing at a urinal, and Glenn Phillips, lead singer for Toad the Wet Sprocket, walks in.
Obviously,
he's at the stall next to me. This other guy walks in and goes into the actual, like, the bathroom, the sit down area, the stall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And out of nowhere, this guy goes, "Mr. Phillips," and Glenn Phillips looks over at me while we're peeing and like kind of rolls his eyes. He was like, "Yes," and the guy goes, "I was wondering, could you play my wedding?" And he goes, "Oh, are you getting married?" And the
Is
guy,
my wedding a song, or
No,
the
no.
guy is asking
to play at his wedding.
Jesus. Okay.
Glenn Phillips looks at me like, "Oh, congratulations. When are you getting married?" He goes, "Oh, no. I don't have a girlfriend right now. I'm just wondering if, like, when I do get married, if you'll play my wedding."
That's
And
so sad.
and he's like, maybe, like, that seems like it might be a little ways away. So, like, we're sitting here at a stall and I'm looking at this guy and I'm thinking, you get this all the time. You get weird things like this all the time because that's who you are. You're a singer. So anyway, here's my point. My point
Yeah,
is,
please.
like, the Kings fans right now are like the dude in the stall. Like, they want to get married. They want to go have this other player come in and step in and be. The Kings don't have anyone to trade with. They literally don't have someone to trade with.
They don't have the girlfriend / fiance.
They don't. They don't have the girlfriend / fiance.
I see.
They're sitting there like, yeah, we would like to, like, make a trade. We'd like to make a trade today.
Mm-hmm.
But there has to be two people to make this trade.
Yeah,
you can't just sit here and keep acting like there's like 8 different trades that the Kings are just mulling over. We all have a trade machine.
Mm-hmm.
Trade machine means nothing. It means nothing. It gives you a rough parameter of what you have to do in order to complete a magical trade. But until you get someone else to say yes and to get to the negotiating table, you have nothing to work with. And so as of right now, the Kings are literally just someone who would love to get married, but have no one that they're currently dating. And it's like, okay, like, until that happens, until there's someone else there that they can make a trade with, this is the roster until those contracts run out.
So when you say stalls, I'm so sorry. I'm very hung up on this. When you say stalls, do you mean urinal stalls?
I'm next to somebody
like
at
where you can see. Because
we're at a urinal, 2 urinals side by side with the small divider in between.
Right. Okay.
Then there's a stall where a guy goes inside and he's sitting there in the stall.
Stop. Okay. So, hang on. Okay. Stop everything. So you and lead singer of Toad the Wet Sprocket, which is a real band, allegedly.
It is.
I'm joking. I know they're popular. They were just before my time. You guys are standing during your business. Third person.
And in an actual
enters stall, like sit down stall.
Yes, a toilet, not a urinal.
Not a urinal, a toilet. Are they asking this pants around ankles sitting?
I think so.
Okay.
It was awkward, man. But what I'm telling you is that's where the Kings are right now. They're in this awkward moment where until they find someone to trade with, that they've got no options. And it is what it is. You're going to have to. That's why we hear 2027. That's why we hear it. Because by that point, you'll have Malik Monk entering the final year of his contract. Domantas Sabonis entering the final year of his contract. Zach LaVine, contract gone. DeMar DeRozan, contract gone. Dennis Schroeder, $4 million buyout, walk away.
It's a tough. I understand, but I also understand. We've talked about this before. Like Scott Perry coming in, and I get that this may not be wrong, but you have to understand how this is being perceived by a fan base that has seen one playoff series win since 2005, 2004.
Yeah.
One playoff trip since 2006, saying, hey, okay, so here's the plan. We're going to wait 2 years. And then in 2 years, we're going to be at square one. That's, again, I understand why. I get the reasoning behind it. That's just a tough ask.
Yeah, we think, though, that that's square one. But it might not be, because you have your 2026 draft pick, and by 2027, he might be a player. You have Keegan Murray. You might have Keon Ellis. You have Nick Clifford. You have some things that you're trying to build around. And then when you trade players, you're not trading them for nothing. You're hoping that you're either getting picks, or you're getting younger players, or you're getting players that just fit better. And it's possible that the thing turns around faster. But the reality is it might not turn around faster.
Right. And I totally get it. And I totally get that Scott Perry's not going to attach picks to make a trade. I got it. I'm on it.
Yep.
I also understand the fan base going, wait, so it's another year. It's the rest of this year of this. And then next year of this.
Yeah.
And then we'll be at the point like, yeah,
and
maybe.
then you could be at 0.
Right,
yeah.
right. Like that's, and yeah, maybe Nate Clifford comes on strong and he's awesome. And maybe Keegan Murray steps up and he's awesome. And we feel so different about the Kings this time next year. That's on the table for sure. But where we're sitting right now with a 3-8 team that just got blown out by 30 twice and then lost to the Nuggets. And now they have the second night of a back-to-back against a decent Hawks team at home, looking like they might go to 3-9. And the schedule doesn't get any easier for the next 10 games. Like, oh, it's tough in that spot to go, yeah, but 2027, man, that is so far down the road.
You've made the playoffs one time
Right.
in basically what is about to be 20 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you are asking.
I get it. It is just
one more time.
Yep. And it's
Building
a very, very tough ask.
It isn't easy.
Mm-hmm.
Dismantling with this type of constraints with the salary cap and the aprons is so difficult.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't trade De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine.
Well,
because if nothing else, it ties up all of your money and makes things extremely difficult.
Well, yeah. All right, we're going to do something we don't typically do because JR has been so patient on hold. JR, hang in there. We're going to take a call during the handoff if JR hangs in there.
Okay.
Yeah, the handoff of D'Lo and KC coming up next. We'll continue talking Kings with those guys on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Where's Kenny Caraway? Loki, I think there's a very good chance that not only a trade but multiple trades occur this season. But as of today, they're not happening. Like maybe, but I mean, again, we have to get through some of the like basic benchmarks. Like we always talk about December 15th, like it's some magical date, but it does matter. It's the date that you can trade players that you signed during the offseason, and also the other teams can trade players that they signed during the offseason. So in order to make a trade, sometimes you need like extra pieces, and sometimes those extra pieces were acquired, and you have to wait until after December 15th in order to include them.
I didn't get the sweater memo today. Cool.
Yeah, we're in sweater weather now.
Cool. It's tight.
I'm wearing shorts. I don't think it's even close, man. And again, this isn't hating on LaVine. It's just, yeah, that's you. The best teams in the league have a point guard they build around. That's why you don't trade your point guard. And if you are going to trade your point guard, you have to bring back a point guard in the trade, or have a point guard that's ready to take over that job.
Now they got Dennis. It's fine. We're going to take a call to start the handoff, by the way. Somebody was really patient. I just didn't do a good job of getting to the phone, so.
You're gone the second hour tomorrow, right? Or has that changed?
I think so. I got to check in on that.
You're definitely going for the beginning of the second.
Oh, okay.
Right at 11.
An update.
Uh-oh. Look behind you.
Ooh, yeah, boy.
Someone else got themselves a purse.
James, you got to get a purse, man.
It's not a purse, it's a satchel.
Got to get a purse, James.
It's a satchel.
Hey, do you know my mother-in-law for my birthday got me this Coach shoulder bag, and it's got like a kind of Hawaiian theme to it.
Fits you.
Walking around Hawaii with that on, man, felt so cool.
Yeah.
Having a bag, I get it. Like having a real bag.
Yo, can
Like,
I tell you? Oh yeah, the bag that I've worn that's by far gotten the most attention was the Disney bag at Disney.
See.
That got, because there's there's your kind there. They're Disney, Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, and Katie had the Mickey Mouse one. Yeah, that gets.
Yeah.
I almost
So you
got you
gotta-
a Stitch backpack instead of Stitch.
Dude, my Stitch
Jeez.
Crocs
Crocs.
get a lot of burn at my house.
Someone, some guy, I don't know
Coming
if it was
Damn, I always want to hear what Kenny. Now you just brought it over to other shows.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. Kenny Caraway's here. Damian Barling's here. I don't know why I have to point at everybody.
No, I do. I love that.
visual.
I love that.
I think it's just
visual.
so I'm telling myself, like, all right, I got to
Say
get
the
to
names.
everybody. here.
I'm very animated when I do stuff for KSFM. Like I do a lot of like, yo, this Friday is Ty Dolla $ign. I'm doing a lot of like, there's someone in the room and I'm talking to them. It's the only way I can do it. Though.
Yeah, wouldn't it feel weird if you were doing your D-Lo thing with just like your hands crossed?
No, it's
like-
like it's a little like more toned down when I have to do something from the home studio,
Mhm.
but because I can't record and stand when I'm here.
Yeah.
Casey knows I'll stand for that show.
Yeah.
But at home, it's not the way it's all set up. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of me sitting down and like hands in the air, like hands up like this, and it's like, God, if anyone walked in, I'd look like the biggest loser right now.
I have to hold a pen.
Oh, so do I.
Like I can't. Like I just. I wave it
fidget
around
with
like
something.
a wand. Yeah.
I fidget with something.
Yeah. Don't know why.
Sometimes it's my necklace. Like
Yeah.
there's always something that I'm.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? We're gonna do something we don't. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just, you reminded me of something.
Yeah.
When you do something like that, when you go, well,
Well.
it reminds me of your Steiny, and it cracks me up every time. When you do that throughout the show, and you go, well,
Well, what do you think, Goo?
what do you think about Steph Curry, Goo?
Hey, Steph Curry looked a little washed last night, Goo. So he does.
It was all good just a week ago with them.
Whew.
Now they
Boy, that
Golly.
that road thing is happening again.
Brandon Pajemski just getting thrown under the bus. Like he said he wanted to be Steph Curry. Now everybody hates him. Like, oh my God. I haven't read the Slater piece yet, but apparently it's people are having fun with it.
Stuff.
I would like to get to JR, who's on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line,
Okay.
because JR has been hanging out since like 10:04 a.m.
Oh.
That's not actually true,
Oh,
but
okay.
he's been hanging out for like a segment and a half, and I want to make sure I get to his call on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320. JR, we appreciate your patience. What do you got?
Your reservation is ready.
Thanks.
I feel like I've been waiting for 20 years.
Was that a Seinfeld reference?
No, that was a
Oh.
reference to the fact I got an email this morning confirming my reservation at Ocean Indian, which is a very good Indian
Sounds
restaurant
fancy.
in the city. That's not. It's
It
nice,
does
but it's
sound
not.
like it,
It's
though.
not. It's not like it's a nice spot though, especially if you like Indian food. Check it out, Ocean Indian in San Francisco. I got an email today confirming my reservation for December 3rd, 2022.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm
Back
really
when the
fired up.
Kings were good.
Really fired up to get in, to get into the into the building.
All right, man.
Did we hang up on JR?
Always here. Do you want to talk to him still?
Yeah, JR, what do you got?
It said it's a lot like being a Kings fan. I've been waiting 20 years, and now you're going to tell me I got 2 more years?
Well,
I'm at the end of the leash. I'm not going to sit in this restaurant much longer.
It's more like being a Kings fan, and it was all good 3 years ago.
No, let's I saw that. I didn't know what was going on. Jesse hit the thread and was like, yeah, all this stuff on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, what is going on Twitter?
Yeah.
Open up Twitter, see Dave's tweet. And I'm like, okay. And I read his tweet 1,000 times, like, and I should have asked him and I didn't. Like, are you reporting something or are you just saying something?
No.
And it's like,
or yes.
Knowing Dave, it's both.
It's like, oh, okay. But the 2-year line was like, oh, this is a minimum 2-year project. Bitch, please. What do you think is going to get accomplished in these next 2 years?
Right.
JR, you think you're waiting 2 more years, sweetie? Oh, no. No. If there is a rebuild plan out there, 2 years, stop.
By the
Stop.
way, real quick, shout out to JR. Welcome to the big leagues, big dog.
My man.
Welcome to the big leagues.
My man.
You know, you got the call up.
Yeah.
Welcome to the big.
That's big time for him.
That's my man.
Welcome to the big leagues. Got out of the minors. Now you in the big leagues, big dog. Appreciate you. Welcome.
JR, one of those people I've like heard from for 10 years, never met him.
Oh, okay. I had somebody like that. They're going to remain nameless, but same deal. And I met them this past May.
Well, we met Stanley for
Shout
the
out to
first
Stanley.
time
Man, Stanley.
last Sky River event.
Is he pulling up this Monday too?
We haven't heard from him.
It's his team.
Like I kept hoping because I think he has Mondays off. I kept hoping he would come. I mean, it's the Cowboys and the Raiders. I kept hoping he'd come back, but we haven't heard from him.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Timing is really important. Timing is really, really important with Stanley.
Yeah.
If we don't send the bat signal at the right time,
Important.
He's at work.
I'll be right with you, sir.
Thanks, Lewis. Thank you.
But to your original point, I mean, yeah, this is you don't know when this is going to end. Like the putting the number on it, the year number on it is kind of crazy. 2 years is crazy. But you don't
also
know when this is going to end.
Acting like we're Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City set the blueprint. Yep, they sure did by trading Paul George and Russell Westbrook.
Right.
That's how they did it.
Yeah.
Now we have Russell Westbrook. We don't have that Russell Westbrook.
Sure.
So find me the team that is clamoring to pair either DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine or DeMontis Sabonis with their current star, who allegedly won't sign there unless they trade for one of those players. Because that, along with competent GMing, is the Oklahoma City model. Detroit, land the number 1 pick, and it better be in a year that the guy is there. San Antonio, you better be flawless. You better have a generational talent and then be flawless in everything else you do after that.
Yeah.
Also, was Wemby a 2-year project? Have the Spurs been a 2-year project? Nah, man. Nah.
Also,
Not
make
even
sure you
close.
put that petition when you talk about the Pistons. Make sure you put that petition in to move to the East.
Oh,
you may have to have more 8 o'clock starts, but that's a
fine.
small price.
No,
to
you'd
pay.
have early starts.
Yeah,
Well, can we also throw in the $80 million coach who you upped the price on because he didn't want the job? And then he finally accepted because it was so much money. And he thought, if I don't take this, I'm going to be an idiot. And then you fired him.
Yeah.
And brought in the ultimate interim head coach who has been terrific.
Yeah.
It ain't easy.
Just make sure when you're outlining, these are the models to follow.
Right.
You outline every part of the model.
What
And let's also not forget to mention Detroit came out of nowhere last year.
Yes.
And some people, me, speculated whether, hold on, let's see if they do this again. Let's see what they're, obviously they're good basketball
I
team.
believe they're number 1 in the East.
They're
currently.
doing great. They're fantastic.
My Pistons.
But let's make sure we lay this out. They used all of their cap money to pay for guys like Tobias. Like, they were ridiculed for the way that they used their cap money. Let's make sure we tell the whole story when we're talking about the model to follow.
The model to follow, and this is something that you guys have talked about ad nauseum. It's something that James and I have talked about ad nauseum. The real model is, because Damian, you're right. When it comes to these team builds, there's always some crazy thing that happens. Paul George being traded, Russell Westbrook being traded, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs winning that lottery, Cade Cunningham being the number 1 pick and being the player that everybody thought Cade Cunningham was going to be. Like, there's all these things that go. The bottom line to all of it, if you're trying to find the common denominator, it's hit your draft picks. It's connect on a draft pick. I don't care if it's first. You have a better chance if it's first or third or fifth. But if you're picking 12th or 16th, you have to find a contributor. You have to find a talented player.
Well, on top of that, you also have to have a system and a structure in place that can support the development of a young player.
Right.
Which they currently do not have.
Correct.
Like the idea that you can just go get a bunch of young players and hopefully it'll all work out. That's look at how many teams have failed doing that. I mean, people, the Kings have never fully reset. Yes, they did. 2016, they traded DeMarcus Cousins for Buddy Hield in the 10th pick in the draft and a 2nd-round pick. They had 4 first-round picks and then brought in Bogdan Bogdanovic. They had 9 first- and second-year players on their roster. They reset this thing. The problem is that most of the players that they went out and got, and even the draft pick they took the next season, didn't work out. The only one of them did, and it's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. I
So-
mean,
go ahead.
Oh, no, you still.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to not only like amass all of the picks that you need, but also to get the right players every single time. You can go back and look at Oklahoma City's like draft record. It's not perfect, but when you have 8 picks in 3 years, you need 1 or 2 of them to work out to be really good rotational players. And maybe they reached on a player here, or maybe a guy like one of their best picks is Jalen Williams, who no one thought was going to go that high in the draft. They all thought he would go in the 20s. He ends up going, 11 or 12? They hit gold there, but there are a ton of other players that they completely missed on who are either out of the league or play for different teams now.
Yeah, man, you gotta hit on the picks and hit on the trades, all this other stuff. I'm not here to tell anybody there's a right or wrong way to go about it. Don't do like the only right way is the way where you get the picks right, or you get the transactions right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it comes down to. And whether that's rebuilding or whether that's retooling, I don't know and I don't care. You just got to get it right.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the bottom line. Just want to confirm to everybody that I just got another email from Ocean Indian Cuisine that my reservation for July 9th, 2023 has been confirmed.
No, that's
so
awesome.
This is a
Big
place
time
you.
That's fantastic.
I've been twice.
Clearly.
Well, at least that's the end of the email.
I hope so. If I get another one, we got a problem. Then we got a real problem. But yeah, man, look at the Beam Team. I have decided that they're not Beam Team 1 anymore. They're just Beam Team. There was no sequel. We never got the follow-up. So it's just the Beam Team.
We got a Nightmare on Elm Street too. It just wasn't very good.
Yeah.
I say there's a 2. There's nothing after that.
Okay. Sure. So Beam Team 1.
Boy, you really stuck to those
man.
convictions.
I just don't want to. I just don't.
What a pushover.
He was workshopping it. That's all.
Yeah. So no, the Beam Team. I'm back on I'm 10 toes. The Beam Team, not one. They did it right for the most part. They drafted De'Aaron Fox. They drafted Tyrese Halliburton, and then traded him for a player who fit better next to De'Aaron Fox. And then they drafted Keegan Murray, who fits with that Fox Sabonis focal point, offensive focal point. And then they just kind of stopped. They didn't go do anything else beyond that. And that's where the whole turning point comes for me, because like if you're looking for a blueprint, like, all right, you got to draft a good player and then find a player to build around, but then commit to that. And I just feel like they didn't commit to it. Because if the Kings were still good today, we'd be like, man, they did a great job. They drafted De'Aaron Fox and they drafted Keegan and they drafted Tyrese Halliburton, made a great trade for Sabonis, and then they filled it out with on the margins. Because at that point, you don't need to draft a star anymore. You need to draft a contributor here, an undrafted guy. Keon Ellis fits in there, and you're signing Nickeil Alexander-Walker or Dorian Finney-Smith or whoever to kind of fill out your roster. and they've just not gotten back to that point.
Mhm.
In fact, they've chosen players that detract from what the core build was. Like if you have a build and you're moving one way with something, you can't just scrap it and go in a different direction with one player. And again, it always comes across
Is that
that
DeMar?
that I don't like DeMar DeRozan. It's not that. It's the same way I felt about some of the other players they've had in the past, the Davion Mitchells. It's like, hey, like he's a good player. He's just not right for this specific team. That's all. And I get it that you want more points or whatever it is, but what you did is you brought in a player who impacted the ability to develop the other players or to continue the system and to build out the system even further. And to me, it was just like a colossal mistake. And then they keep doubling down.
Would they have been better in not signing anybody that summer?
They would have.
Yeah.
They would have been better just keeping Harrison Barnes. Because that's who they had instead.
Sure. Right.
And I mean, maybe you cap out, but you're going to cap out at 47, 48 wins. You're just going to plateau. You're not going to go fall off the cliff. Eventually you would, but again, you would have had the option to go out and draft a Nick Clifford down the road and develop him into the replacement for Harrison Barnes, or go out and get a player that fits the system better. And I guess I get it. They kept striking out with the players that they really wanted, but you don't like strike out with a bunch of players that, and then go, okay, well, I keep striking out with those players, so I'm just going to go like totally out of left field and do something that doesn't make really any sense.
But that's almost
for
certainly
your team
what happened. Right? That's almost certainly the thought. Like we missed on Siakam, we missed here, we missed there.
But you had players saying, you've got to keep building, you've got to keep improving. And so they were like, oh, panic button. We keep missing out. Let's go get this player.
Yeah.
How much of their missing out was their own doing?
All of it.
Like you could have had Siakam roll G. You could have had him. You decided not to because you didn't like the price, which I'm not here to say was right or wrong. But it wasn't like these other teams, like you gave your best offer, you gave what they were asking, and the other teams decided to go a different way. They told you what it would take to get it done. You didn't want to do that.
That to me is entirely on the Kings.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
It's 100% on the Kings.
That happened.
Like, the OG one, I don't know as much about. The Siakam one has been
if
talked about by Siakam himself.
I might be misremembering this, but when we were talking about the Siakam, and maybe I'm just, was it not like, oh, they want Monk? No, can't do it now. No, because you don't even know if he's going to resign here. No, this is just, no, you can't do it. It's too expensive.
No, the expense was the contract extension.
Yeah.
Well, it was also, from what I remember, it was Keegan as well.
That was questionable whether Keegan was involved or not.
So I don't think Keegan was involved.
Yeah.
But the operative, I don't think
I'm
Keegan
sure
was involved.
I think it was
in
matching.
That,
it was
in that moment that they were here, I don't think Keegan was a part of the conversation.
It was Harrison and Herter, I believe, for Siakam, and then picks.
But the whole thing with Siakam was the deal he got with Indiana, which was not essentially, it was a max contract.
Well, the Kings said
that's
no.
what he wanted, and they said no, and he said, well, like,
then
no.
don't trade for me.
No,
I'm not going to resign, because that's what it came down to. Like, how much draft capital are you going to give up? It's one amount if he's signing back. It's a whole different amount if we have no guarantees he's going to sign an extension.
Right.
And then it came down to like, well, no, you're not going to pay him. They were hoping to get Siakam for like $30-35 million a year.
Yeah, they were cutting corners.
It's like, that's not what we're here for.
They were cutting corners in what could have been the definitive move for this franchise growing and hitting that that next spot.
That's on the decision makers, whether it's Monty and Wes convincing Vivek that no, this isn't the way to go, or Vivek saying I don't want to pay this guy. I don't know. I'm not here to talk about who it was, but that's on the decision makers.
For sure.
You got to a point, and you got cheap. You got scared, and to a certain degree, I mean, you guys are saying in Siakam, we don't think Keegan was a part of that. if he was, like, I do understand the hesitancy of not
Totally,
trading
totally.
Keegan Murray in that situation.
Because the whole point was pairing Siakam with Keegan
Right.
Murray and Sabonis and Fox.
Right. So if that was the case, I understand that. If it was just about the contract and that was the holdup, that's a fail.
And there's always just going to be an inherent risk too when you make a trade. Like a team doesn't call and say, "Hey, we'll take your bad players. Do you want a good player?" Like that's just not usually how it works, unless you're the Lakers and the Mavericks.
Siakam could have not worked out here too.
Sure.
I mean, what he's done in Indiana is very specific,
Sure.
and maybe it would have worked here, but it's also possible that the Kings would have been like, "Oh, this is a bad ingredient to what we're building." You just don't know. Like I don't think that would have been the case, but I also can't say, well, the Kings would have been in the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row,
sure,
like Indiana has been.
Sure.
Once they made that trade.
Do we think the Kings would be better off in a better place now had they made the trade?
Of course.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. 1,000%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the players involved in the trade are gone anyways.
You're listening to KFM. Oh my God.
West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I choked because I saw we're at the shot clock.
Illegal shift. 5-yard penalty.
A real illegal shift or like the one on George Kittle the other day?
Oh, come on, man. That was
so bad.
So it's little stuff. I mean, look, all right, you get the ball there. It's a first down. I think they were down.
They were down 2
8,
scores at that point.
Okay.
Yeah. It was still a long shot.
Then the next play is an interception in their territory. Game over. I mean, damn.
I'm so.
Hey, did you know that was the only flag that got thrown on the Rams in the whole game?
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild? Only flag.
Once again.
And it got offset by a fake illegal shift.
It's a physical game. How does one team have no penalties?
It's a well-disciplined team down there in L.A.
Boy, are they. Might be a Super Bowl favorite. Hey,
I didn't know Austin Reeves played for the Rams.
Well, there you go.
It's an L.A. thing.
Sorry.
Damn. Speaking of trades, the Anthony Davis trade rumor mill has been fired up.
I was so sad.
What do you made a face?
We have a momentary.
Oh, goodness.
Clippers guard Bradley Beal has fractured his hip.
God.
His hip?
His hip.
And undergoes season-ending surgery per Shams Charania.
Man, we're nearing the boys to men with Brad.
The old ass Clippers losing someone to a broken hip is
tough.
That
is crazy.
That's
I was
awful.
watching
That's a bad beat.
because I had a lot of time before the Kings game last night. I had a lot of time.
Too much time.
I hope Adam Silver rots.
Good Lord, dude.
I enjoyed it. Basketball after dark. I was there. I was partying last night. It's good.
Because you're up at 3 a.m.
But I was there's a lot of time before the Kings game. I was watching the Association. That's their NBA TV's live looking type show.
Sure.
With
it's like Red Zone?
That's on the Amazon channel, right?
It's on the NBA TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's usually MJ Acosta, but there was some other host there today, and it was last night, it was Rudy Gay and Chris Haynes. And I saw that to say Chris Haynes was like, he reported on this Bradley Beal thing. And it was like, yeah, it's not looking good. They're very, very concerned that this is not a good injury for Bradley Beal. Like maybe they had told him or they knew it was done, but they wanted to wait for the final word on it. But that just stuck out to me last night. Like, damn, how bad is it? Well, it's season ending.
Bad.
Dang.
Yeah,
that's
well.
Damn.
DeMar DeRozan.
Who we want from the Clippers?
Bring back
if you're looking for a trade part, the tank has begun. The rebuild has begun, from what I heard. So there it is.
What's his contract looking like?
Bogdan?
Did he just sign an extension?
I was joking.
Oh,
I wasn't being serious.
Also,
on
no.
That.
Absolutely
no
not.
Thanks.
Okay, so Bogdan, 16 million, and another 16 million next year. That's a team option.
Not bad.
Yeah. Derek
Devin
Jones,
Carter, Dario Saric in a second. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways.
They're not an easy team to trade with.
Yeah. Don't have, yeah.
That's the other Steiny. Yeah. I want to get this Anthony Davis thing because The Ringer, our favorite website, had 5 destinations for Anthony Davis in a trade. the Sacramento Kings were the first team up in this trade piece.
Oh,
Here's the fake trade. Sacramento gets Anthony Davis. Dallas gets Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, and a 2027 first-round pick. It did not specify who that first-round pick belonged to.
I'm not trading a pick for Anthony Davis at this point.
Absolutely not. Hell no.
You could do the other. You could do the deal without the pick if you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I think
That's
I'd rather.
fine.
I think
It
I'd
doesn't
rather. have
matter.
Anthony
Yeah,
Davis.
go ahead. Do that.
Anthony Davis is $54.1 million this year, $58.4 next year, and then it is a $62.7 million.
As a matter of
player
fact,
option
Dallas,
following
I'm gonna need a pick.
Matter of fact, Dallas, goodbye. Like we're not doing it. I'm not trading.
It'd be a great fit next to Sabonis.
Well,
Send me your 2028 and we'll talk. Or what year is it? Send me your 2027 and we'll talk.
Yeah.
But
It all comes
Anthony
down to
Davis
that.
is not getting traded without a draft pick attached to it.
Did you see the stuff
or no picks, period.
also to your point, I don't have plans for Sabonis being here. So
That too.
Well,
no,
Um,
no, thank you, Dallas.
I think the idea here is like, okay, cool. If you're going to try and compete, like this would give you a better chance to be competitive. But also, Anthony Davis has played 5 of the Mavericks' 11 games this year. And did you see the reporting today about in The Athletic about how Nico Harrison was telling Anthony Davis, like, yeah, get back out there. He has a calf thing. He's like, yeah, get out there. If you think you can play, get out there. And the medical staff's like, no, his Achilles might go. I'm out. I don't want any part of that.
No.
I don't want to be part of the Anthony Davis
I'm with
experience.
you. No, I'm okay.
But yeah, if they want to send a first for him, yeah, sure.
yeah,
Why
but
not?
that's a Ralph Sampson trade right there. You trade for a guy, you sign him, and then he shows up and he literally has no knees left, and you're like, oh Jesus.
So okay, let me ask both of you guys this: is the first worth 3 more years of Anthony Davis at that price? I don't think it is. I don't think I want that first round pick that bad to be in that money situation.
It could cripple your franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could give me the
But if you're shedding Zach or Domas, how would it cripple your franchise?
Well,
Just
because
the extra year?
He's making like
Extra
20
year,
million more
he
than
almost
15 million more than Domas. Like
he makes
oh,
hell of money. That's another player.
it's another mid-level exception that we
It's
can
another player that you're probably not gonna be able to sign anyways.
mid-level exception yourself to the
But
grave.
no, I don't even. But like accepting.
No, I got you.
I think-
I got you.
I get it.
Nothing to do with that.
I understand.
I get why with Anthony Davis specifically.
Mm.
But zooming out and taking away the name and the face and just whatever trade the Kings are making is probably going to be a trade that on some level you're like, like because prime Anthony Davis isn't going to get traded for Zach LaVine and filler and a pick. Like you're that's kind of what we've talked about this entire. We talked about a lot with the Jonathan Kuminga thing. Like, yeah, man, there's going to be warts on probably any player you're trading for.
Yeah.
There's not going to be a perfect like, oh yes, go get that guy for sure. Talk about it with Trae Young. There's upside, downside. Ja Morant. There's upside, downside. Anthony Davis, same thing. Like I think at some point, and again, Anthony Davis specifically, I think I'm out. But at some point when we're talking about these trades, like, hey, it's just you're gonna have to take a swing if you're trying to land a big fish.
Yeah.
Like you're probably not getting one just organically. Like, oh yeah, hey, here's a couple of firsts. Now we have this awesome player.
What's
Yeah, but that might not be a big fish though. Anthony Davis. If it is, it's a dying one. That's a terrible way of phrasing
Good
it. But
Lord.
that's
He's
not,
got the ick. It's a fish with the ick.
I just don't think that's the.
No, sure. And like
It's not the fish you want on your boat.
well, yeah, and that's why I said Anthony Davis specifically. I get it. Like I'm also out, but I do think if we're talking about big fish type of trades for the Kings, I don't think there's ever going to be one that we're like, oh yeah, the money makes sense, the fit makes sense. Matt, this is awesome. Like there's going to be an injury thing. There's going to be a financial thing. There's going to be something.
I want to ask all 3 of you guys, what combination of warts are you willing to take on?
Depends.
So Ja Morant fits in that.
One on my hands, not anywhere else. Maybe a plantar wart on my
Oh,
foot.
nah. Thumbs down on a plantar wart. That doesn't feel good.
Because Ja fits that bill, right?
Well,
Like,
I was
Dame
Okay.
and others aren't willing to deal with his warts. But I look at the upside
Well-
and the age,
It's not
And I
the,
don't
to be
know.
fair, it's not the warts though about Ja that concerns me. You said upside. For me, what I'm worried about is the downside. I don't think he's ascending.
Sure.
And I guess that's probably not fair. We wouldn't be having a trade discussion if Ja Morant is ascending. I think my bigger fear is, can he ascend again?
Or is he descending? Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely descending.
Well,
but the question is why? Like, is
Yeah.
it him as a player? Is
Yeah.
it the organization? And more specifically, is that player that we know that the guy that Kenny is advocating for? I know who he's talking about. I just question whether that player exists anymore. That's what I wonder. And if he doesn't, I don't think that it's worth it. Like we had a Trae Young conversation I'd rather do that.
Ooh,
Again, the roster stink. Like you got to figure other things out. But if you're looking for a start, like I probably would rather start with Trae.
Yeah, I agree with you. If they're both on the table, I'd rather go Trae Young than Ja Morant.
I did. Okay.
I
didn't think you'd say that.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I think Trae is better than Ja Morant. Like I think he's
okay,
a better basketball player.
Here's my problem though. I kind of feel like the Kings are like those people who got into house flipping who don't know how to do any of the work. Like, if you're going to go get a Ja Morant, do you have a structure in place that can support the rebuild of Ja Morant? They can, like, no, you don't. You don't have the pieces in place. Like, where Ja Morant can find success, in my opinion, is if he goes to a team that already has like the surrounding pieces. Actually, to be honest with you, the best place for Ja Morant to go probably is a straight swap for Trae, because they already started to build a team that can support that type of player. And then hopefully they've got a front office and a personnel that can get him to stop doing stupid things. But you got Dyson Daniels. You've got a Okongwu to play defense. You've got some of the players that will support him on the court to make him better. Like the Kings don't have that. Like you're talking about trading for another square peg for a round hole. Like
I completely understand what you're saying, but at some point you got to believe in yourself if you're Scott Perry and Doug Christie. Like you could say that about a draft. You said about a draft pick. Like, we have the structure in place to develop this guy? No, probably not. Does that mean you don't draft? And I know there's money involved in trade. Like I know there's a difference between getting Ja Morant and drafting someone. But at some point, Scott Perry and those guys have to say, I'm here now.
Yeah.
Have we had that in place in the past? No. But I'm here now.
Right.
And I think that I can be the linchpin to kind of changing what's going on around here. And maybe it has to start somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe it's not Anthony Davis, maybe it's not Ja Morant, maybe it's not Trae Young. But at some point we're gonna run into the Monty McNair thing where like
I hope not.
Right. It's same. But and again, we're 11 games into year one of this. So I'm projecting down the road. Maybe it's not any one of these guys, and that's Morant, Davis, Trae Young, like cool. But at some point, to Kenny's point, like you have to do something. You can't just sit here and go, well, no, we want to maintain flexibility and we want to maintain, we need to have cap space and we need to have all these picks. Like for what? If you're just going to sit there and go like that, well, no, okay, see that guy had an injury thing a couple years ago. Oh, and you know what? We think he's a $38 million player. He's making 30. He's making 40. So like, I don't like, you can't do that forever.
He doesn't fit your algorithm.
Sure. Yeah. Like at some point you just gotta and again, maybe it's not Ja Morant, but maybe it's somebody else down the road.
Yeah.
You just got to do it and stake or else you're just going to drag this out for 3 or 4 years. You're going to get fired and somebody else is going to inherit a mess.
Whatever's left.
Yeah.
And to James's point, today might not be that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Today
that's fine if it's not
might not be the day where you say we're willing to do that. But I do feel like in the next 9 to 12 months, you've got to say like, all right, like let's do something. Let's go. Like whether it's a trade or a high draft pick with a guy that's got some you're not sure about, like you gotta get out there.
Like, can you imagine to that point in the next 9 to 12 months? Can you imagine if we're sitting here opening night next year? We're going, all right, we're on the Purple and Black pregame show, and we're going, all right, projected starting lineup. Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. Like, dog. Just no.
Right.
That cannot.
Right.
You cannot. If
Well,
this season continues going the way it's going.
You're right. But to call back to what we were talking about earlier, that would have been the response if Harrison Barnes was in the lineup and the team just marched out that lineup 2 years ago, which is probably what they were fearing, meaning the front
Well, yeah, they
office
ran
ownership.
it back the year
That's what-
before,
right,
and they got accused of running it back, and like everyone's, but it's like, you
Well,
get
they
to
were
a-
accused of it because that's what they were doing.
Well, that, and they got to a trade deadline, and they acquired Kessler Edwards, and then the next year they acquired Robin Lopez and waived him, never even showed up. I mean,
The man was reading a book.
like at some point you have to actually push your chips in.
Real
and
Kyle
go for
Madsen
it,
move.
you know?
Yeah.
You do, and like, because at that point, I think the Kings had the structure in place to go make the move that would take you to the next level. That structure's now gone. Now you're looking at just chaos. It's like there's too much work to do. So what I would say is a better idea is like what you started talking about with the Clippers. Oh, go see if they'll take DeMar DeRozan for Bogdan and, you know, Wade Bogdan at the end of the year and Derek Jones Jr. Because then maybe at least you get one player that kind of fits, but he's only 2-year contract and he's going to be gone. But he's also, he can fit with a bunch of different teams if he does work out. And then you just keep doing that. Like, you don't need to shoot for the moon. You have to actually like get ready to be the team that can shoot for the moon. And they're just not that team right now. One player stepping on the floor is not going to fix what's going on. And it doesn't matter how good that player is.
It's like dropping a quarterback onto a bad team. It's like dropping Cam Ward onto the Titans versus dropping Cam Ward onto the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Is a little bit what this sounds like you're saying. Build an infrastructure where you can take that swing and feel more confident than taking the swing and then building out from there.
Yeah. Well, that, and I mean, even if you got John Morant, you have so many other moves you still have to make. Like, you still don't have the shooting. You still don't have the defense. Like, what are you doing? That's why I would say, like, the Atlanta move, at least you got Dyson Daniels playing alongside him who will play defense.
Yeah.
This is tough.
Like, go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was just gonna say, but it's funny you bring up the Titans and Cam Ward because I thought about this yesterday. I mean, this.
You think about the Titans yesterday?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. And I was like, well, when we get to it, we'll talk about this. But to that point, if you're the Titans, do you not take Cam Ward that you think could be a potential Hall of Fame quarterback because you don't have the people around you? Or do you not take him and say, no, we're going to handle the line first, and 2 years down the road, we're going to go get the quarterback? I don't know that's why I was thinking, I was like, I don't know what the right approach might be.
Sure.
But like because Ja might be somebody that has too many warts, but Trae Young is available again. Do you not go get Trae Young because you don't think it's the right time and you just kind of kick it down the road? I don't know. I'm literally just asking a question.
I'm not asking.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't. If you're Scott Perry, you have to have some conviction in who you're targeting. And if he goes, I'm not a Trae Young guy. All right, cool. But you got to be a somebody guy at some point.
Yeah.
Or be awesome in the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also can't just wander the earth thinking that you can fix every dilapidated player.
Yep.
Like, if I had him in my gym, it's like, well, you got a bunch of dudes in your gym and you can't seem to figure out how to put those guys together.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a good way to like buying underappreciated assets are fine, but you have to be someone who can work with those underappreciated assets, or you're just going to have those underappreciated assets on your roster.
I think that's one of the tough parts about losing Tyrese is Tyrese could have been built like here, right? Like adding DeMar is DeMar DeRozan. That's not changing. Not in the Sacramento Kings uniform. If he's traded to the Clippers tomorrow, not in the Clippers uniform, that's not changing. The same is true for Russell Westbrook. The same is probably true for Dennis Schroeder. Same is true for a lot of these guys. Like you're getting who these players are. The reclamation projects you're talking about, that's not those guys.
Right.
Like that's never going to happen with it. Like they are who they are. The question was, can they put something together to where it could work? And the answer so far in this season is emphatically no.
Right.
They cannot.
I chuckled because Scott Perry would probably say, I didn't ask for any of these players. I wouldn't have said I can make Zach LaVine work.
Right.
They were here when I got here.
Yeah.
So, I'm doing what I can with these guys, but these guys wouldn't fall under the umbrella of I think I can change them. Just get them in my building. Let me guys in here that I do believe I could change.
Go ahead.
The trouble is, like, no matter what, Vivek is just gonna, like, whether it's Vivek the boogeyman or Vivek the actual man, is just gonna, like, shadow over this organization. Mm-hmm. So Scott's not. If Scott Perry does something that a segment of fans don't believe it, no one's gonna believe that he did it.
Sure.
Like if Scott went and acquired Trae Young today, they'd be like, it was Vivek.
Yeah, Vivek.
That's not a Scott Perry player. That's not a Scott Perry player.
There's a way to counter that, and that's to have one of Vivek's guys go out the door in that trade. So, like, we all know that, like,
meaning Zach or DeMar.
So you're saying, okay, like, maybe he won some battle. Sure. And that's where he's got to play. And, like, look, I've had conversations around the team the last couple of days. And, you know, Vivek leaving the other day, he didn't leave because of, like, the Keon Ellis stuff, because fans were chanting for Keon Ellis. He left because he was disgusted with the product on the floor and, like, very frustrated. But that's probably the first step to this thing getting changed, because now it's like, hey, man, like, we're doing the best we can, but this is what we're up against. Mm-hmm. You're watching the players all have individually great games and losing, getting just stomped. That's what we've assembled. Yeah. And they've got to go. Some of these guys have got to go. So that was a moment where, but I think that Vivek was like,
I hear you. I hear you. I would just caution everybody, because the concern is we're a month away from the start of trade season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of basketball to be played in the next 30 something days.
Yep.
It's not a lot of, there's a lot of basketball to be played in like the next 6 days. And the idea of, like, Vivek's fed up, so now we can finally move forward with something in a month. So you've just told these guys, it's all for nothing. Like, that's, and I think that's a big part of what Doug was talking about yesterday before the game. Mm. I think that's what Doug was trying to dead. Like, y'all can talk about whatever you want to. This isn't what we're doing.
Sure.
This is who we are. We're in this room.
Yep.
There's no one else saving us. Keegan Murray's going to come back in that time. Maybe that will change things a little bit, but like, how much, I don't know. But even to maximize him, you got to clear out other people.
Probably.
You know, like watching Dennis Schroeder just become a non-functional basketball
player.
What
a shift would be? Is it like DMPs for names you don't expect?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Like, but again, there's downsides to that, because it would be like, is that Doug's decision, or did someone tell him? Like, because you don't know what to believe anymore. Right. If all of a sudden Dennis Schroeder didn't play, is it okay? Was Doug forced to play Dennis, and did someone tell him, all right, Doug, do what you want? Mm-hmm. And Doug immediately said, well, I'm not playing Dennis anymore.
Yeah.
Like, we can't win, man. Like, there's no way that this story is going to end with a little bow on it anytime soon.
So that's why we talked about this earlier, and it's what Kenny's talking about, where Scott Perry didn't ask for any of these players. This is a situation. These are the cards he was dealt. But where we live and where we exist within talking to Kings fans, got the chatty house, got people calling in the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Nobody cares. Like, there are people out there who are going to go like, okay, cool, I'm going to be patient. But I think there's for a lot of people, like, hey, I don't care that you got dealt this mess. Like, fix it. Do something.
Oh, for sure.
You took the job.
Yeah, I don't like.
I think that's more people than not.
You could be 20 years old and you've never seen the Kings win a playoff series. You're not sitting there going, oh, it's cool. Take your couple of years. You're good. Whatever works. Yeah. Like, I get why.
Don't ever use the word patience with Kings fans.
Yeah, that's it.
Like,
it's gone.
They've earned it.
Yeah.
Like, the Kings fans have already earned it.
That's it, man.
They have, but that may be what's needed.
Totally.
You may not want to hear it, but
right.
This is what you're in.
But I understand the people. But I understand. Yeah,
it's always that.
But I understand the people who are pissed.
Yeah,
and they're like, I'm done.
I've been patient to live for 1 year. Like, you couldn't even give me.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you couldn't give me 5 years. You couldn't even give me 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't begrudge anyone. I'm not going to ask you what's coming up next. I assume it's more Kings. D'Lo and Casey with Jesse Tapia. That's James Ham and Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Till then, drink water. Be nice to people. Woo!
Right here?
See you guys.
Oh.
Are we on the air? Is everything okay over there? Yeah. Okay. We may be having a signal issue. We might be having a signal issue. So we maybe. Oh, that's not what it was. Okay. Okay.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
You notice in the recent days, Kyle's too good to do our little pregame thing now. He doesn't even go through the routine anymore. He's outgrown us, man.
Well, I was making fun of him. That's why, because earlier, good. Yeah, he brought me in a studio to ask me something that he could have texted me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fair then. As long as somebody was making fun of Kyle.
No, that's what was going on. Yeah.
Air horns for that. Hey. So yesterday was stupid, and we're really sorry about it. But we're here today.
We're here.
It threw us off as much as it threw you off. And again, we sincerely apologize. We have tasked some people with fixing all of our frustrations and our problems. And if they don't, they're getting, hey, Scott Perry, I want to hear about patience over here at ESPN 1320. We've been patient for 5 years. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk to me about patience. But we welcome you in here to a very odd Wednesday, November 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer. Remind everybody, I'm going to be out at the game tonight, man. Search the concourse. Be representing Roseville Galleria, the Westfield Galleria at Roseville, if you will. We'll be scanning. They got a QR code that you could scan, win prizes immediately. And you also enter to win a $250 gift card. We're giving away 25 of those. Got 4 games we're going to be at this year representing the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. So if you're headed out to the game, look for your boy, man. We're going to be out there hanging out and having a good time.
Sir.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Yesterday's game wasn't awful, man. It was actually, it was great. Actually, it was until the fourth quarter started, excuse me. I was really frustrated at the end of the half. The Zach LaVine foul. I think Russ had a turnover maybe 2 plays prior. Bad shot at the a turnover that, like, Jokic had a look as the buzzer was expired. Like, Jokic thought that ball was going in. He did the little dance. He absolutely thought that ball was going in. It was straight ahead. He just missed. That is really the only part of the first half that I found really frustrating. And then the fourth quarter started and the game essentially ended.
Yeah, man. That first of all, the effort was a lot better, but we're not into moral.
Not praising effort, man.
No, we're not into no moral victories, but that's what made that game look a little different. But you did some things good in the first half and the first 3 quarters to give yourself an opportunity to compete with these guys in the fourth, and it was just ripped away immediately in the fourth quarter. And that was frustrating to see from this group. That was very frustrating because you did some work against a really good team to give yourself an opportunity, and it just gets wiped out like that. And those are, I think that's a lot of what Doug Christie talks about in these post-game pressers. Not taking advantage of giving yourself an opportunity, not finishing what you started, and giving these little periods of time where you lose focus or you lose intensity or you don't execute. And against the teams that they've played on their schedule so far, that little 2-3 minute period where you're not focused or you're not locked in or whatever's going on, that's the game. You get to a point where not only are you down, but you can't get back. You can't get back in the game.
Yeah.
And we saw that a little bit in the third quarter, but definitely at the start of that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it turned super quick. The Kings had no stellar standout performances. Even in the first half, they didn't have that. They were just playing good basketball. Ball was moving, shots were going in. They didn't even have that like awful quarter I mean, the second quarter wasn't very good, but it was the quarter from both teams wasn't very good. But
the awful quarter was the fourth.
Well, that's what but see, that's the thing. It was the first couple of minutes of the fourth quarter to where it, like you said a second ago, it was a 3-point deficit. Then all of a sudden it was like 17. It's like the game's over. There's 7 minutes left, and the game ended.
Yep.
And it was made even worse by the fact it was like 10 o'clock. And it's like, oh, great. Now I get to watch them get their ass kicked later in the night.
Part of me wanted the game to go to overtime somehow so people can complain that the game ended at 11.
You're a horrible person, man. I was mad at halftime. I was like, it's 9:15 and it's halftime. This is trash. But it is what it is. I think that's the only one we have. And if there are any more,
getting one anytime soon either.
And if we're
Don't
on,
worry about it, Kings
flex
fans.
us out. Flex. In fact, start giving us matinee games. Just throw them in at 2:00. See what happens. Can't be worse than this.
Put them with the East Coast teams. I'm gonna play at 4:30.
There you go.
We won't have to worry about any of this, Kings fans.
Sure won't. Your beloved Keon Ellis, he got like in the regular rotation last night. He stepped on the floor at some point in the first quarter. Just telling y'all. He was in the rotation last night. Played 14 minutes. He was also on the floor at the beginning of the fourth. Not trying to shade Keon Ellis, not trying to blame him. Absolutely not blaming him. I'm just saying I think maybe we look at him the wrong way. I think Keon's a good basketball player. I don't know what his future is with this team. I don't know if he has a future with this team. I don't know if what's going on with this basketball team is hurting. I'm not really sure. But he was on the floor at the start of the fourth quarter last night. So that's where the game got lost. Again, it's not his fault. It's just there's no quick fix for this team. Keegan's return isn't going to fix anything. Or it's not going to fix everything. It'll help with some things. It's not going to fix anything. Playing Keegan and Keon, that's not going to was it OKC? I don't know that Doug waved the white flag going into the fourth quarter of the Oklahoma City game, but we saw guys play like the Maxime Reynaud's and those guys play a lot of minutes, Keon Ellis included, play a lot of minutes in that fourth quarter. The deficit went from like 18 to 30 something. Like if that's what you want, it's there for you. But this is starting to look a little bit worse than I thought it would. Mm-hmm. And I think it'll get to the point where I can come into the show and go, oh man, I was wrong. This is actually really bad. Because I'm still like, it doesn't look good. But man, if something clicks, they win a couple of games. All right, we'll see where we go from here. It's been a brutal part of the schedule. Everybody knew that. It'll shift for me tonight. If they lose tonight in what will be 1-4
for the homestand.
For the homestand?
Yeah. 4 straight losses.
With Minnesota, Oklahoma City. I'm not going. I know Minnesota's coming up. Oklahoma City's coming up. I think Minnesota's back at some point in a week or two. San Antonio. I think you got a 6-game road trip coming up or a 5-game road trip coming up. Yeah, man. I don't. I think tonight could be the moment for me. The wake up call, if you will.
Even if for me, even if they did get the win tonight, the schedule is brutal enough where it's tough to come up for air. Like that, I think that's really the kid. They can't get. You talked about this on Monday. Realistically and being fair to the argument, where's there a time when you can say, yeah, they should get 2 wins in a row?
We were looking at that the other day. Yeah. I don't know if it happens where it's not like they did it.
Yeah.
In this calendar year.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a Utah, Memphis, I think, in there somewhere, but also, who am I to say this team can beat somebody?
Right.
Like even Utah, even a Memphis team that you know whether Memphis is good or bad. Hell, if they played Dallas tonight, how would you feel?
Not good. not good about playing against anybody.
That's it.
So that's with the way that they're playing, and I think the schedule in not being able to build some confidence, build some momentum for what you're going on, because you've got some of the best teams in the NBA night after night after night, maybe starting to wear on them and wear on them mentally and emotionally as well. And then you got, just being here, which is kind of a bit of a pressure cooker because everybody's locked in on Kings basketball. There is no NFL team here to take, some of the pressure off and some of the attention off. It is a pressure cooker here in Sacramento every single day. I could see this thing spiraling a little bit. Absolutely. And one of the things that I looked at when I talked about, them winning 40 to 42 games or something, like being a 500 team, was, number one, I assumed health in that situation. That's what you do in that situation. You assume health. You say, hey, Keegan Murray, he'll be here. He'll be a part of what's going on, and he can help with maybe this early schedule. But losing Sabonis for some games, and then you got guys like Dennis Schroeder, who I still think is a good ball player, playing the way he is right now. I mean, this is the worst basketball it feels like he's played in his career, and that they're not good enough. They're not talented enough to survive all those things. They're going to sink if you have injuries and some of the guys that you rely on playing really, really bad basketball. They're going to sink.
And Doug might have to do something, man.
Yeah, I think we saw shades of that last night.
Yeah, Doug might have to do something in terms of the Dennis Schroeder thing. Like, I like Dennis. I didn't. If you told me you didn't like Dennis Schroeder, like, that's fine, man. Like, I get it. I wouldn't have expected this, though.
No.
Like a 3-game stretch like this, he hasn't been particularly effective. I'm not really sure. I don't know what the trigger point is for Dennis Schroeder. We have seen him. We saw it this summer. I mean, that's overseas basketball. It's still very, very high-end basketball where he was playing terrific. We saw it with Detroit. We've seen Dennis play really, really good basketball for very long stretches through the bulk of his career. You can make the argument the worst basketball he played was in Golden State. And I think I can make the argument that's one of the most difficult places in its current incarnation to go fit in. That is a place with a very, very, very established foundation. And if you do anything that it is even remotely perceived to rock the boat, you have, Draymond Green talking about everybody's not focused on winning. People are focused on other things. And that is a difficult, difficult place to go play. But that's the only place where I can go, man, yeah, Dennis was not good at all. Like, no redeeming qualities to Dennis's time in Golden State. I couldn't have when the Kings signed Dennis, and it was like, all right, I get it. Like, this is perfectly fine with me. I wasn't expecting this basketball player.
I wasn't either. And once again, I don't think this is indicative of the player that he is. I think he's a good basketball player. He is in an awful stretch right now. Awful stretch right now. And, he, just like the Kings, you can't get above water. Like, you can't get your breath, and he's struggling with it.
And that's the thing. Russ struggled shooting last night, but what'd he do? And that's something that Russ can do that Dennis doesn't do the same, is Russ will get to the foul line. Russ is you're going to feel Russell Westbrook's impact one way or another. If shots not falling, he's going to get to the line. If the shot's not falling, he's not getting to the line, he's going to distribute the ball. He's always going to rebound the ball at a high level. And I would be really surprised if Dennis Schroeder was the starting point guard in going into tonight's game.
I felt the same way watching that second half yesterday and going into the fourth quarter. It felt like I had to check real quick in that third quarter. I was like, did I miss a ham alert that, and from Kings PR that Schroeder's questionable return and hurt himself? No, he just ain't out there. And I think the writing was on the wall for him to potentially not be the starting point guard as early as tonight, like you just mentioned.
Well, you have to forgive me. I'm looking at the minutes distribution for a concert we got coming up, and I'm a little surprised. Well, your boy got 30, and G-Eazy got 45.
Well,
I was a little surprised by that.
I have to dig in the crates for that one.
The minutes distribution all over Sacramento is off.
Maybe I'm just not familiar with his game.
Another, and this is where I think things just become even more frustrating. Is I feel like Drew Eubanks has played pretty well.
Yeah.
Like in the role that you've asked him to play, he's played pretty well. It's just because so many other people aren't, it gets buried.
Yeah.
Precious, for a guy who wasn't playing 2 weeks ago, I feel like is playing pretty well. But you're asking him to be the starting four. A guy who wasn't playing 2 weeks ago and wasn't on a roster has to step onto this team and immediately start at the four. Now, that will change when Keegan Murray returns, and maybe that amplifies his ability to be, even a more heightened bench player. Because, again, if Precious right now was a bench player, a role player, I'd be very happy with what he's doing. But he's your starting four. So it's a little it's a little problematic. Nothing is working for Sacramento. Like, absolutely nothing. Even the most reliable guy in a Kings uniform so far this year wasn't very good last night. And you could throw DeMar into that category too. I think Zach LaVine has been clearly the best offensive player the Sacramento Kings have had this season, but he wasn't last night. I don't know if back issues are lingering with him. I don't know if Denver is just a tough matchup for him. DeMar was fine, I guess. He didn't get to the foul line a lot, which is a little bit unusual for him, but just absolutely nothing went right for Sacramento yesterday, and it feels like nothing is going right for Sacramento.
No, they're just in a bad place right now. Talk about the way they're playing, and just the vibes, the morale of the organization is just in a bad place. And I don't know if they'll be able to kick out of it in time for it to just be all the way too late, start selling everything off. I don't know if they'll be able to kick out of it in time.
Well, one thing that concerns me, I mentioned this when we were talking to the insiders a few moments ago, like Dave's tweets don't help anything. And like Dave's tweets aren't like, he doesn't need to tweet stuff to help the Sacramento Kings. But when he tweets something and it's picked up by, not algorithm sites, but what word I'm like, when you're aggregators, when you're picked up by the aggregators, it's like, okay, well, it's out there, and now you're left in this like he said thing about the direction of the organization. And DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis and Dennis Schroeder, these guys have to go play basketball tonight. And you already know the history of the Sacramento Kings. You already know the history of the organization. You already know all of the baggage that comes with it. And now I don't think this team had a bunch of me guys. Like, if you can argue whether they gelled offensively or whether they're ISO player, you could do that. But I don't think all of these guys, well, I'm just out there to get mine. I don't think they're doing that. Right. But if they start, I know what I can point to. I can point to this moment right here. Again, I don't know what Dave was tweeting for. If that's the plan, I'll speak for myself. I haven't heard anything about it. I feel like if you would have told me. Like, all right, cool. I don't think anyone contacted Dave and said, Dave, we're blowing it up, man. Tweet it. Now, the way I read Dave's tweet is he thinks this team needs to rebuild. That's how I read it. I've seen enough. This team needs to go. This team is going in full whatever. Maybe he's hypothesizing. Maybe someone told. I'm not sure. I just can't visualize someone telling him and him running and tweeting it without a green light. And I can't envision someone green lighting that aspect when you have at minimum a month before, not to get fooled by this again, the trade season opens. We're not counting down to December 15th again. We've lived that life before. We're not doing it again. But we all know about the players who were signed in the off season, the 6 months, the start of the trade, all of that.
6 months.
Thank you. That's your best impression so far. But yeah, I just you're headed for impending disaster, and now Doug has to deal with that. Scott has to deal with that. This front office has to deal with it. Everybody in that roster has to deal with it, and it forces Doug to make proclamations like he did before the game started yesterday in a 2.5 minute address, where he said, it whether it was related to those tweets or something else, it was something that said it was something strong enough to make him respond. And that organization has a lot that they need to deal with internally because of things that have gone on over the last 48 hours or so.
Yeah. I mean,
while also addressing their play on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to minimize or nobody hating or nothing like that, but I thought all that information was just, like this has kind of always been the direction this thing has been going since Scott Perry got here. So I didn't really think it was new news or anything like that. But when you talk about the job that Scott Perry has in front of him, we talked about it on the handoff. There's quite a few guys on this roster, almost all of them, I didn't bring them there. I didn't bring him here. I don't have no emotional connection to him.
Yeah, sure.
I don't necessarily believe in this player to kind of turn everything around. That's not how I feel about these guys. I'm evaluating. Before I rush the judgment, I'm gonna look and see how they play, being in the building with them, seeing them every day, and seeing if maybe my opinions change one way or the other. I'm open to that. But no, I'm not. We can move all y'all if need be. I'm not attached to any of these people.
Oh, y'all chanting Keon Ellis? That's cute. That's adorable.
So yeah, it's just something that was already, I feel, in the works. Something that was already in the works. Thought it was going on. How did you feel? I wanted to ask you, how did you feel about Doug pregame?
I kind of felt I felt for him in the sense that like he was clearly upset by something, and I legit don't know what it is. I'm not texting a bunch of people asking like questions. James shares there are people who share some things, and that's great. Like I'm not chasing stories. But I kind of was like, well, we saw Dave's maybe I'm assuming it has something to do with that. Doug would never ever be a proponent of not putting your best product on the floor. That's like that thing we were talking about with Dennis earlier, like how you're in a situation where if Doug does something, someone else is lingering over it, and you're questioning whether Doug is making the decision or not, especially because we know what Doug Christie makes now in his contract. And so I felt for him, but and I hate to say this. The first thing I thought was, I hope you don't do this and lose. Because it felt like I don't think this was Doug's point at all. It felt like a rallying cry. And it's like, man, don't fall short of that. Number one thing, don't get blown out. But man, I hope they don't fall short tonight. Even on the heels, even if you just got one on the heels of this speech, whatever happens tomorrow, just don't lose tonight. In the end, like when the game ended, it was like, all right, like played pretty well for 3 quarters. They fell apart early in the fourth. I guess it doesn't matter that they lost. When my first impression was, man, please don't lose this game.
It feels like acknowledging the noise when you probably just need to let it be. And you're acknowledging the noise 11 games into the season.
I got some thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, share them. Share all of them when D'Lo and Casey return here. And you share your thoughts also, please. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I just had an amazing protein bar that I got from Trader Joe's. I'm like, man, this joint is fire. High protein, tastes delicious, low in calories. Head immediately started hurting. I looked over and was like, oh, this is not a plant-based. There is some stuff in this bar I haven't eaten in a decade, and it is. Got your boy fucked up. LeBron James going to the G League was one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen. In fact, the funniest tweet I ever saw came yesterday. Nico Harrison is expected to be fired at a 10:30 a.m. Central Time meeting. I'm like, that's an hour away. That's foul. That is foul.
That was crazy when I saw that one.
Was it a special bar? I'm not sure what you mean, Scooter. I don't think there was any herbal products in it, if that's what you mean. That wouldn't make my head hurt at all. Tyler, you thought Bryce, I'm sorry. Tyler, you thought Doug shared too much? Should we just play the Looks like there's Domas. Zach.
Hey, Roddy, the streets are telling me this dude ain't even in America, bro. How you gonna be talking? You ain't even in America. You can't even show up if you want. Show up to the game tonight. Show up to Golden One Center tonight. If the streets are accurate, show up to the Golden One Center tonight. Show up to Customs tonight. How about that? How you gonna be talking? You ain't even around, bro. These false prophets, man. Y'all gotta watch out for these false prophets.
Hey, we need to. Oh, you're asking me how unmasked Rey Mysterio in WCW? Oh, he's not even close to Dom.
Oh,
Dom's alone on that one.
I saw something the other night. I want to ask you. Oh, come on!
Shout out to everybody who listens on the radio. You often miss the best bit is Kenny thinks of something seconds before the commercial break ends and gets ready to launch into it, and Jesse goes, "Nope."
They did it during the Insiders.
No, bro. I didn't even do it. It came out of nowhere.
Different
Come on,
break
man.
times and everything. Still does it.
I'm gonna ask this one on the next commercial break, though. I gotta remember it.
All right.
Because I think I know the answer, but you would definitely know.
Was it wrestling related?
Yes.
We were talking about someone asked something. I didn't see. I think John Cena is the Intercontinental Champion. Is that right?
He is.
Yeah, I saw that on Google, on the Google homepage.
That's amazing. That's
for the
amazing.
first time ever.
I
saw he was happy about it.
I got a text from WCW and he said something, but I was confused. I was like, is he telling me something that happened or asking if something is going to happen? And so I opened Twitter, and sure enough, there's the clip of John Cena winning the it looked like a great moment in Boston. Like, it looked really cool. So
I think the rumor is that he's supposed to take the belt off of Dom and then lose it to Gunther at the end of that tournament or something like that.
The Gunther is really gonna be the guy.
That's the rumor I've seen, and like that was tied to the Dominic Mysterio losing to John Cena. So it's like that happened, and it's like I would assume that this is probably next.
I'm sorry to be that guy. The Rock has absolutely indicated he wanted to do it. I would do
what?
Cena Rock 3 in a heartbeat.
Wait.
Oh, I haven't even seen.
This is even worse. You mean Gunther to be the last match?
Yes.
Oh, that is it. I'm of the belief.
I was upset because it was Gunther with any push at all. But
I'm of the belief
match is crazy.
They've had no clue what to do with John Cena since he announced his retirement. The failed heel turn, like everything. They're just.
Well, I think he started calling his own shots at some point. John Cena, it feels like.
Do you think he called the Brock Lesnar play?
No, but I think maybe after that.
Did you see Brock is like in the main commercial for next year's WrestleMania? Like, that wasn't a one-off. Like, Brock is here. Look, well, as here as Brock can be.
I mean, but you know how I feel. If he is going to be, he's here. Like, there's nothing we can do about it. He should be the last match.
Yeah, you said that already. I just don't agree with that. I feel like it should be Rock. I know who it shouldn't be. I don't care who it is. It shouldn't be Gunther.
No.
Or Gunther or whoever it is. It shouldn't be him.
That's your boy, though.
Who?
Gunther. That's your boy. I didn't get it from the start.
Nah. Yeah. That's me.
He's about 20 years too late.
I want to stick with the wrestling, but the Kings are kind of just free falling right now. So
no, commercial break. I got more for the wrestling, but Doug Christie had a
the
promo.
Kings are broke. Baron Corbin. That's who.
Broke Baron Corbin was at least entertaining.
Well,
broke ass Corbin.
That's a good point.
Broke ass Kings.
We had been
got ketchup on their white shirt.
We had been talking about Doug Christie's 2+ minute statement a few minutes ago, as if everybody has heard it, and I apologize for that. We'll play it for those who haven't heard it. This was Doug Christie before yesterday's game, courtesy of Sean Cunningham.
Some of you guys, I think everybody in here knows me. If you don't, my name is Douglas Dale Christie. I'm head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Okay. Change is hard, y'all. It's hard. But understand, and we understand that we're not there yet. But we about to work at it like crazy. We totally get that. And it'll be bumpy. It will. Because change is like that. But buckle up. For the real ones, buckle up. And for all the rest of you, you know who you are. You know how I feel about that. We, and I say we as an organization, make no mistake, we're aligned in what we're doing. We are aligned in what we're doing. I said this before, you heard me. I'm going to say it again. We're going to play to a standard. That's what we're going to do. Tough, competitive, disciplined, professional, team-oriented, and accountable. That's what we're going to play to. So when you look out there, everybody in this organization is held to that. Now, as an identity, that's defend, rebound, and share the damn basketball. That's what we're going to do every single time we hit the floor. So the pain of Kings fans, there's nobody that sat in this seat with the exception of two people, Rick Adelman and probably Jerry Reynolds, that understand the pain of Kings fans. So know that as I sit here, who experienced that pain with those men, we're going to get it right. We're going to work every damn day to get it right. So when I see the hate, the haters, the fakers, all you guys, you keep that energy. That's good. You keep that. And you know who you are. Because while you doing that, we're going to be working. And while you doing that, we're going to be growing. And while you do that, eventually, we're going to be coming. The King Show.
Pause.
Sack proud. Know that. Appreciate it.
There's Doug Christie again. Thanks to Sean Cunningham and KCRA for that. As if he had a choice, I was going to play it anyway. Thoughts?
So first, Jesse said before we went to break, like, it's a little too early to be having those type of press conferences and sound bites, and it's something that you shouldn't be worried about. I get that. And I probably agree with that.
And
go ahead.
Well, who? My question too, like, who are you talking to, Doug?
That
Are you
like,
are you talking to the media right now, or like who are you talking to?
Shout out to Jeremiah who asked. He was like, "Hey, Doug, we didn't get." This was after the game. He was like, "Hey, Doug, we didn't get to talk to you after your statement earlier today. Who was that addressed to? Were you talking to media, fans?" And Doug said, "No, it wasn't aimed at one individual. It was
because something bothered him. Clearly,
like clearly,
yeah.
And I see some things being mentioned in the chat. I genuinely do not know. I do not know." And I'm not kayfabing it. I do not know who Doug Christie is talking to or what he's talking about. And y'all mentioned Thailand during the changeover with James. I know nothing about that. As far as I know, that man does not exist. So I have no clue.
I don't know what was said either, but apparently things have been said, over the course of the time he's been on the air. So
we've told y'all before, you don't need to listen to people who do their shows from Thailand.
Yeah, bro, you ain't even in
They're not tapped into our community. They're not tapped into our people, especially with one who's got an axe to grind with the head coach because he didn't come to his rescue when he exposed himself as a racist. And I mean exposed publicly. We all knew behind the scenes what he was.
Right.
So, forgive me if that's the case, go ahead.
This guy allegedly ain't even in America.
Yeah,
but what you talking about?
But if that's the case, Doug, you don't owe that man 2 seconds of your time.
No,
most people don't even know he exists.
Not at all. Sure as hell don't know his show exists. They don't know the hell he's back on the airwaves. I know that much.
However, in Doug's defense, there might be for him a point where it's like a breaking point.
Absolutely.
Like Doug has dealt with a lot from that dude over the last however long it's been. And I mean, I think it says something that the only person in the world who questions Doug Christie's character is that guy. But it could have just been one too many things.
Yeah.
And it caused him to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also look at it, I don't want to say I liked it, like, oh yeah, go get him, Doug. But I saw the clip, I tweeted fire emojis behind it. There is a level of, and I think people are so upset and so frustrated about what's going on. I don't think they look at this type of stuff. There is a level of, yeah, I'm pissed off too, guys. This isn't acceptable for me either. And the acknowledgement of it, like, okay, it's not going to fix anything. It's not going to make you win. It's not going to make you a better team or anything like that. But, people talk about accountability, and sometimes they just want to hear, like, that you get it. Yeah, Doug's pissed off. And I think, he was also talking about some of the things that were going on with people saying things about him. But to a certain degree, for those people that in the locker room that are riding with him, I think he was speaking up for them a little bit as well, and kind of having their back. That's how I took it. So I didn't know if we got to.
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, we're going to keep on.
So yeah, it wasn't like this old glorious thing. The funny thing that when he said what he said at the end, it reminded me of. And I'm not saying it's going to have this effect, but it reminded me of Tebow when Tebow's.
Oh yeah.
That's
So
what it
it's like
reminded me
you
of.
have you got through the passionate part, but you don't know how to end it. And I think that was Doug at the end. He didn't quite know how to end that speech. We say this all of the time. The most difficult part about what we do. Think about it when you're at a party or whatever. Starting a conversation and ending a conversation are the two hardest things to do. Getting in a break and out of a break. Starting your impassioned speech and ending your impassioned speech are the two most difficult parts of the speech.
Yep.
And Doug had something he wanted to say, and when he said it, he didn't quite know how to get up from the table and leave. We've all been there, DC. It's
Reminded
good.
me of Tebow, man. But
God bless.
God bless. But yeah, man, I understand people that are like, bro, you don't need to be doing this 10 games in, for a number of different reasons.
Doug's probably doesn't need to do it 60 games in. Like if he's responding to people,
yeah,
he doesn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Also, because like you're acknowledging the haters, and it's like, okay, then like what is being said? That's because we brought up the Thailand guy or whatever. So that's one thing. But if it's not that, and you're talking to media in general, it's like they're not really supposed to like necessarily cheer you on or kind of see this positively. And looking at the Kings from the outside in, it's like, yeah, this is a pretty bleak situation right now. So it's like I'm not really sure what Doug is looking for.
So they're not supposed to cheer you on, and I think
alluding.
And for those that don't know, we ain't beating around the bush. I don't give a damn about this guy. Talking about Grant Napier. He's alluding to that a little bit. Also, I feel like with us here, I think we're fair with criticism. I do understand.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything else outside of fair.
I do understand how the way that some people talk about Doug or those players in the locker room can be a little disrespectful to their craft. They're not calling them out of their name. They're not doing anything like that. But the way they characterize some of these players and the box that they put them in can be a little disrespectful to their career, what they've done, the work they've done to get to this place. I said it the other day on the show. I thought them getting beat the way they did over the weekend was embarrassing and pathetic. Those players aren't embarrassing and pathetic. What happened in those two games, that's unacceptable. And I think they would say the same thing. I think that's fair. I think other people, I could see where the players take it personally, and Doug may take it personally with the way they talk about some of these guys. And it doesn't have to be necessarily people that are local. Like it could be, and national media has things to say about the Kings roster and the team and the locker room and all this other stuff that people in that locker room can take as disrespect. And to your point earlier, maybe it had enough. Maybe it heard too many disrespectful things. Maybe it happened 5 minutes before he was supposed to get on the podium. That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Could be. Yeah. Could be. Because I know that I'm like Jesse when I watched the clip. It wasn't a clip. When I watched the whole thing, I was like, "What is he talking about? Who's he talking to?"
We've kind of talked about stuff like this on the show.
First, I was, "What James do now?"
When you acknowledge that stuff, too,
Matt.
it kind of, I guess, gives life to, I guess, the problems that are going on. When we talk about identity and just the way they're playing, like it kind of like you acknowledged it. It's like, okay, you're hearing it. I guess maybe you're combating it, but just it kind of feels like we're all on the same page as far as the issues of this team.
If the Kings are 7-3, Doug doesn't do that.
Right.
It's like to Jesse's point, it's like whatever is going on with him is compounding, stuff. I don't think the tanking and rebuilding stuff that was running across the NBA Twitter yesterday helped. Yesterday was supposed to be a uniting day in which we make fun of the Dallas Mavericks. Why Dave chose to get his tweet going when we could have just been laughing at the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison, I'll never know. Maybe he's a plant.
And look, to that point, there was also talk about Doug not being here when the rebuild gets underway. So maybe
sure.
he felt some type of way about that.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Certainly a bizarre way to start an 8:00 Tuesday holiday game Let's see what TC talking about on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Anybody want to weigh in? You can. It's 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, big dog? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Before we get started, bro, both them sweaters is fire, bro. Y'all look nice, bro. I like that. I like that look on both of
I
y'all.
appreciate you, man. Mine is a lot more affordable.
Oh man, here we go. But seriously, I got into it. You know what? That's a whole nother story. Y'all seen it in the chat. It happened this morning because I'm tired. I don't even like dude, bro. So when I do call in, it's just to get at him because he be awesome. I'm done with that situation, bro. But as far as what
hold on, I hate when you do. No, stop. I hate when you do this. What are you talking about?
I got into it with Carmichael Dave this morning. I called into the show because he was talking about the whole value on players and benching players, and I just didn't agree with it. And I was like, well, which one is it, bro? Like, do you saying they don't have value? So bench them. Well, then move on. If we don't feel like they're getting value by playing them, then why just not move on, man? But it was a whole, But as far as Doug, I respect that. I had to respectfully disagree with the people that feel like Doug came up there and did something wrong. Because isn't that what you want from your head coach? I didn't look at it as a cry. It was like, hey, bro, we have this non-BS approach identity that we are building from coaches, players, and all that. So I'm going to call it out and I'm going to speak on it, right? So when I get up here, I see all that. I read, I see all that, right? And I don't care about none of that. If you listen to the interview, said, when we get right, we're going to be right. We're going to be coming for you. Right now, I see all the madness with everybody hating, talking about Doug should be fired. He shouldn't be this. He should, because I'm acknowledging, let y'all know I'm coming from a non-BS approach, bro, and y'all not finna get at me like that. We're trying to turn this team around, and we're going to do it our way. That's how I take it, bro. And if you can't see that, I'm sorry.
Now, Doug, that's how you end an impassioned speech.
That's why he's the GOAT right there.
He is the GOAT. He's an all-timer already. He's an all-timer. I will say,
I love that people call us to be angry about calling other radio stations.
Not even speak on it. You know what I got into this morning?
Like, no, TC, I don't. Like, why would I know that?
You know what's hilarious?
TC sounded like he was trying to grow from that situation too. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna be better.
You know what's hilarious?
I love TC.
I'll just say it during the break.
No, say it right now.
We got 7 minutes.
Say it.
Yeah, it's okay.
We're going to kayfabe everybody now.
Quote unquote, news was made down south, right?
Uh-huh.
News was made down south, and people wanted to hear what we had to say. They didn't want to keep hearing what they had to say.
Whoa.
They said, "Yo, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Where the insiders? Where y'all at?" They want to hear what we got to say. I appreciate y'all. I just thought that's funny.
We were contractually forbidden from working yesterday. We're sorry.
"Quote unquote" news happens in the King's world. Everybody know where to go. Told you, man, the amount of text messages I got yesterday, I was like, oh, okay.
But see, that's the other thing. That's the only thing that happened yesterday that I was more confused by with Doug Christie. Did news happen?
I didn't think so.
I texted you guys. It kind of seemed like
I don't think it did. Like when you sent that text, I went to, because I have certain alerts set on. I was like, oh, I missed it. Like we was putting the Christmas trees up, so I missed it. And I checked Sean. I mean, obviously I checked James. I checked Sean. I text Matt. I didn't see anything. And then someone tagged us in the tweet because Trista responded. Mm-hmm. And Trista was like, oh, I want to talk about this. And so I saw the original tweet and was like, okay. And I'm like, reading it. I'm like, what is this?
Well, it's like, all right, if that's a report, so then the Kings are just going to sell low on these players that had no value this past offseason, and now, like, you're just going to give away Sabonis and Levine, and, like, that's the plan? Like, that didn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, also the idea that, oh, they're going to explore this, they're going to explore that. Man, that's great. You have two $40+ million players that aren't going to be high on anybody's wish list.
Yeah. Malik Monk.
Some of you hoes have spent the last 12 months trying to convince us that the Chicago Bulls offered 2 first-round picks to trade Zach LaVine, and no one said yes. But all of a sudden, the Sacramento Kings are going to become sellers and they're going to start trading their high price. Do you have any idea how stupid that sounds? Again, if Scott Perry wants to trade those guys, salute, go ahead. But this idea that like a switch was flipped and someone was like, I'm convinced what Dave did, and this is not shade. Dave is my guy. I'm convinced Dave did the Kenny. He just, you know what? I'm going to get aggregated today and tweeted something. He did the hashtag King.
Well,
we were off yesterday
because he I ain't got no problem with it. Dave's my guy. I dap him up when I see him. Like it's nothing like good dude to me.
Good for you for seeing him. I ain't seen Dave outside.
Well, no, when I see him, I can't tell you the last time I
7 years ago.
When I see it, it's literally all good.
Is he in the country?
He's in the
okay.
I don't know. I can't. Don't quote me on that. I don't know, but you knew that might have been the case when he was the only one on the screen. When he was the only one on the screen, I said, "Wait a minute."
Well, let's just
what?
Let's just map it out too. The Kings have a massive problem if 10 games into the season, Scott Perry and coach like, yeah, this is wrong. We need to blow this up now. Like, go back on our plan. Like, no.
Yeah, call Dave.
Yeah. Like, hey, we messed up. We're rebuilding. We're rebuilding now. Like,
all right, what do you want? What you want me to call Alvin? No. You want me to call Vivek? No. Call Dave. Tell Dave the plan.
Not even that, but just more so so Scott Perry and coach is changing the plan 10 games in. Like that doesn't
and that's why I say the internet loves everything except the truth. And it take like what did Godfrey say to us last week?
Black people started everything.
Well, black people didn't start this one. Let's be clear. Black people didn't start this one. He said people don't take the time to research stuff. Mm-hmm. They don't take the time to think and look into things. Again, Dave could have been told anything. Mm-hmm. Dave wasn't told what the Sacramento Kings approach is going to be and to go tell the Kings fans that. So it again, research and think. All right, one report from Mark Stein that was picked up by virtually everyone on the planet and repeated as if it was true. Again, don't believe Mark Stein was lying. Believe Mark Stein was told this. Don't believe for 2 seconds that it's true, that Zach LaVine was trying to be traded by the Chicago Bulls and the Bulls were willing to offer 2 first-round picks. In today's NBA, there is less than 0% chance that's true. But now all of a sudden, the Kings have decided they need to rebuild and they're going to trade Zach LaVine. So, Kings fans, this is what you want. You're good attaching 2 first-round picks because you can't believe one report and then say, oh, well, the Kings aren't going to have to do that.
Right.
There's a Kings tax. It's going to wind up being 3 first-round picks, 2 in a second. You can't believe one thing and then not believe the other. Mm-hmm. We have said this all goddamn year. He's not the worst contract on this team. Because the other guy, you need a very, very specific fit. You need a very, very specific roster. And he still might not like your organization or your head coach. And if he doesn't, he's going to make that clear. He's going to bust his ass while he's out there, but he's never going to do what you want him to do. Yeah. Like, I think maybe Sam or Ant-Man, someone wrote, the Warriors might be interested. Perfect. That's great. You don't need him to do much there. That would be great for them. You start venturing outside the greatest shooter of all time, you're going to start running into some issues. Maybe he works in Atlanta. Maybe there's a few. But again, you have a contract, a $40+ million contract, near $50 million contract that you have to move. My bad. We have to break. We'll come back. Jake Gadon's going to join us in about 15 minutes, a little over 15 minutes. We'll get all of his thoughts on this. We haven't had a chance to laugh at Nico. I mean, at least Dallas has as bad as we do. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
For those wondering as well, Stanley will be at Sky River on Monday.
Hey, let's go. There we go. Let's go.
Says he's a busy man trying to make money like everyone else, but he will be there.
I do that once in a while, man. My bad. Shout out. Where is P-Dub? this is the Minecraft is the nickname for the pattern. So good eyes there. Never played Minecraft before, but I was told that's the nickname for this pattern. Oh, there you go, Rob. There you go. So yeah, you'll have almost as good of a time as we will.
Yeah, my dad called me. I was like, yeah, it sucks you guys aren't on the radio today, huh? I was like, why?
I don't know, man. Sky River is game time. So 5 next Monday night. So 5 o'clock. How come Sabonis doesn't? Oh, should have lost you. Get more flack. I think Sabonis doesn't get flack for the Mike Brown firing because there's like 3 other people with him. He's not standing alone on that. Oh, there you go, B. Perry. That's a good look. That's a good look. Appreciate you, Stephen Brown. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't sure when my person hit me about this one. I was like, She was like, nah, try it. You like it. If you don't like it, send it back. On point. I was a little worried about how it would look on camera, but I guess
Kyle was tapped in yesterday during OT. Big win.
Let's go.
That's nice. The Sharks are fun again.
Let's see what else we got.
Yeah, keep it real. I don't think that Jalen Phillips would have took him over the line. He's going to be a great player, but like Philly's just got more on that defensive line that helped, I think, on Monday night. That we'll see going forward.
All right, here's my question. Do you recall, and like I said, I think I know the answer to this, but do you recall when Eddie Guerrero looked like he had a basically looked like he had a heart attack in the ring?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Work or shoot?
Work.
Yeah, those are work.
Those are work. Yeah. There was an argument online about that. And I was like, when I saw it, because I don't remember it, when I saw it, I was like, man, that might have been some real stuff. And I was reading in the comments, and the one telltale, and people are 100% right, they wouldn't have had the camera on them if it was a shoot.
Yeah, sorry to the Owen Hart thing.
Yeah.
Like they
and that
camera
whole segment,
never pointed at the ring.
Yeah, that whole segment, it was
the crowd.
He was on Owen, but for Eddie, it was like on
it's like when they did the Owen Hart kick Sean in the head thing, and they had Sean fall in the middle of the ring, and the announcers cut off. Camera was just focused there on Sean dying in the middle of the ring.
Well, yeah, Redacted McMahon was blown up in a limo. I was like, yeah, keep the camera on it. Yeah, keep the camera on it. Well, look at the flames, people. Yeah. Kane lit JR on fire. JR came back a month later also.
But I didn't. Yeah, I was gone at that point. I don't remember that. And then somebody did point at it, like, look, they still shot it in there. Like, look at his eyes. His pupils are dilated. They did look a little dilated, but and then I never saw the ref throw up the X. That's the other thing. So I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this was a work.
Okay. Well, everybody knows the plan, I guess, except D'Lo and KC. Well, I'm talking to our buddy Matt George, trying to get him set up for tomorrow. He's got a pod that he's dropping. I don't know if that's tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
looks like he's working on this. Looks like he's dropping it tomorrow. So I'm trying to navigate our time with him for his regular Thursday visits, because he's got some other things going on. So I'll get that squared away with Matt George coming up here soon. Jake Gadon's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. Everybody from all the networks are kind enough to join us here on D'Lo and KC. As a matter of fact, get Dave on the phone. See if we can get Dave to clear this up for us. Obviously, a lot happened yesterday that unfortunately we weren't able to cover with you. 1, tweets. 2, Nico Harrison was fired. You talk about bizarre tweets. Shams Charania tweeted that Nico Harrison is expected to be fired at a 10:30 a.m. Central Time meeting.
Shams tweeted, "You guys will never believe this. Nico's on his way to get fired right now.
That was crazy. That was absolutely. I actually was that. I look. I get it. That you've got a job to do. There had been there was a lot of speculation. I think it was the night before.
Yeah, the owner was there.
Yeah, there was like the Athletic wrote
Talking to some kid.
Yeah, he was
in a
talking
Luka jersey.
He was talking to the kid because the kid flipped him off, and his dad got mad because he flipped him off. So they go apologize to the owner.
But he had a Luka Lakers jersey
Yeah.
on, and like I guess the kid sat down there with the owner and talked to him. But leading in, I think it was leading, or maybe it was coming out of that. The Athletic was reporting, yeah, Nico's gone. It's just, it's not if like Nico is not gonna make it. This is like Anthony Davis is hurt. There's weird stories coming out about that. The disconnect since the trade 9 months ago, it's just he's gone. And so I couldn't decide, is Shams wrong for that?
No, you got to get that one out. The Mavericks are wrong for getting that out before they met with
so
Nico.
So Shams is fine.
Yeah,
Dallas
Shams
is
just did
foul.
his job. Yeah,
He did what he was supposed to do.
I knew someone was wrong.
No, yeah, the
When
Mavs
I
were
knew
wrong.
someone was wrong when I started doing math, and I'm like, wait, 10:30 Central Time. That's an hour away. The man's not even in the meeting yet.
No, yeah, if that was getting out, then you should have had the meeting with him like an hour or two before. This
No,
meeting.
so from the limited experience I have known insiders to be told something. Hey, so and so is going to be fired. The meeting is at 11. Please wait till 11:01. Just wait till we're in the meeting to do it. And if like 11:01, you could do it. Just don't do it before then. I know that happens.
Yeah.
I'm Shams,
look,
buddy. What reason do I have to be
Nico-
like have
Nico
your
was-
back on this?
I'm also, to be clear, I'm sure Nico knew he was being fired.
Probably.
But still, to like, he's listening to Beyonce or whatever, and he gets look, Woj, or Shams. Oh, that's me.
At that point, I'm turning the car around too.
Oh, guys, I'm not feeling well. I can't.
Well,
make
not
it
even
in.
that. Just fax me my papers or something and email it to me. I'm not gonna drive up so you can fire me.
Did you see that NBA Sentinel tweeted that Nico Harrison has been fired 3 days ago?
3 days before.
And then the Woj, the Sentinel is Woj thing.
That's what I'm telling you guys.
Now, if whoever he got his information from, which I don't, this isn't Shams. Shams has a little integrity in the game, so I don't think he would have done this. But if
sorry, no Zach LaVine tonight.
Okay.
Zach LaVine is out. This I'm sure Sean is looking at the injury report, but he just reported Kings will be without Zach LaVine tonight due to a right thigh contusion. Malik Monk with ankle soreness and Domantas Sabonis, that contusion on his rib cage. They're listed as questionable for tonight. Sorry.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I'll just finish this up and then we get back to that. I was just going to say, I don't believe Shams would do something like this. Like I said, he's got integrity out here. But if that conversation happened that you just kind of laid out in this situation and he still tweeted it before the meeting happened, now Shams is in the wrong.
Is that too big of a story though to hold on to for an hour?
Show some respect to the guy that's giving you the information. And he's asking you, say, look, do what you want. Just let us get in the meeting first.
I guess, but I guess like there's that, but also mom just be like, all right, if you're the guy giving the information, wait an hour. Because you know, like,
Well,
I mean, you and Shams probably aren't best of friends.
Well,
like, Shams has no reason to do right by you.
My guess. So again, I don't know how this stuff works. He could have said, like, he could have gotten a call or text or whatever. Hey, we're letting Nico go. We're meeting at 10:30. Shams follows up like a little bit like, no, it's Nico knows. Like, you can, the formal part is taking place at 10:30. Nico knows he's getting.
I mean, what are the odds that the Mavs dropped it because they knew how Mavs fans would react, I guess, to Nico falling on his face or whatever on his way to getting fired? Just kind of turns the feeling a little bit towards the fans being cool with you again.
It was just, yeah,
you dissed Nico like with how you did it. Like Like that's not fans aren't going to care that you did that. If anything, they'll be happy that Nico Harrison kind of got duped on his way out.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
Like I see it as the Mavs.
Was there ever a chance Nico was going to survive after what happened 9 months ago?
No, I didn't feel like it.
Only if Cooper Flag was Luka. Like literally from game one, it was tearing it up.
It didn't feel like it. Hey, the owner, once again, just skating scot-free here. Like, that move had to be co-signed by you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can make the same argument that we do, or some people do. Maybe it's just me out here. It's like, you're letting the basketball person do basketball. You're staying out of the way. But no, you co-signed that. The move of that magnitude had to be signed off. So if you didn't, like, I know you're the basketball guy, but I ain't doing it. I'm the owner guy, and I know this is what's going to do for the basketball team, for my bottom line. All that. No, I'm not doing it. Well, he's skating scot-free nationally. I'm sure in Dallas they're lighting him up. Like, I'm sure the owner's getting everything he deserves in this situation locally. But nationally, we just sitting here talking about Nico. He didn't even have the final say.
So, okay, for an organization that discusses owner meddling a lot, should he have said no? He's not Mark Cuban, right? He's a new owner. Should he have said, you're going to do what? Like, no, absolutely not. Like, also, you're fired.
There was people out there.
Because you can't really, no, I'm sorry, you can't really come back from that.
Right.
Like, hey,
Understand.
Hey, boss, like, I've been working with the Lakers. Oh, really? It's very, it's between us, but we got a deal set up for Luka and Anthony Davis. Oh, we're going to get Anthony Davis here with Luka. That's great. How do we do it? No. We're trading Luka for Anthony Davis. Once you propose that, you can't come back from it.
Yeah.
So if it really is up to the owner to say no, the second sentence has to be, you're fired. You have now rendered yourself useless. I can never trust you again. Get your stuff and get out of my everything.
Yeah.
If it's got a Dallas Mavericks thing on it, it's mine. Get out.
Two answers to that question.
Okay.
As a building a culture and all this other stuff, he probably shouldn't have stepped in.
Okay.
Common sense wise,
right.
He probably should have
Culture
stepped
be
in.
damned.
Like,
call me Vivek Ranadive, bro, because I'm shutting this bitch down.
we talked about it on this show. It's been talked about national shows too and stuff. But what if Nico gave him you can't win a championship with this guy?
That's fine. I'll figure out
I'm sure he
something
made
else
his
to do.
case.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
That's why I guess using that, like, I wouldn't put too much blame on the owner, I guess, because you're letting the basketball guy do the basketball thing. I mean, it was the worst possible thing, but like that's where I guess if it's between the owner and Nico, like
It's
sure that Nico gets heat, but
no. He deserves the damn heat. Anybody with a pulse. No, even I'm not even a Luka fan. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not trading him then.
If you
in that
told
situation, absolutely not.
If you told me his career was exactly the same as it is, with one key exception, at the beginning of his career, his first game in Sacramento, and I'm the owner of a team. I'm the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. The devil appears on my shoulder and says, that guy right there is never going to win an NBA championship. Ever. Not for you, not for anyone. I will go down in flames with LeBron James wearing my team's uniform and everyone wondering if he's going to win a title.
At the very least, I'll be rich.
I'll be rich. My city will be rich. The economic growth will be incredible. That's what I would have done with Luka Doncic. There's so few players that you do that with.
The owner deserves.
I would have done that with Luka.
The owner deserves heat, but I don't think it's like Nico's catching too much. Like this was like Nico's thing too.
No, it
like,
absolutely was.
Nico.
All right, let's stop. We'll come back. We'll talk to Jake Gadon. Probably not so much about this, but more specifically about the Sacramento Kings and a variety of other subjects. When our guy Jake Gadon from CBS 13 joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jake. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, blur that out. Yeah.
No,
Keep doing it like that. So it's blurred out. We don't need to see that crap.
Sit down. God damn it. In fact, I'm leaving.
What's up, Jake?
You know what I'm doing right now?
What you doing?
Trade simulations to see how a Sabonis trade to Golden State works.
Oh no.
Kuminga and
Moody, Buddy.
Damn, you make that much money? Or you need 3 people?
We wouldn't mind sending Sabonis to Golden State too.
Nah, I don't care. It'll make them better, but yeah, I don't care. I'm not. I don't want the Warriors. You know what? We'll talk about this on air. We'll talk about it on air. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, also, just a heads up. I was listening on the way in. Is something up with your signal?
Yeah, it's a little weird on the radio today.
Yeah, I was just throwing that out there so you guys know.
Engineers are working on that. Shout out to our engineers.
Shout out to the engineers. Hey Jesse, how's your Dolphins?
It's whatever, Jake. They win next week against Washington. Maybe we'll start to get a little delusional, but
you beat Buffalo.
Yeah, that was weird. I did not expect that at all. As of right now, I'm a Mike McDaniel fan. I'm out on Tua. Need to rebuild. Need to develop. Get some picks in here.
I'm with you, Mike, my guy.
See if I can show the chatty house something real quick, because I always got something to say about me. Oh, you can only see one, but if y'all look down there in the bottom right corner, you might recognize it, and you can only see one. So if you look, if I tilt the camera down a little bit further, you can see the other ones.
This is a master class.
Don't let this.
This is a master class in deflection.
Don't let this.
Master.
What are we talking about here?
Nobody knows, Jake. Don't worry about it. Master class in deflection.
He basically accuses me of being bougie when his level of bouginess is just as high.
It's okay, Casey. I wanted to get that same backpack for my work backpack because mine needs to, get replaced.
You can afford it.
There's no way.
There is a way. It's not.
You send me that link and I'll see if it's in the budget for the year.
Oh, we can help you. I got you.
Okay. We love that.
I mean, we do have to. It's not cheap, but yeah, we can talk.
Let's talk. I'm down with it. Trying to look good as always.
Yeah, man.
I just bought a Drake May jersey yesterday. Can you guys believe it?
For God's sakes, what a waste of money.
Might be MVP.
He's the MVP.
He definitely might.
I thought you said somebody else. What'd you say about Drake May?
He bought his jersey.
All right, man.
Hey,
he's not going nowhere anytime soon. We know that.
Casey, I watched the whole Sac State game last night.
Hold that thought. I think we're coming back. Hold that thought.
Impressed.
All right, we are back here with our man Jake Gadon from CBS 13. Lots of different things we want to talk with Jake about. If you were watching during the commercial break, he just brought up Sac State basketball. We're going to get to that here. Just a heartbeat. Sac State suffered their first loss of the season yesterday.
Yeah, man. Good game last night. It's a good Santa Barbara team. Mikey.
Shout out Santa Barbara. It's Sac School.
Oh, yeah.
Santa Barbara.
It's a good ball club. It's a good little mid-major ball club, man. It was a good college basketball game last night.
We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. But Jake, let's get you in here on the Kings conversation. If you can see, the sky is falling as we head into the second night of a back-to-back with Atlanta here. A lot has been said, tweeted, stated by Doug and others. And then they go out there and lose to Denver. Jake, your overall sentiments on where Sacramento is here 11 games into the season.
Well, first off, let's start with Doug's pregame presser, which I thought was just bizarre. Like, what's that coming from? Where is it coming from? And he clarified after the game that it wasn't directed at any specific media member or anybody in general. It was a blanket statement. No one says the things that he said without being tipped off to something and being frustrated with something that someone said. So I am intrigued to see what was the tipping point for Doug to say that statement. and then for his team to go out and compete for 38 minutes once again, and then let off the gas for 10 minutes in the end of the third, start of the fourth quarter, and lose again to another great team in the NBA. Sky's not falling for me, though, guys, because this is the expectation I had for this team. This is the toughest part of their schedule. They are playing right to where I thought they were going to play. Again, as I've stated at the beginning of the season, they have a ton of great individual players on this team. And if you were making a fantasy basketball roster, this would be a great fantasy basketball roster. But in the NBA, when you're building a team, these pieces do not work, and you're starting to see it night in and night out. DeMar DeRozan is playing out of position. Zach LaVine is not getting enough shots. Dennis Schroeder doesn't feel comfortable. The offense is not revolving around Domantas Sabonis anymore. And defensively, they do not have the personnel for what Doug Christie wants them to do. This is straight fact, and as Doug would say, period. That is where this team is at. So, if you're looking in the future right now, they're going to still evaluate. They're still in the evaluation period. I know there's been plenty of reports out for the past couple of days of this team's going to blow it up by December. Still in the evaluation period. You got to give it to Christmas time to start making some decisions on what direction you take with this team. I think when 2026 hits, we'll have a very clear picture of the direction of this team is going to go. Either they're going to offload salary and go young, or try to rebuild and retool with some smaller moves or moves with some of their guys. Because in the NBA right now, it is hard to trade your star players. It's hard to trade contracts like Domantas Sabonis, and it's hard to trade guys like Zach LaVine. But like DeMar DeRozan is a guy that can be moved. But right now, sky is falling for the Beam team in terms of their fan base. But for me, this is exactly where I thought they were going to be.
Jake, when you talk about the evaluation process still going on with this team, and like reports of that came out yesterday or the day before about they're ready to rebuild and blow it up, that's the approach has kind of been the same, it feels like, since Scott Perry took over. This is not a new approach. Like, I don't think they had a seismic shift in mentality after going 3-7. Like, this is what they've been doing as far back as this summer. When you talk about the Jonathan Kuminga trade, yeah, we're going to take a shot, but we're not giving up anything that we don't want to in this situation. So, like, do you feel the same way? Have you heard the same things, that the approach has been the same since the summer with this team?
That's the thing I really do love about this front office now, is they're taking a systematic approach to it and being poignant with what moves they're going to make. They are not going to make irrational moves. They are not going to do what they did last year and trade their star player like De'Aaron Fox and try to get another star player in Zach LaVine and bring in a guy that is, quite honestly, you thought was untradeable. So I think they're very diligent and direct with what moves they're going to make. And what that looks like, I could not tell you, because I still think they're in the evaluation period. But you were absolutely right, Casey. They are right now following the same plan that they had at the beginning of the season. And you can dress it up all you want with whatever different sound bites that Doug wants to give, but the direction is still the same. They are still going to try to play hard every single night. They're going to see if it can work with this group. But the more games they lose, the more ideas of what this team is actually looking like, then more moves will be made. But they're in an evaluation period right now. They're not making any distinct moves next week or the week after or the week after that. And if they do, it would be a shock to me.
This, you said you're not surprised Sky's not falling. This is what you expected. Is there a single redeeming quality to this basketball team as it's constructed right now?
No. Because I don't understand what type of offense they're trying to run. And defensively, I don't understand what type of defense they're trying to run. There's not. I want to ask you one thing, guys, and I'm still scratching my head with this. What's one good thing this team does well?
They can score the basketball well. I just think they don't focus on it.
How do they score the basketball well? Pick and roll offense? No.
Well, I don't want to say that how doesn't matter. Like, they can score the basketball, and they can. Do they do it right now at a high level on a week in, week out basis? No, but as I was going to say, I think that's because they're focused on trying to be something else and be all encompassing. No, lean into what your strength is. I know you want to defend and you have to defend, and this may not be winning basketball. And I understand that you may not be winning basketball no matter what you do, but at least try to lean into what you can do best. And that's score the basketball, implement an offense, implement a way that gets up and down the court a little bit. They don't do that. Like, that's their best chance, and they don't even lean into that.
I still think offensively there's clunkiness in that offense. I think it's a lot of solo ball, what Russ and Zach do very well, which is just one-on-one offense and try to take it to the 10 or go one-on-one with your defender. There's no flow in the offense a lot of the time. And then there's the guy that's running the offense, and Dennis Schroeder is afraid to shoot right now. Like, what? He's like 1 for 16 this past 3 games. When you play half-court offense, they're really bad at it. Now, I agree, Casey. Should they lean into the offense more? I think they should. They're 26th or 27th in defense right now, defensive rating. The starting group has, a net rating of -18 or something like that. I didn't look up the stats after last night's game, but I think they need to lean into the offense, but I don't think they'll do that because Doug Christie is a defensive guy. I again, stuck in a rock and a hard place. Like, I would love to give you like some positivity about everything, but like, this is just where it is. Like, it's a poorly constructed team because of what they had to do last year. And because of that, the style of play they want to run, they don't have the personnel to run it. And until you start either playing to what your personnel's strengths are or finding personnel that can play to the way you want to play, we're still going to be in this middle of nowhere gray area until something happens like that.
Did they set Doug up to fail?
No, because I think Doug knows that this is not a 1-year rebuild. He's not getting a 1 year and figure it out. Next year, if this continues to happen and we run out the same stuff, then yes, I think they set Doug up to fail. But Doug and Scott are inheriting an issue that wasn't their problem. Like, the situation that we're at is not anybody else's problem but the ownership and the former general manager. Former general manager couldn't manage up and couldn't make big decisions, especially after that first Beam team year where they made the playoffs and tried to add to the roster and thought Sasha Vesenkov was going to be the almighty, God sent for that second year. And then when things didn't go well, especially last year, instead of, trying to wait things out and be patient with it, they hit the panic button and sent off, like I said, De'Aaron Fox for pebbles. And then, sent, what's his name, over to Miami. Blanking his name right now. Point guard. Yeah, Davion Mitchell to Miami for nothing. Like, there's just, they inherited a really awful situation. And Doug is trying to have them play hard, which I respect the hell out of. And he's trying to make it work with the personnel that he has. But until he has the right personnel for the style of play he wants to play, this is going to be the result. And I think he'll get that maybe next year, maybe after this trade deadline where they free up money or free up or get better personnel in there. But right now, Scott Perry's got to work his magic. And I've seen it happen before. He's done it in Detroit. He's done it in New York. I think he can do it in Sacramento. I have a lot of faith in that man because I've seen it happen. I think patience right now, which is something the Kings fans do not have, is what they need.
Zach LaVine's not nothing. Like, you may have had a vision of what a De'Aaron Fox trade should look like, but Zach LaVine's not nothing.
And it probably wouldn't have looked the way people think it would have looked.
Yeah, but you're gonna Steph Castle? That's a guy that you could have
Why would the Spurs trade Steph Castle? Why would they do that?
You sound like Twitter. Stop.
No, But they needed to get more than just Zach LaVine for De'Aaron straight up. At least some first-round picks out of that.
You weren't going to get that for a guy who wanted to go to one place. You weren't going to get that.
But why couldn't we take the patient approach and reevaluated that at the offseason and seeing if we could have gotten more?
That's fine. The season almost certainly would have gone to hell. But
it did go to hell. Nothing changed.
Oh, we were already in hell.
They were in the play-in. They wouldn't even been in the play-in.
I'm fine with that. I'd rather you got a better lottery pick.
I'm not saying that any of that is wrong. I think one of the things that
I don't think the San Antonio trade would have been there. By the way, sorry, I'm very sorry.
You're
the
fine.
San Antonio trade wouldn't have been there so you would have been open to a whole other host of issues. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and we talked about it a number of different times. I don't know what. Nobody knows. I could be wrong too. I don't know what people think this De'Aaron Fox trade would have looked like. Like you getting this haul back for De'Aaron Fox and this young player that makes 40 cents. So the contracts don't even match up. I don't believe you are getting what people think you were getting for De'Aaron Fox.
So you think the De'Aaron Fox trade is the best trade we were going to get with Zach LaVine?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I was saying at the same time, that doesn't mean you just make the trade then or you don't wait around. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that. But number one, I don't think you're getting a better player than Zach LaVine in that situation. I don't think that you're getting this young prospect that you think you might have got for De'Aaron Fox. Number one, because the money need to be matched up too. Now, you might have got like a Devin Vassell and what's his name? Keon Johnson. You might have got that. I don't know if you're getting no picks or nothing like that, but you might have got something like that. And they got shorter term contracts, although Vassell's contract just started, but it's still cheaper. And you might have been able to maneuver that way. But there ain't no way in hell you was getting Steph Castle.
But here's the other thing.
Johnson, my bad.
Okay, here's the other thing, Jake, is you could take a patient approach if you want to. The owner wanted a certain player, and he got him. So that's a whole other issue to discuss and be dealt with. But this wasn't the front office going, well, we've got to get this deal done. Like there were people in this organization who wanted Zach LaVine on this team. This was their only opportunity to get Zach LaVine on this team, and they used it.
I understand that, and that's where I make the reference of managing up. Like, you've got to manage up with this. Like, you say, hey, I understand you like Zach LaVine as a player, but does that work and does that fit of what we're trying to do? Like, they forgot when they traded for Zach LaVine that if you trade away De'Aaron Fox, your starting point guard, you don't have another point guard on the roster. Simple as that. So, like, when you make one trade for another, you have to look at the full ramifications of it. Like, yes, I do think that Zach LaVine is a very solid player in the NBA, and I think he definitely has contributed to the Kings. I'm not going to knock on him whatsoever in that. But what I will knock is how, if you wanted Zach, you don't think he was going to be there this offseason still and then made another decision on where you wanted to go at point guard? Like, that was the biggest issue at the end of last season. They didn't have a point guard at all.
Well, the biggest issue was you were dealing with a bunch of people that didn't care about what happened.
Yeah, that too.
And that's why that trade went down the way. Like, Vivek wanted a player. He had a GM that probably should have been fired at that moment, but he told the GM who knew he was going to be fired make this trade. All right, I'll make the trade, whatever. I don't really care what I get back. I'm not saying my problem no more. You want Zach, I'll go get him for a bag of peanuts or whatever that you want. It doesn't matter. You had a bunch of people, Wes Wilcox, all these guys who didn't care about the future of what was going on. So who was going to step in front of the owner and tell him, like, this is how you get it done? Like, there wasn't going to be nobody to do that. Nobody cared.
Speaking of the owner, what do you think it means that, I think it was 2 days ago against the OKC Thunder, stays for the whole, that man is in his seat all game. I mean, every game, all game, doesn't leave. I think Matt George put the video out there that he was sitting there with Scott Perry the whole entire time and left to the third quarter and didn't return. Like, do you think that means anything?
I don't. No, like I don't watch Vivek Ranadive game film. So I don't know what his behaviors are from game to game. I know he's locked in. If he gets up and leaves, like whatever, maybe he's fed up of watching this basketball team too. I just don't know what him getting up and leaving would mean. He doesn't like the team? Like, cool. Like most people there don't. But then what?
The thing that I would say is, and to everybody's point is, I don't think he left during Puke Guy game. Like he's there all the time for the
Well, he
whole
did
game.
something else after Puke Guy.
Well, maybe he was ready to do that again.
Well,
because
he would have. There would have been a problem if he did that.
Absolutely, but I don't know. I don't know what it means outside of he was just fed up with the product on the floor. I'm not saying he, oh man, now we need to make trades today or something like. I don't think necessarily that was the case, but it did stand out that he went out and got, like they all got up at the same time. I don't know what that meant, but they all, like I used the analogy the other day. If I'm pissed off watching the game, I'm not gonna be like, man, I'm pissed off. D-Lo, come on, let's go. I'm gonna just get up and leave.
Come on,
like
D-Lo.
I'm gonna just be like, man, I'm out of here. Like, what am I telling these other two guys? The two guys that work for me, come on, let's go. Like, unless I want to vent or whatever.
Well, what if Scott said, "Hey, let's go talk"?
Could be the case. But
That's what I always think. That's literally what I'm
Sure.
saying. Hey,
Sure.
let's go talk. We tried your way. We're gonna try mine.
It's
Yeah.
always been Scott's way, at least so far.
It's just so far. That doesn't mean he's got full autonomy. Like sometimes, like I feel,
He's got
I
a
don't
long-
believe he has full autonomy until he starts making some significant.
Here's the thing, Vivek. We might be out of Vivek players.
Yeah.
He liked DeMar. He likes Zach. We might be out. Like he got Buddy. He got all of the little guys that we've always heard so much about. He might be out. There just might not be any more. So he may just be like, "Hey guys, I'm fresh out of ideas. It's on you now." I don't know.
I've gone through all the players I like.
Scott Perry telling him, "Great, let's start with you wearing a suit to the game, pal." We'll see you later. I don't know, man. Oh, Polo, it's a great point. You're right. Kyle Kuzma's still not here. That's a good point. That's my
Go get
bad.
him. Go get him.
That's my bad. He took everyone to the back, said, "All right, guys, I got one last idea to make this all work." Kyle Kuzma.
Come on, Lilo. Okay, Kyle.
Jesus, man. At least we can laugh at it.
Oh
Laugh
yeah,
at our pain.
that's all we can do. That's all we can do. We can't. We ain't got no say so on how this stuff plays out, man. We just gotta get through it. Whether that's the reloading, rebuilding, whatever. Just got to get through it and get to the point where we see the winning basketball again.
I just want them to be a top 5 pick in the lottery. That's where I'm at right now.
That would be fun. I don't know if we can get there though. There's some.
Let's not pretend like there isn't potential heartache with that too.
Yeah.
But there's some good prospects this year.
Sure.
Some great prospects this year.
Sure.
I mean, there's prospects. To be honest with you, you might get into double digits before you get like, this guy isn't as good as a prospect. Like they got 10, 11, 12 guys in this draft that look to be pretty good. I don't know if they're Hall of Famers or nothing like that, but they got some really good players in this draft deeper into the lottery than normal.
If I'm Kings fans, I would watch a lot of ACC basketball this year. Let's just put it that way.
I don't think I've ever seen this many seats available for a Sacramento Kings game before.
How much are they rolling right now?
Lower level you can get for $150. Let me go all the way down by the Kenny seats. I mean, it's 3 rows up. Kenny would never. Those are still expensive. Well, expensive relative.
You go on one of the secondary sites right now, you get it for $45. It's at lower level.
Well, you could lower level. Well, you can
Yeah.
get in the Drew the Local guy seat. So go to the secondary sites because you can get in the Drew the Local guy seat for $43.
Hey,
That's on Ticketmaster though. That's on Ticketmaster.
There's a KC seat about $63 tonight.
KCC.
Hey, wow!
It means right there on the court, Kenny.
Wow!
I don't think it's right there on the court, but it says row A. So
Don't act like you don't know.
courtside.
We saw you there again last night.
I want to be like Kenny when I grow up.
What are you talking about? I was far from the damn courtside last night. Far from it.
Yep, I found a $23 seat. for tonight.
Lower level.
No.
Oh.
But
Hey,
it's
guys,
not
you know-
the local guy seed either.
You prefer another name, by the way, Trey Young. That's another Vivek guy that he loves.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about earlier when I said he ain't running the show. Scott doesn't like him.
Yeah.
And they allegedly had an opportunity.
Oh, why not?
Like,
Allegedly. Yeah.
Allegedly.
You want to touch on Sac State before you go? We were talking about that during the commercial break, man. That was a nice little ball game from those guys last night. They took first loss of the season, but a great performance from UC Santa Barbara. But yeah, even in a loss, Sac State continues to be all over the basketball in social media channels.
Yeah.
No, I'm impressed with Sac State. I UCSB, as Casey was saying in the break, is a good little mid-major. I think they'll make the tournament this year. They have some guys on that team that have playoff or have March Madness experience. A guy like Aiden Mahaney, who played for UConn last year. So that's a good little squad right there, and I was impressed with them. When it comes to Sac State, Mikey Williams finally showed, how good he could be. I think there was a post-game quote from Joe Davidson, our good guy, Joe D at the Sac B, who said that Mike Bibby has taught Mikey really how to work his game off of a pick and roll and a pick and pop, and how it's transformed his game a little bit and continues to mold it better. 30 points for Mikey last night. Bear Cherry almost had a double-double. Guy that I'm really keeping an eye on, though, I am really impressed with, is Prophet Johnson. Prophet, or PJ as they like to call him, has been playing some really good lights-out offense. I think the biggest question for this team moving forward is how well they play defense. If they can play defense at least a high level for half the game, offensively, they're going to be fantastic. Like, I have no question about it. And when you look at the Big Sky, I'm still sitting there and saying, I think they can run the table in that Big Sky conference and at least get a 1 to 3 seed in that conference tournament. But I'm impressed. The biggest thing I'm impressed, though, and Casey, you've been there. I've yet to be there yet. And I don't know, Dame, if you've been to a game, but I am impressed with Hornet Pavilion and just the crowds that have been showing up for these games. I'm excited to see, when it gets to a really, really big game, especially when conference play comes, how much of a home field advantage or home court advantage that takes for Sac State. But they have some really good non-conference games coming up. I think Baylor on the road they have. I believe maybe UCLA on the road in a couple weeks. Those might be losses, but I still think those games really are going to tell how great this team is. And I'm intrigued with Mikey Williams. If that dude stays healthy, that guy can get a bucket wherever he wants to on the court.
Yeah, he's getting more and more comfortable with each game. We talked about it a little bit last night, Jake. No shader.
It was Sunday night. Last night was Tuesday.
No, we talked last night.
Oh, did you? Oh, I thought you was talking about Sports Sunday.
No, sorry. Hey, just
a day off. Got you too.
JC and I were wondering this. James, 8 o'clock start last night. What time did you go to bed?
Oh, the second the game ended. The absolute second it was over. And I struggled like about midway through that fourth quarter. I was
so you're one eye open, one eye closed, basically type of thing in bed?
No, I was in bed. I had it on the computer with the AirPod in my ear, but yeah, it was just a lot of jotting stuff down at 10 o'clock, just begging for it to end.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Casey. Sorry, that
No, you guys are funny. No, you got jokes. It's fine.
We were right. We were asking in the third quarter. I think Dame's probably asleep by now. He's like, yeah.
No. If the beginning of the fourth quarter had been the end of the second, I would have. I'll watch it in the morning. But it was I thought it was a fun game to watch until the start of the fourth. Then it's like I just want to go to sleep.
Went all bad at that point.
Yeah,
went all bad. No, Jake, I was just gonna say we had talked about this is the best Sac State basketball team in a long time. I don't know what that means. I'm not guaranteeing they get to the tournament, but I mean, in the last 5 to 8 to 10 years, this is the best men's Sac State basketball team they've had. So we'll see if that's enough to, like you said, get them a top 3 seed in the Big Sky and make a run for the tournament.
Jake, we'll see. We'll see you tonight.
We'll see you tonight. And then, guys, guess what? Both of you on Sports Sunday.
Let's go,
Red Zone
baby.
chat is over, baby. We're going live at 7 o'clock. We don't have
Let's
to bring
go,
any high
baby.
school kids this week. We're so excited. All right.
We're ready. We're ready. We're ready. Appreciate you as always, Jake. Thank you,
Hey,
my
go
man.
Patriots. Drake
All right,
May
Oh,
for
shut
MVP.
up.
Okay.
For goodness
Drake
sake.
May for MVP.
Okay, goodbye.
See you later.
You stupid Patriots are talking about I got a Drake May jersey today. Get out of here, man. We'll come back. There's more Kings basketball. It's Wednesday. James will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. It's Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got to get out. Oh, they got a 1 o'clock on a Sunday. I should get out to that game.
Yeah,
that's tough. Got the
Day off yesterday messed me up so bad. I saw a couple of coworkers and said, "How was your weekend?"
Yeah, right.
Well, you didn't see him on Monday.
Fair enough. Yeah, good point.
Oh man, it's gonna be tough to see Mike's crew. They play Sunday. Then they got a Tuesday game. Probably won't be able to pull that one off. And I'll have to wait till January.
Yeah, they're not here much the rest of this year.
They're not here. They are not in Sacramento in December.
No.
But of course the break
Yeah.
is in there. So it looks like I will be watching them take on Northern Arizona on Thursday night, January 15th. That looks like the game I'll be at.
Those Saturday home games are night games. That's going to be fun.
Northern Colorado's a couple days after that.
The rain is so trash. I just looked. It really is going to rain 6 out of the next 7 days.
No,
That's
beautiful.
garbage.
Nah, rain's beautiful.
You like walking in the rain?
Nah,
You like being outside in the rain?
That's not my favorite.
Exactly.
Not my favorite.
We got to get in our cars and come to work still.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's why we got to work outside.
I already wasn't going to be able to go to the Sac State football game on Saturday. But now that it's going to rain, definitely won't be going to the Sac State.
Should have predicted it.
Rain is cool as long as I don't need to go outside.
What time do we need to be there tomorrow? Do you know?
I don't. I'll figure that out, or I'll find that out.
Y'all really got me up all week. Part of me feels bad for Anthony Davis. Like, he's a good ball player, but he's going to be remembered for his injuries.
Yeah, I mean,
he won a title.
Yeah.
Like, whether people like that or not, like, he won a title. But
one of the great basketball players the game has seen, man. But
certainly one of the most unique.
It's always going to be a thought of what could have been, if he would have.
And he's tied to Luka forever. Like, that's not his fault.
What more could he have achieved?
He could have been.
Oh,
the
he
best
could have
player
been
on a championship team, won
Yeah.
multiple championships.
That's because because he got the top 75. He's got a ring. Like he still had a great career,
Hall of Fame career. But he could have.
But he could have been the guy.
Yeah, I don't want to, because we ain't never seen nothing like this. I was about to say he could have potentially been like what Wemby was, but Wemby's different. But like a light version of that. Like, yo, this is the guy. MVP. Like, he was never an MVP. But it is kind of splitting hairs. Like, he had a Hall of Fame career.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he got top 75 still. He's one of the 75 greatest players ever.
I'll be at the game tonight. If you're pulling up to the Golden One Center, look for the Westfield Galleria at Roseville tent. You could come through. You could win prizes. All you got to do is scan the QR code. You can win prizes instantly. You also enter to win a $250 gift card. We're giving out 25 of those over the course of 4 games during this season. There's going to be a hot shot activation on the court. It's pretty dope. Scan, play, win, and look for Westfield Galleria at Roseville and me tonight at the Golden One Center. Katie wanted to come tonight's game. I said that's perfect because the next game is like the next one I'm doing. This is the Lakers game. So that's not going to be really an easy ticket to get. So I was like, let's look to see, what it will cost to get you into the Atlanta Hawks on the second night of a back-to-back. Of course, the season going the way that it did. We were just talking to Jake about seats that are available for tonight's game. Jesse mentioned the secondary site. So I went to SeatGeek.
Yeah.
I didn't realize in the $22 ticket that I was looking at, it's actually $14 for the ticket and $8 worth of fees.
Oh, man.
It's a $14 ticket to see the Sacramento Kings tonight.
Mm.
And Drew, the local guy, will still be sitting behind you. Damn shame, man. It's a damn shame.
Hey, man, it is affordable to see the Kings right now. I don't know if you want to go see them, but it's affordable.
Well, I mean, sometimes we take for granted, just showing up at the Golden One Center. That's what we do. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people who have not been to the Golden One Center. There are plenty of people who have not seen the Sacramento Kings play basketball. So there are plenty of people who haven't been inside that arena. So here's your chance.
You see Anthony Edwards for a cheap ticket coming up.
Yeah, probably.
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Don't want to be too dramatic about it, but I saw a cool little tweet. There's a sign in Lambeau Field, I think, as you're going in the tunnel as you're a player.
Okay.
And it says, it's a big sign that says, today is somebody's bucket list. I was like,
that's dope. That's a great sign.
Kind of remind you, like,
that's a great sign.
Go out there and play. Like, this may be the one time somebody gets a chance to see a football game in this storied stadium. Like, go treat it that way.
But that's awesome.
Yeah,
I don't know
if that would be in the Golden One Center.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what sign are we gonna put in Golden One?
Well, yeah.
Less people are showing up each game.
Today somebody was giving these tickets.
Yeah.
Today someone paid $14 for this ticket. But to be fair, the Garden. Would there be any NBA arena that's a bucket list arena? Like Lambeau has like a lot of history attached to it. Like I don't think, it used to be Staples. What is it?
Crypto.
Thank you. Like, is that like, I don't think that doesn't even have the prestige I think that the Forum does. Like, I want to go to the Forum. I've never been there.
Right.
The Garden does. Does any other basketball arena have that?
No, it's more like bucket list is for the players. Like you want to see LeBron or Giannis or Jokic.
Okay,
that's the bucket list in the NBA.
Yeah, for the NBA, it's more of that, like Curry. I want to see. Hell, my son, he told me, man, I just thought about what he actually said. It's like, all right, son. He's like, I ain't even had a chance to see my GOAT. You got to go take me to go see my GOAT before he retires. Yeah, settle down, son.
Oh, he's talking about LeBron.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that little punk ass kid was talking about LaMelo. I was about to say, hey, this has gone too far. Way too far.
Hey, talking about Bron.
Okay. That's a smart man, Reese, right there.
Let's
get him out here to see the King.
Settle down.
Why don't you take him?
I'm gonna take him. I'm gonna take him, but the whole GOAT, all the like. All right, man. Did you see Jordan on NBC?
Hit the button.
Did you see Jordan on NBC?
Reese and his dad seeing his favorite team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Where is it? Right here.
Okay. Lake Charlotte.
There you go.
The hell? Neither one of us like them.
No, Reese going to see his GOAT with playing for his dad's favorite team. Excuse me.
Okay.
Well, we don't even know that's well. The next time Reese pulls up, if he still talks to you, because he might not, he's very shady that way. Ask him where he's from.
Well, I've heard he's from LA.
Oh yeah. And he'll tell you.
He'll let
no,
you know.
No, I'm from LA. My parents moved.
Who's his baseball team?
I don't even know. Oh, good question. That's right. That's right.
And he's a Niner fan.
That's right. That was a battle, right? It was because the missus is Cowboys.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
And you fought tooth and nail to keep him away from. Yeah.
I had to do what I
Mama,
had to
don't
do.
let your baby grow up to be a cowboy.
I had to do what I had to do.
You said Reese is a 49er fan?
Yes.
Which sport is Reese like watching the least? The Jazz just throw you the one that she didn't care about?
Nah, I mean, you don't really watch. That's the problem. You don't watch a lot of sports. You'll play them, but he don't sit there and watch. He'll watch basketball.
He's probably at that age where he doesn't want to sit around and watch all day.
Yeah. He keeps up with.
He does the Adam
social media
Silver
and stuff like
yeah,
that.
he does it the Adam Silver way.
But he don't really sit down and watch. He'll watch basketball more than anything, but he don't watch football, and he definitely don't watch baseball.
Did he get to meet Mikey the other night?
No, he tried to a bunch of times. He kept because
Mikey.
No, that's literally what he was.
Mikey!
He was because we were courtside, so his thing was we were when I'm there.
We saw it.
I'll say it.
Now that there's photographic evidence, you can't deny it.
His whole thing was during a free throw. Mikey's a point guard. He'd be hanging out in the backcourt. He'd have a conversation with Mikey when somebody else is taking a free throw, and he was getting flustered because every time there was a free throw, Bibby would always call Mike over.
Oh, come on,
Mike.
Bro,
what are you doing? Man, I'm never going to talk to Mikey. And he never talked to Mikey.
Oh, the play, coach.
Gotta get him courtside again.
Real quick, was I tripping last night? Well,
Probably.
2 things.
Okay.
Was Sixers Celtics not on NBC?
Yeah, that was frustrating. So the way I understand this is that we're only gonna get the Pacific time primetime game. Like we don't get like
the
East.
coast to coast doesn't mean nonstop.
I was going on YouTube TV. It's like, I don't get Channel 3 anymore. It's like, no, I got to go to Peacock for that.
I don't get Channel 3 anymore. That's crazy. No, YouTube's just cut everything off. You know what I saw this morning? But what an ending to that game, by the way. What an ending to
they've all been like that.
Was it Heat? Was it Heat Sixers? The alley-oop?
Oh, yeah.
Wiggins got that, yeah.
Heat Cavs.
Heat
Cavs. Donovan Mitchell hit a shot right before that,
Yeah, that was crazy. And then the alley-oop. So, yeah, I was a little confused by that.
So, just as Paul George is ramping up, now Joel has to ramp down.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Good luck, Joel.
Yeah. But, yeah, I was confused by that. And then I was on Twitter, and I kept seeing everybody saying, oh, man, the Kings back on NBC, first time since 2002. And then I saw the clip. It was like Marv Albert did the intro. And I was like, oh, all right, Marv. All right. Damn, Marv was on there. Okay. First of all, it sounded like me doing an impression of Marv Albert.
Oh, geez.
That's what it sounded like. Then second of all, did you guys see this? Did you see the intro?
I didn't. I tuned in when the starting lineup started.
Okay.
It wasn't the best intro, maybe.
Yeah, I was like, so did you see it? I was like, hey, Marv, relax.
This team has been going through it for the last 20 years.
I said, bro, okay, so who wrote this? Calm the hell down. You were excited at first, and then it got disrespectful.
Yeah, it was a conversation on Twitter I saw.
Oh, so they was talking about
that. Yeah, it was noticed on Twitter.
I said, come on, man, what the hell is this? It was a little disrespectful from Marv, man. I appreciate that.
Local guy might have it.
Local guy might have it.
Yeah, I think I saw that's where I saw it.
And NBA on NBC too. They got it.
Do they? Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll talk. God damn it.
I thought the Kings at 8:00 was great, by the way, yesterday. I didn't
really?
hate it. I didn't hate it. It's late. It's late, but I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. Like, I'm laying down watching the game. I was chilling.
I did not enjoy
Once it got to double digits and the game was over, I was like, all right, I'm going to sleep. It was fine.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know what to say, man. I didn't enjoy it.
I'll take sports all day if I can get it.
It's
Marv Albert gets you set for Nuggets Kings. Wow, what a bizarre statement that is.
Yeah, this
all right, let's see what we got here. NBC.
Yep. The Sacramento Kings can trace their franchise origins back to 1923, further than any other NBA team. They won the NBA title as the Rochester Royals in
Hang on.
1951.
1 second.
Look at that history.
So no. That's what an NBA team looked like when the Kings won. Was the league integrated? Are they holding beers? Is that what I'm looking at? And what is that guy at the end doing? Because that looks like a Black Power salute. I could be wrong, but this is the new rule. If this is what the league looked like when the Kings won the title, it doesn't count.
How many
we
titles did you take from the Celtics?
We can't give
Well,
it back.
you at least had Bill Russell.
Yeah, we can't give it back though. That's all we got. We can't give it back.
All right. Well, just know this is what you're repping right here.
Well,
pal.
I'm not repping it. I'm just saying we can't give it back.
Casey, who's your favorite player in this picture right here?
Bucky. Because one of those guys' names is Bucky.
Davies. Shout out Davies.
It's
my boy.
Two free tosses, break tie, and closing seconds of Thriller.
Free tosses. Free tosses is crazy.
This is terrible. Look at that team. Look at that team. They're wearing.
Oh my God! They got belts.
They got. Bam!
Bro, they got belts.
Bro, these are dodgeball uniforms.
Crazy?
Why do they all look like Robin in the Batman and Robin?
Oh, that's a good call. That's a good call right there.
Man.
Man. But shout out to Marv though. He's giving us history. Like,
it's history.
It's history. You know what I'm saying? We feel, hey, this is great, man. Marv talking about the Kings and the history. Press play. I want to hear more.
Rochester Royals in 1951.
Wow.
But in
Marv some tea?
Sacramento, they're the Kings without.
Wait, hey,
and have not won a playoff series in over 2 decades.
What?
Their lone appearance inside of that was in 2023.
The hell?
same year the Denver Nuggets finally won their first championship, led by Nikola Jokic.
Sit on the
What a beautiful find.
I told you. What the hell was that?
Come on now.
Oh.
I mean, just
Okay, first of all, that was so
Come on
disrespectful.
Come on
Look at
now.
what he did to Dumb Man.
They gave him a haircut.
He might as well have called him
Come
a
on
bitch
now.
since he did that. Look at that. That is absurd.
Come
He
on
gave
now.
that boy a haircut.
He did it on
with that
purpose, too.
Now a 3-time MVP.
Yeah, that was it. That was it on the King.
Told you, Marvin just said, yeah, these guys have been through it for about 20 years, still going through it. Nuggets are here.
Hey, can I look at the face of the league right there? That's the face of the. That is the best player in professional basketball.
That picture on the right is we're still doing this.
He
that's
looks like Gunther's tag team partner.
That is him.
I'm sorry, I just can't get over this.
The Kings started in Rochester.
Can I tell you something? You sound more like Marv Albert than Marv Albert did.
Who do we think the best player is here?
Davies.
Am I bugging? Is this look at how marked this picture is so old. It's marked and they couldn't get a clean version of it. The Seagrams?
I'm looking them up right now.
Yeah, I went.
I'm sorry.
I was very upset.
I'm sorry.
They were a semi-pro team.
Davies' free tosses are killing me.
When they went to the footage, I said, "Wait, what the hell's going on here?"
Champions of basketball world. So just make sure we got this right. The first highlight they show is Robert Horry.
Yeah, they showed the flag.
No Jason Williams.
Like,
There's
oh
the
yeah,
flag,
the Kings are back.
and then Robert Horry.
Not even Vladdy getting the rebound.
And then they're walking into haven't won in 20 years. The last time they were in the playoffs, they got eliminated by the Warriors.
They could have shown a Jay Will pass. They could have shown Mike.
And if we're showing lowlights, like you should have just did Draymond stomping on Sabonis for that one.
I was pissed when I finally saw that.
They went straight from Rochester to Robert Horry.
Bro,
that was pretty bad.
Marv, you my boy. How could you do that? How could you do that, Marv?
That was pretty hurtful.
What's the producers who did them dirty?
Well, Marv could have stepped in. He said, "I had good times in Sacramento."
Yeah, he doesn't remember them though. He's probably like
what's the best highlight?
What's the line? What's the line that this is before who he is now? What Ye said when he said, "Got a little freaky at the hotel." Yes, Marv Albert.
Yeah, Marv.
Marv was getting it in.
Is Marv the fella who bit someone?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
Marv.
freaky at the hotel.
What's that weirdo sportscaster that bit somebody?
Marv Albert.
See, that's it. See, you didn't even see that episode.
No, that's the super fans. I haven't seen
you
the super
seen the
fans.
super
I haven't
fans,
seen the
and
super
It's
fans.
the regular episode.
It's a super fan. No, we'll be coming soon enough. We'll be
The
coming
funny
in here and
thing
talk
is-
about that instead of
The funny thing, the funny thing is, if that Marv Albert story dropped today, no one would care.
no.
If he bit someone?
No, yeah, like if he was wearing women's clothing and was, nibbling on his partner,
Wait, that was part of it too?
yeah. No, I'm telling you, I don't think anyone would care.
I just heard he bit somebody.
got a little freaky at the hotel.
Hey, Marv,
like Marvin.
hey,
Yes. That's what he said. Got a little freaky
Hey.
at the hotel like Marvin. Yes.
If the Kings were playing better, we wouldn't be talking about Marv Albert biting people right now.
No. Damn. I don't know. Look, I don't know when we're going to see good basketball from the Kings. I'm talking about years from now. Get ready. Buckle up, Kings fans. Buckle up.
This city's defining moment is that effing shot. That's tough. That's tough. It says something about Kings fans, man, because they still here.
Yeah, man.
Well, the ones that didn't defect to San Francisco, they're still here.
They still riding.
Yeah,
they still
man.
riding. We still trying to.
And it
figure
appears
this out.
it appears their resolve is going to be tested again.
What is the right path, I guess, to get them back on track? Is it because like
A dedicated one.
Well-
That's the right path. A dedicated one that's going to take time, and everybody understands that.
looking at it right now too, because like I was a fan of the John Morant move when we were talking about it, but like just now at this point, it's like, is that really what this team needs? Do they just need to get to the draft and finally get the right guy?
I mean, yes, but it's all encompassing.
You need all of the above.
Yeah, it's all encompassing. So it's getting John Morant isn't the key piece. It's not the finishing piece. It's a piece. You need to get a job. You need to find one or two really good players in the draft. You need to find the complementing players around whoever you draft and the star that you bring in. Like it's all a puzzle, and each piece represents getting closer to the completion of the puzzle. But it's not going to be one giant piece that's going to fill in the whole picture. It's a couple of different pieces.
And you got to add after John stuff. I just wonder, like, just the concerns, like, that doesn't play much. Is that just what the Kings need to look at right now? Or, like, literally, is it just kind of play the season out, end up where you end up in the lottery and try to trade the guys again? Just kind of slow play this thing, or are you going to trade for a guy?
I think it's generic and not sexy. You got to play the cards that you're dealt. Like, you can explore trades all you want to. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to trade anybody.
Yeah.
You can call Atlanta. You could call Memphis. You can call anyone you want to. That doesn't mean they're going to be receptive to your phone call.
Right.
Like this whole idea, they're going to trade this and this and this. Great. The most appealing player that the Sacramento Kings probably have for a larger portion of the league is almost certainly DeMar DeRozan. He's a professional. He does a variety of different things well, and his contract is manageable. I think more teams than not will take that. That is not the case for Dennis Schroeder. That is not the case for Domantas Sabonis, and it's not the case for Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
So you may want to trade somebody. That doesn't mean that you can.
Right. Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to go from the ground up, it feels like, whether that's with a trade or with the draft, and hit, like we talked about, hit on all your moves, hit on all your decisions. Like you've got to cash in on maybe not 100%. Nobody's 100%, but you got to cash in on 85 to 90% of these decisions that you make over the next 2 years or so, 2-3 years.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the most uncomfortable part about all. You can't miss. Scott Perry, unfortunately, is not afforded that opportunity.
Right.
You can't miss. you have to be Sam Presti. You have to hit on your draft picks.
And the trades. Like whoever you trade for, I think at some point he is going to take a swing on a guy, whether that's John Morant, whether that's Jonathan Kuminga, like those type of guys, a young prospect or an established, veteran all-star. You got to make sure that guy is right. Like if you would have got Kuminga this offseason, yeah, you better make sure Kuminga is capable of everything that you're hoping that he can be, and be part of the rebranding and the rebuilding of this franchise.
Kuminga to me made so much sense because if it didn't work, it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't like Trey. Like if you acquired Trey, and obviously the upside for one, at least as we know them today, is far, far greater than the other. Like Trey's a all-star, potential all-NBA type player. We don't exactly know what Jonathan Kuminga is. Of course, Draymond Green was taking shots, at least perceived shots at Jonathan Kuminga, and I guess pods too. I'm not really sure. I never know. Draymond Green's message was as confusing as Doug Christie's. I don't know who they're talking about anymore. All I know is when the Warriors aren't winning, it's everyone else's fault except for his. Right. But I thought Kuminga was so interesting because if you miss, I think it's a solid chance to take. It's a young player. It's a player who could grow in your organization. You tag him along with, the Keegans and whoever else is Neek, whoever else might be a part of that group and move forward. And if it doesn't work, like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. It sucks that one didn't really work out. Malik is playing incredible, which is funny given that he was the primary focus, it seems, of most of those discussions. Yeah. I'm always going to cover this team with passion, and we'll try to make this as fun as possible. But I said this to you earlier. Tonight's definitely it's kind of a moment for me. I don't know how to, if they, and again, 4-8, if they win tonight. Yeah. That's nothing to be overly excited about, but it'll be just enough to where it's like, all right, I see a pulse. Yeah. Like I'm not asking you to pull the plug because I see a pulse. Like, come on, man, fight. I feel like you're flatlined if you lose tonight. I know it's the second night of a back-to-back, and that's tough. I know the game is very literally less than 24 hours after your last game, and even just the start time, not even the end time. Like, I understand that. But it just a 1-4 homestand. That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, man. And you're gonna have to do it without Zach LaVine, who's already been ruled out for tonight.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that back. Zach LaVine ruled out. Domas and someone else is questionable. Malik. Thank you. Malik was, I think, ankle soreness. Yeah. Domas still dealing with the rib issue. Yeah. Yeah, so the Kings dropped that one last night, and they'll walk right back into the Golden One Center tonight at 7:00 to take on the Atlanta Hawks, in which we hope Dennis Schroeder can make a basket.
Oh, man.
I'll be watching. I feel like during this 10-11 game run, I'm watching the starting lineup pretty closely because it's almost – this isn't meant to be an insult to Doug. It's almost comical at this point at the constant changes Doug has to make for one reason or like he has to make a change because Zach LaVine is out. Like I thought we'd see a switch with Russell Westbrook starting at the 1. That's probably not going to be possible now because Zach LaVine is out. So you may be starting Dennis and Russ. Yeah. Maybe you start Russ and Keon. I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe you start Russ and Neek. I don't know. I don't have answers to nothing. I'm just here with y'all.
We're trying to make it.
Maybe James has answers. We'll talk to him when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Could have win for you, Kings fans. Russ starts and Keon takes Dennis's minutes. The baby daddy. Yeah, maybe. Like, I don't know that those Keon minutes are coming, man. I really don't. Let me grab my juice real quick, y'all. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 20 seconds. Hang on. All right, Joe, my bad. Yeah, who just said, yeah, charismatic. I think it's going to be Neek. I wonder, man, now that we talked through this, let's assume Malik plays. Zach's out. Let's assume. So Domas. Man, could it be Domas, Precious, Russ, DeMar, and Neek? I don't know. Maybe that's too much change for Doug. Maybe Doug will just look at it like, let's just swap out Zach with whoever we've got to swap him out with and go from there. What do you think about Domas to Golden State? Yeah, like that's great for Domas. It's a great landing spot. It's fine with me. I assume Jonathan Kuminga would be a part of that. I mean, you've got to make money match, so I don't know. I don't think the Kings, and given the state of the Warriors, I don't think either of them should have any reservations about who they do business with. So the proximity of Golden State to Sacramento shouldn't be a factor in this. January 15th to include Kuminga in the deal. That's right, Jacob. Yep, that's right. If you could guarantee 70 games of Zion and a full playoff run, I'd take that for. Oh God, absolutely, but you can't. I absolutely would too. Tyler says I start Neek and Russ. Yeah, I think now that we talked through this, I think Neek is starting tonight. Like I feel like Doug. I feel like we've seen enough to know Doug's probably not gonna start Keon Ellis. So yeah, I think it'll be Neek. The question is, will it be Russ or does he just stick with Dennis? And he went with Russ last night, even though Russ was struggling from the field, he still found a way to be effective. Dennis was down to 20 minutes last night. I know you paid him, and that's tough. But if your job is to win games, Russell Westbrook has been one of your best players this year. I feel like you start Russell Westbrook, like take, my fandom out of it. I mean, just convince me I'm wrong in that. I don't feel like you have to. Like if Dennis was a rookie and you want him to go through the ups and downs, I got you. But he's not. Like, make the switch. Hey, I was reading something over the weekend. I was reading something yesterday. While we couldn't talk to you, I was just killing time. Do you know what the true this popped in my head earlier when you read the Lambeau sign? This is someone's bucket list.
Yeah.
Do you know when the I did because they use this term in what I was reading, when the Super Bowl halftime performance became a bucket list for artists. Do you know when that started?
No, I'm assuming it's not Mike. Is it Janet?
In 1992, the Super Bowl halftime show was like kids ice skating.
I do remember that actually because it was in Minnesota.
And Fox said, "Oh, I have an idea. We're going to air in living color." And they aired in living color, similar wrestling fans. Remember Halftime Heat with the little counter in the corner that said countdown to the second half?
Yeah.
In living color did that and pulled over 20 million viewers from the Super Bowl to watch that. And the very next year, Michael Jackson was the performer for the Super Bowl halftime show. They said, we can never allow this to happen again. One thing, you know how much I love Michael Jackson. This was 1993. So this was not Thriller. This wasn't even bad.
This is Black or White.
This is dangerous.
Yeah.
And Jam didn't crack like the Billboard, like it. I mean, it charted Billboard, of course, but it wasn't like a #1 song. I think Black or White was, but some of his other tracks from that album, you know, the Teddy Riley produced album had a harder edge to it. It didn't land, but there is that iconic moment where he pops up through the scoreboard or something, and he stands there, and the crowd's going crazy, except they're not. The sound was piped in for television. The crowd in Pasadena didn't see him. And so there's like murmurs and they're kind of looking around and people spot him. And then there starts to be like a sound to it, but Mike's standing there.
Yeah.
And no music is playing. So they think something is wrong. Then the music hits and everybody goes crazy.
Yeah.
But it was kind of a manufactured for television moment. But what's so amazing about that is that after, remember, this is January of 1993. He launches the History Tour, I think a year later or 2 years later. He goes all over the country, all over the world, except America. He goes all over the world with the History Tour. And every single concert, and I have like 20 of them, starts the same way, where he either pops through a stage or he comes out of a spaceship and stands there, just like he did at the Super Bowl. But the crowd was conditioned to respond the way that they thought he did at the Super Bowl, and they go crazy and I think there's one in Munich where it's like 7.5 minutes. They're screaming, and then he takes off his glasses, and they scream for another 2.5 minutes. He hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
And it's all based off of that Super Bowl performance that wasn't real.
That's fantastic.
It was amazing.
Great job by Mike or the TV people, whoever decided let's use the crowd noise.
So if you and you love the American Dream, remember Joe telling him, "Get your ass on stage," and Mike's like, "No," and the crowd's roaring, and Joe is screaming at him, "Get on stage." And he waits and he waits and he waits. And it's because the crowd is getting louder and louder. This is on the Victory Tour. And then finally he appears on stage and the crowd, of course, goes crazy. Yeah. And he learned the art of anticipation. And he allowed just his presence to create a crowd reaction.
Yeah.
I thought that was incredible.
That's dope. I saw a video the other day.
Jesse got that? Is that the Super Bowl right there?
The Winter Wonderland one.
Oh my God! Pull this up, please.
The Minneapolis one.
Yeah, here they are. This before the Super Bowl halftime was the Super Bowl halftime. Here they are, the Winter Wonderland.
Spectacular Winter Magic.
Oh my God!
All right, turn it.
Look! Oh. Can you imagine?
It's 15 minutes of this, by the
way. What's Damon Wayans talking about?
13 minutes. Excuse me.
Feel the cold.
Come to Minnesota where winter's the hottest time
time of the year.
Who the hell are they? Is that? That was Mary Lou Retton, but she was too tall.
Mom, what's Jim Carrey talking about, bro? Jennifer Lopez on the other
That's
station.
crazy. This is crazy. This is incredible.
It's that for 13 minutes.
Oh my
That
goodness.
is incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
So oh my God. Who that? Look at this
What's
guy.
this guy up to?
He's on a snowmobile.
It looks like Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, this is awful. So this
I'm not
was
making no money from
this
YouTube
was
for that.
the last year of that type of Super Bowl performance, and then that's when we started getting the Michael Jackson and
That was horrible.
and everything that
That
followed.
was awful.
Oh.
That was awful. I saw, speaking of Mike, I saw a video the other day of Mike accepting, I don't know if it was a Grammy. I'm not sure. It was an award. He accepted an award. And he goes on stage and shakes the hand. I forgot who the presenters were.
Oh, and he kisses the
she
girl, and
was
she
going
falls apart.
through it.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was the year he won all of the Grammys. Yeah,
She almost lost
I
it
don't know.
right there on
Maybe
stage.
you must have sent it to me. That popped up on my algorithm somehow. I was like, what is this? Because there's always the one that circulates where he goes, I said if I won this award, if I won more Grammy, this one, I take my glasses off. And he doesn't want to do it. And he kind of like stops and then he takes his glasses off and waves and walks off. That's the one that shone from that award show the most. But I saw that one. It must have been for the first time.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
I
what
had
is this?
never seen it before.
And the woman goes, she's like, that was great.
She was going through it.
That was great. I used our day to read. It was terrific. I was reading about Thriller and how the first version of Thriller came back, because this is in the, with vinyl, you have like 25 minutes on each side before you start sacrificing quality. And they got the first press of Thriller back, and it didn't sound the way they wanted it to. And Quincy and Mike are playing it. And this is The Girl Is Mine is the first single that's out. So it's already out. It's been out for 2 weeks. And so they're listening to the vinyl, and they're all kind of looking at each other, and Mike's devastated. Like they said, I think Rob Temperton said he like stormed out of the room. Like he had tears streaming down his face. He was like, we put all of this work into what we thought was going to be the greatest album of all time, and it sounds terrible. And Quincy Jones, like, God, man, just like, I just marveled. This was because the story was about Quincy, about what a genius he is. And he was like, okay, he contacted Sony. He was like, we can't put this out. And he was like, you have to, like, this album's due. He was like, we need to fix it. And they said, fine, man, you got 10 days. Whatever next album you print, that's the album, whether you like it or not. Quincy said, everybody go home for the next 48 hours. Go home. Don't think about this album. We're not recording nothing. We're not doing anything. But in 2 days, we're coming back, and we are going to fix this album. And they came back, and they cut like the original version of, so Thriller's like a 5 minute and 57-second song. They cut a Vincent Price verse out of the Darkness Falls Across the Land. They cut a third verse out of that to shorten it to 5 minutes and 57 seconds. The original Billie Jean is 6 minutes and 18 seconds.
That's my song too.
So keep in mind, you're talking about 50 minutes worth of vinyl length, and 2 songs are already topping out at 13 minutes. So Quincy was like, we're not cutting songs out. We're cutting parts of songs. So they cut the intro to Billie Jean. They cut a verse out of The Lady in My Life and completely rearranged it. They cut a verse out of Human Nature. They cut that speaking part out of Thriller and condensed it to the part, played it, and now we've got the greatest album we've ever heard.
Quincy Jones.
Quincy's a genius.
Yes.
They were playing okay, I'll move on after this. I just thought this was incredible. They were Rod Temperton's telling the story how we cut 80 different versions of Billie Jean. And on the 81st, we were like, Quincy, we got it. And Quincy comes in like, what the hell have you guys been doing? Play it, Mike. And they play this version of Billie Jean, and Quincy's there listening to it. He goes, that's pretty amazing. He's like, go back to the second one that you played, the second one that you made. Remember, they're on 81. So go to the second one and play it. And they play the second version of Billie Jean, and that's the one we know. He knew, like Quincy's a man. I know it's stupid to say Quincy's a genius.
But
Quincy
really is genius.
Goodness gracious.
Really is.
And like, I'm just envisioning, like imagine just telling Michael Jackson, no, that's not it. Like Michael was the one who wanted the long Billie Jean intro because he was like, it makes you want to dance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, you can have it. But when push came to shove, it's like, yeah, we need to cut that out.
Yeah.
Or we're going to have to cut the whole song out, which we can't do. So we need to cut this intro down. You can still have the that gets everybody excited, but we have to shorten it. And it'll make the album work the way you want it to.
What was the other song? There was another song that Mike was vehemently against the start of it. And Quincy, I think I talked about this on the show before, but Quincy was like, no, you're doing it this way. He's like, no, this is stupid. Like, I hate it. It's wrong. And it's not, I'm not going to remember right now. It's either like Off the Wall or Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. But Mike hated the beginning of the song.
Oh, it was the talking part and Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking because the Force, it's got a lot of power. It was that part, which they mimicked on PYT.
Yeah. Yes.
He does the same thing on PYT because everybody went crazy for the thing he did on Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
And Mike didn't want it.
Right.
Him and Quincy fought for a while about and then Quincy was like, God damn it, I'm the producer.
I don't think that is what Quincy Jones sounds like at all.
He said, I'm the producer, and this is how you're gonna do the song. And that's how it works. That also reminds me of like who was it? I think it was one of the writers, one of the people who worked with Usher, and they talked about how Usher thought "Yeah" was so stupid when they read the song lyrics and all this. He's like, this is dumb. Like, nobody talks like this. And the producer, I think it might have been the execs, are like, no, you're gonna do this song. Like, this is a hit. He's like, this ain't no hit. Like, we're gonna do this little sorry song, and you guys are gonna see this is not a hit. And sure enough.
RP says that whole album was fantastically produced. Wasn't it Michael Jackson who advocated for the guitar solo and beat it when Quincy didn't want it? No. What happened on that was they had the drummer and I think the guitarist from the group Toto. They were doing because Mike used to make songs just by noises. He would like record something at home and he'd go, I want the song to sound like this. And Quincy would figure out what instrument matches the sound that Mike is making. And they were like, all right, the guitar is cool, but this isn't going to work for the solo. So Quincy was like, I'm going to call Eddie Van Halen to do it. And he called Eddie Van Halen. He's like, hey, it's Quincy Jones. And Eddie hung up on him. And he called him like 3 times. So finally, Quincy calls someone else and says, hey, tell Eddie Van Halen Quincy Jones is trying to reach him. So Eddie finally answered. He's like, oh, my God, I didn't think it was you. He was like, hey, Mike I want you to do something with Michael Jackson. You have free reign to do what you want. Can you come to the studio? So he goes to Mike's house and where the studio was, and they recorded 3 different versions. He was like, do what you want. And Eddie hears the song and he just starts playing the guitar. He does it for free. And that's the guitar solo we know on Beat It.
Classic stuff.
I also learned that the howling at the beginning of Thriller is Michael Jackson. They were trying to get a dog to do it, but they couldn't. And Mike finally goes, forget it, man, I'll do it. And they worked it's like 4 or 5 different like tracks stacked up on each other. But that howling that you hear at the very beginning of Thriller is Michael Jackson.
Legendary stuff. Legendary. Look, we just got done talking about Michael Jackson. Now that James is here, let's talk about the videos I've seen of Max B over the last couple of days. That's a wild boy.
With his $500,000 jewelry allotment that he got. James, you big Max B fan?
He got that Kenny Caraway money.
Well,
he wavy. Well, James, say right now, he wavy.
I don't know what that means.
That's fine. That's fine, James.
I don't say things that I know what they mean, Kenny.
Very good. That's a smart way to live. That's a smart way to live, Hammer. James, I said a couple of times today that tonight is kind of a breaking point for me. They're 3-8, which obviously isn't great. 4-8 for some reason feels better. Like it to me, like I feel like if you're 4-8, it's not a great road trip, but it's not. You have a pulse, right? Don't pull the plug yet, because there's a pulse there. Man, you'll have a hard time convincing me not to take you off life support if they lose this game and this homestand winds up as bad as it would be if they drop this game to Atlanta.
Yeah, I just don't know what the alternative is, though. I mean, do you just stop watching for a couple of weeks until Keegan gets back? I mean, like, look, this is kind of the way this season is started, and it's probably going to continue. There is a little bit of hope here that maybe Keegan can make a big difference. Maybe they can pull off a trade that complements Keegan's return and, starts to put this thing a little more functional. But for right now, I'm with you. Like, this is it's a bad spot to be in. I said it earlier. For some reason, 4-8 sounds just so much better than 3-9. And, so you're hoping for a win. You're hoping that they show up on their home court, that they give their home fans something to cheer about. And, I don't know how they accomplish that, but, again, I'm kind of in that mode where it's time for another change. It's time to figure out something different. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Doug Christie tinker with the starting lineup again. But when a player stops playing well at all, at some point you do have to make a move. And unfortunately for Dennis Schroeder, that's kind of where we're at with him. And so that's where I would start with today's conversation, is like, how do you put Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup, even if it's just to give Dennis a break and clear his head?
My bad. Yeah, I'm all for giving vets the time and the leeway to kind of work themselves out of whatever slumps they have. And I know for the better part of the last week or so, people have been calling for Dennis to be replaced in the starting lineup because of the way he's been playing, the way he's been shooting. And I'm on, I guess, maybe the Doug Christie side of this. Like, I got to give him some time. I got to figure out, give him the opportunity to figure out what he needs to get back on track. And I think we've run out of time. I agree with you. Like, I've given you enough leeway, Dennis, to try and continue to hold on to this spot, but you're not playing any better. We're not winning any games. I got to do what's best for the rest of the guys in this locker room, and maybe even for yourself as well. Like you said, to maybe this is something that can kickstart Dennis into playing a little better. But I would look to put Russell Westbrook in that starting point guard spot.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. Again, we always talk about these moments that come and go where, should you put Malik Monk in the starting lineup used to be the question before. But at this point, like, this team just plays better when Russell Westbrook's on the floor, and certainly when he's on the starting lineup. So I kind of need to see what it looks like. And like a 1-for-19 stretch, like, I don't remember another player having something like this in Sacramento. 1-for-19 over 3 games is crazy. And to get starter minutes, and again, Doug has had to go to different directions. And I think the other thing that I'm looking at is I don't really like Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk playing together off the bench. I think that's all your oomph. That's your energy right there between those two. And so I would use the energy level of one of those guys in the starting lineup to just change what's happening here. Make somebody else really focus on Russell Westbrook. Because that's what will happen. If you're able to get Russell Westbrook going in the first couple of minutes of a game tonight, then Dyson Daniels is going to have to shift over and defend him. And that might get Zach LaVine going. And if you can get Zach LaVine going, then now they're going to start chasing their tail. And that's how you start to get mismatches and how you start to get things moving the right way. I see people mentioning like Dwayne Dedman in the chat, and like, I've been here long enough to see so many veterans come in and just not figure out how to fit in, and it's never made any sense to me. The Marco Bellinellis of the world. There's just so many players that come in, they sign free agent contracts in Sacramento, and then unfortunately just like forget how to be effective. And you want to give somebody some leeway to play through it. And I'm not saying don't play Dennis at all. I'm just saying, like, whatever's happening right now, it's not working, and teams are sagging off him. They're not even defending him on the perimeter, and that's a problem for everyone else. If you can't figure out how to play with this group, then maybe you need to watch for a few minutes and see what happens.
Hammer, does it throw any sort of monkey wrench into Doug's potential plans, in that he'll have to change his starting lineup no matter what tonight, given the fact that Zach LaVine is out? Do you feel like he can still make that change with Dennis Schroeder at the point guard position, knowing that Zach won't be available?
Sure. Like, I think you can use Keon Ellis as a starter.
I don't think that's going to happen, sweetie. I think it's going to be Neek. Like, I do not think Doug is going to go to Keon to start.
No, you might be right. You might be right there, but like, again, that I like Neek Clifford in the starting lineup. But what you can't do is put non-offensive players in your backcourt and then try to run the ball through your big man or whatever you're trying to do. I mean, like, at that point, what are you looking at? 3 non-scorers in your starting lineup, or guys that aren't scoring? That's really tough. So, I mean, at least with Keon Ellis, they have to stay with him on the perimeter, because if he gets hot, everyone knows he can knock down a 3 as well as anybody in the league. So that's where you start to run into problems.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the spacing on this team is already bad. It is. It's just not good at all. And you got to figure out ways to open up the spacing. And that's not to put, like, I like what Neek Clifford's doing and how he's developing, but like, no one is going to like go stand out on him on the 3-point line and respect his 3-point shot until he hits 2 or 3. And by that point, what are we looking at? The fourth quarter? Because, clearly you're not feeding him the ball. So it's just a weird situation to be in.
Yeah, there was at least 3 times last night where watching the game, and the Kings are actually moving the ball well. So, everybody being happy about that on the offensive end, and they get it, kick it out to somebody, and they swing. Oh yeah, one more. There he is in the corner. One more. And they get it to the corner, and it's Precious. And I said, oh, no. We don't have anybody who can shoot the – you move the ball perfectly, and Precious is the one in the corner. No. And that's kind of the conundrum that you're talking about.
I remember it very distinctly. And then they –
possession really hard.
No, it was frustrating. It happened at least 2 times. I said, oh, no. And I'm not mad at Precious. This is just not his game. Like, he's trying to spread the floor, but he's not a 3-point shooter. That's not his job to shoot that shot. And that's when you get hit with the reality of, like, man, and with this particular group on the floor, they don't have nobody to spread the floor and shoot it.
Well, I'll admit that I went home and took a nap, and then I've got to get back in the car and drive all the way down to the arena. I didn't see the injury report until right now. And, you got Malik questionable. You've got Domas questionable. It's not a good thing. I am surprised that Zach's not playing, because I didn't see him with an injury last night at all. But, again, you're hoping that this team bounces back. The Warriors have already played like 3 or 4 sets of back-to-backs. This is the second for the Kings. Like, you got to get out there and play. This is your team is in a bad situation, and this is one of the few winnable games on the schedule that's coming up. And especially at home, you need to, it's got to be all hands on deck. And yeah, I would not be shocked to see Russell Westbrook starting tonight. Well, who's going to start with him? Maybe he starts alongside a guy like Dennis Schroeder, and maybe that's what you do. But you got to hope that, again, Domas plays. He's just beat up, man. Watching him labor up and down the court, grabbing his side the whole time. I'm surprised he's not wearing like a flak jacket. Because that's what they do with a lot of NFL guys.
Yeah, it's not going to get any better. Like there's a ton of basketball ahead for them. A lot of it's taking place on the road. Like I wonder. I wonder if Doug had an idea going into tonight, and then learning that Zach LaVine wouldn't play. If it's like, well, okay, maybe it's Dennis and Russ, but it's not like anything is really working. So starting Russ and Neek, or maybe he shocks us all and it's Russ and Keon, which again, I wouldn't expect that. If he makes two changes, I think it would be Russ and Neek. But of course, as you mentioned, Hammer, we've still got the element of whether Domas is going to be available or not. Malik's availability is a big deal too, because man, this gets real bad if you start missing any more guys.
Yeah, man.
What did you think of Doug's pregame address yesterday?
I thought it was interesting. Like right away, I usually get the mic either first or second over on the side. So I'm always sitting on like where Doug sits to his left. And the door they come in, it's got a finger pad that allows you to get in and out. That's how they unlock it and lock it. So it's all ID. And I watched media relations stand by there waiting to reopen the door. And I was kind of like, huh, well, that's weird. Just like sort of a weird situation where, when you're in the same room and you do the same thing, it becomes so routine that when something is out of the ordinary, you catch it like very quickly. So when Doug started to talk and media relations stood by the door, it was like, uh-oh, I don't think we're going to be asking questions. Like, this looks like it's going to be over very quickly, and then we'll be on to the rest of our day. I just think it was weird. And the way that he decided to address, the media, I think first and foremost, I understand what his thought was, but I don't know that it's the best way to handle that. And, I don't know if there is a way to handle sort of the criticism of what's happening. But I certainly don't think that it was, like the best way. Anytime you're in that situation, you think it's going to go a different way than it does. Right. And I talked about this earlier, but, I don't know if you guys remember the Paul Westphal letter to the media about DeMarcus Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got fired 2 days later.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't go over well. Mike Brown had a couple of moments that didn't play the way that I think he thought they would. So I just think that it was a tough way to address people. And I also think like a lot of people in the room, like while it's going on, they're looking around like, did I say something? Is there something I did? And realistically, I don't think it was anyone that was in that room. And a lot of the television guys were out on the floor doing live hits because it was such a late game that's when their live hits for their evening news show were, and they weren't in the room either. So everyone came back and was like, wait, what the hell happened? And it was like, yeah, it was a weird like 2 minutes. So like, I get it. And I get Doug trying to be forceful at the same time. I just don't know. Again, if I were advising him in that situation, that's not what I would have had him do. And if you were going to make that statement, you should have at least left it open for questions so people could have asked. And I mentioned this with Kyle earlier. The game before, like as a group, we gave him a bunch of grace leading into the game because he took the podium like minutes after finding out that Lenny Wilkins had passed, who was like one of his heroes, being from Seattle. And Doug, got very emotional in pregame and started to break down, and we let it go and ended the media session after, a couple of minutes, not even that, maybe a minute and a half. And so for this to be like the follow-up the next time was a little different. And, so we had back-to-back media sessions that were very kind of unsettling. in a way.
Do you think this is an isolated incident? There's something that set something specifically that set Doug off, or do you think even 10 games in, maybe the pressure of the situation is getting to him?
I think there's a troll out there that's gotten under his skin. So, I mean, I don't want to dive too deep into it, but I do think
Highland trolls are a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
So,
bud.
yeah, I think that at the end of the day, I do think that that someone specifically got under his skin. And like Doug's been in the business long enough. He does have people that may like him and people that don't like him. The number of people that like him outweigh the number of people that don't like him, probably like 200 to 1. So it's kind of the way it goes. I don't think he was reacting to Dave. I don't think that was it. It could have been part of it, but I don't think that
That was
was
my
it.
initial thought, because I know nothing of what goes on in Thailand, so I wasn't even aware of that thing. I didn't know that person existed anymore.
Yeah.
But I absolutely
Nobody
thought,
does.
given the social media conversation, I thought he was talking about Dave's tweet, or Twitter behavior, just because when he says, that's not me. Yeah, that Doug isn't. Doug's like, no, I'm gonna go win games now.
Right.
And if you tell me I can't win with this roster, I'm going to prove you wrong that I absolutely can win with this roster. That's Doug. But so that, in again, that was the confusing thing, Hammer. I was with this. What is he talking about?
I think, the weird thing was, as a media group, we walked out of the room, all of us kind of scratching our head like, again, I've seen a lot of crazy things in 16 years covering this team, and that's not one of them. I mean, that's now one of them. It's like I had not seen something like that before. I have seen like a coach come in, address the media quickly, and leave, but not usually like that. So it just became like the topic of discussion with the media group, and then a bunch of like sort of detective work everyone's going through and trying to figure out what exactly it is. And I think the initial thing was it could be, that Dave's tweets and whatever. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that was it. And I haven't talked to Doug like off the record about it. Clearly it's a frustrating time for the team and a frustrating time for a coach that, the one thing that he did that stood out is he brought up Rick Adelman and he brought up Jerry Reynolds as two of the people that like have a deep-seated love for the city of Sacramento and the job at hand and what that means. And he's one of them. Coaches come and go, but a lot of them come into Sacramento without any ties to here. And Doug, considers himself a member of this community, and he's been a huge part of this community for 20 years. And so not everybody has that same tie. Mike Brown didn't have that tie. Dave Yeager didn't have that tie. Luke Walton didn't have that tie. Keith Smart didn't have that tie. Michael Malone didn't have that tie. You end up falling in love with Sacramento. A lot of these people do. And the community and all the way the fans embrace you and the way you go to high school football games and all the stuff that coaches here that are in charge of the Kings have done over the last, couple of decades. But at the same time, I think Doug just thinks he has a deeper tie because he was a player here. And it's a little different for him. It hits a little different, and he wants success. He wants success not just for himself so he keeps his job. He wants success for the Kings and for Kings fans and for Sacramento. And that's not always what the job is here. A lot of people are sure they're looking for success, but they're looking for personal success. They're looking for, their win-loss record and to make more money and all that stuff. That's not what Doug's here for.
James, I 100% understand people that say should have just went on about his business, not reacted to anything that had been going on. But one of the things that I did kind of like about him speaking is it showed a little fire after, what happened over the weekend and them getting beat down. And I don't know that the showing fire doesn't result in wins or a better product, but sometimes, not all the time, sometimes we would get on De'Aaron Fox for this when they would lose games. Sometimes you want to know that these guys are just as frustrated or care just as much as you do. And I thought Doug in that speech kind of got in his competitive bag right there. Like he's very competitive and prideful about some of the things that have gone down to start this season. And, I appreciated him at least showing that type of pulse.
Oh yeah, he certainly has a pulse, and he wants to succeed. Like, and this is a coach, like, whatever you want to say about, like whether he would be a coach somewhere else in the league or anything else. Like, first of all, there are plenty of coaches that wouldn't get a job somewhere in some other city. There are tons of them, like the guy in, LA, running the Lakers. I don't know he was going to go get another job if he wasn't a podcast partner of LeBron James. The guy in Memphis or the guy Darko in Toronto. Like, there are always coaches in places that they might not get a job somewhere else. So I've never bought that as like a big knock on Doug. Doug did the work. He did 3.5 years as an assistant before he took over the team last year, and like he ran a 27-24 record with a team that had fired their coach and then traded their best player, and he held on for dear life. And whether they were successful in the play-in or not, he was able to keep them afloat enough to get to the play-in tournament. And so, like, there is something here. He can coach. It's just he needs time. He needs a better roster. He needs a different roster, like better fit players and stuff. So it's just not an easy situation for anybody involved.
But you got to find a way to make it work. And
you do.
That's I think that's when you talk about one of Doug's best qualities. Doug could walk out there with Jesse, D'Lo, KC, James, and Kyle, and he'll find a way to. No, we're going to win this game. He would be wrong, but he would absolutely believe. Now I'm going to get these guys ready to go out there and win a basketball game, because Doug doesn't operate any other way. It goes back to the pregame thing. That's why I thought he was talking about Dave, because he just would not like operate that way in the like rebuilding and tanking, doing all this stuff. Like he wants to go out and win with this group. I also think there's like a level of like reassurance there, because the validity of what Dave said doesn't really matter. It was picked up by NBA aggregators, and now all of a sudden DeRozan, Levine, Dennis, Doma, like your whole 4 of your 5 starting 5, they're all out there. Their names are all out there. And there's a certain level of, hey man, that's not what we're doing. That's not how it doesn't
help. That doesn't help the situation.
Of course. Yeah, of course not.
And real quick, because I thought about this earlier, I meant to bring it up, but when you thought maybe it was addressed a little bit to Dave as well, aside from the haters remark and all this other stuff, he was very emphatically trying to get across the point that we're all on the same page. Mm-hmm. And Doug is not a hey, we're tanking or we're ready for Doug is like, we're trying to win tonight. And he got across early on, no, we are all on the same page. So I just kind of thought about that earlier when you were talking about who maybe it was addressed to, and if somebody is talking about rebuild and they're ready for it, he's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Me, you know how I get down. I'm trying to win, and we're all on the same page. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I do. They are on the same page. It's the same message I get behind the scenes as well. Like, they understand that this roster is not right. They do. They understand that there has to be massive changes, and that the only way to get through this is to really like revamp just the fit of the team. The fit, they just don't fit together, and everyone sees that, but they also see it. It's not like they're blind to this and have their head in the sand and saying, oh no, it'll get better. It'll get better. No, they get it. They get it. They get that the schedule's rough. They get that the mix of players is wrong. But they also have to have ways to fix that without it costing draft capital and everything else, that sets them back even further. So it's tough.
We'll come back. We've got Kings basketball again tonight at the Golden One Center against the Atlanta Hawks. No Zach LaVine. We're waiting to hear, and I'm sure we won't know for a while about Domas and Malik Monk, but we'll come back. We got more with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Zach, I got to be honest. First of all, I addressed it earlier on the Insiders, but secondly, like, it is annoying that you post the same exact effing things like again and again and again and again. So, yeah, I got it confirmed through somebody who actually works with the team that they cannot sign Keon to an extension until I believe it's February 9th. Not February 6th. So, I mean,
Who the hell is Zach?
NBA guru Zach.
Oh,
yeah.
I just know him as NBA guru. I didn't.
Well, and like, look, the problem that you have is that it's been different through like 8 different people. So, yeah. So even though you're correcting me, you still had the wrong date. So there we go. Thanks for correcting yourself.
Go take a lap.
Like, seriously. And they like Keon. Yeah, we're kind of in a weird situation with this group. Again, trade rumors don't help. I mean, I talked to Zach in the locker room last night. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened between now and then. So, yeah, Keith Smith has changed on that a couple of times. There's been other people in the industry who have said no, they can re-sign him at any point. Yeah, I read the thigh contusion for Zach, but again, I don't know when that happened because I don't remember him getting hit in the leg last night, and then he was in the locker room and there wasn't anything. I also, like, someone mentions that Katie said something that Domas is adjusting. It just looks like Domas is hurt in one spot and he keeps grabbing at it every single time he gets hit.
The other day, I was just around. I was around, and people were sitting down, and this nice little young white lady, she comes up and she's in the way, and they're like, "Oh, hey, how are you doing? Oh, good to see you. Good to see you." And the guy, there's a black guy. He goes, you can sit right here, and then she goes, "Oh, no, it's okay. I won't take the seat." And then he goes, "Oh, it's because I'm black?" I said, "Jesus, why you go there for the joke immediately?" Oh man! Matter of fact,
yeah, Jacob. See, Sean was under the impression that Keegan is going to be back like any second. Like, I actually had to check him on that because I'm like, you do understand that you're talking about like 2 days, right?
Bro, Jesus.
It feels like we got to be getting close.
To Keegan?
Camera, yeah.
Yeah.
Head over to BakerFamilyWines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse. Get updated on all the exclusive releases he's got coming out, the tasting room specials, and they might even alert you when Dusty Baker is going to be at the tasting room, which is in Napa, right, Casey?
No,
it's not. Alameda County.
no, sir.
Lodi.
No.
It's not, man. Baker Family Wines is right here in Sacramento, West Sacramento, to be exact, on Industrial Boulevard, man. You can go there anytime you want to, hang out, have some great wines. They'll even show you the winery in the back, man. It's absolutely terrific. If Dusty Baker is there, don't be embarrassed about sitting down and telling him he is your favorite, because I've seen a million people do it, and I've seen a million people sit and talk with him. Grab the rosé while you're there. I promise you won't regret it. Or that 755 tribute to Hammer and Hank, man. That cab is beautiful. You could look for Baker Family Wines at select Nugget locations in Roseville, Granite Bay, and out there in Elk Grove. You can also search Rayleigh's in Bel Air. Look for that wine bottle with the baseball stitch on it and the Baker Family Wine logo. Again, head over to BakerFamilyWines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse. Join the family of Baker Family Wines. We were talking about Keegan Murray during the commercial break. Hammer, I'll just ask you we got to be close, right?
Yeah, we had a podcast on Saturday, and Sean thought that he would be back by I think he said game 9 or 10, and I'm like, well, that's literally today.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't think he's going to be back. We haven't heard anything on reevaluation. He was at shoot around yesterday, but not shooting. He was, walking around dribbling a ball with his good hand, his right hand that is not injured, but he still has whatever the splint is, and I think he's probably going to play the rest of the season or a good portion of the season with something like that on his hand. But I think the one good thing that I would say is that when he's ready to return, when he's pain-free or he can't injure it any further or whatever, when they feel like he's healed, he should be ready to go very quickly. The Kings have their return to play protocol where they want, 5-on-5 and 3-on-3 and, contact and all that stuff. But that's usually for lower leg injuries and stuff. He's got a hand issue. He's been running. He's been jumping. He's been lifting weights. He's been shooting the basketball, dribbling, all that stuff for, 3 weeks, 4 weeks since the injury. So I would expect him to be back relatively soon. We're right a little bit over the 4-week mark for reevaluation, but the 4 to 6 week mark is what we're looking at. He could be out another, 6 to 8 games. What we looked at in the beginning, it was I think it really aligned with the 4 to 6 weeks aligned with game 12 to game 20. And so it should be relatively soon, but we might still have a little bit of time to go.
James, what's been your thoughts on Precious in the first few games that he's played with the Kings? Some in the starting lineup, some coming off the bench. What's your feel on him so far?
I think he's played really well. I think he's starting to get a little more comfortable. He gives the Kings something they just didn't have. He's not a big time offensive player. That's not what we've seen, but he does rebound. He does show up on defensive plays where you're like, where'd he come from? I thought he did a solid job defending Aaron Gordon last night. I think, again, they had to take Drew Eubanks off of Valanciunas and Jokic and use Precious on him, on one of those two guys when Domas got in foul trouble. So I think he's doing well. I think he's growing into whatever role he's going to have. And look, when everyone is healthy, he might have played himself into a little bit of a backup center role as well. But when Keegan is back and he's playing, 34, 35, 36 minutes a night, it's going to leave 13, 14 minutes a night for someone like Precious. And I think he can hold down those minutes, at least right now. You'd like someone who's a little bit more of a 3-4, not a 4-5. But at the same time, I think that he can be an effective player, especially in short bursts for this team moving forward.
You guys were a little harsh on Eubanks this morning. Not harsh. You guys didn't say anything mean, but Drew did fine for his role last night. The fact that he couldn't stop Joker is not his fault.
It means he's the NBA.
No, I get that. But there's a difference between not stopping and being a cone. Like you have to give some sort of resistance. And the one good thing about Eubanks, like first of all, he was very good offensively. But it was a lot of bailout stuff where guys were like, "Uh-oh, hot potato" at the end of the shot clock. And I think he did a really good job of hitting like the little floater. He had 19 points, but I think the biggest thing is he had 7 rebounds, right? That's something that he just has not been very effective at so far, is grabbing rebounds. And so you're hoping that he kind of steps up a little bit. The one problem I do,
so it's not that big of a deal.
Jokic had them all.
Yeah,
and the ones Jokic didn't get, Denver got the rest of them.
Yeah, it's tough though. Like, look, he's like 6'9". He's not a 7-footer, and so he's undersized even for a backup. Backup 5, and he doesn't really have range. Like I thought he would have a little bit more shooting range, and he doesn't. So I don't see a lot of ways in which him and Domas can play side by side. So you're just trying to figure out, again, what this team looks like in the future. And he gave good minutes last night. The scoring again was really good. I do think that anytime you see this, it's happened a couple of times already this season. Guys like Eubanks getting 10, 12 shots, guys like Maxime Reynaud getting 10 shots in a game. I don't know if the Kings realize this, but that's by design. That's the other team is giving you that. That's what they're allowing. And I think there's a little bit too much of that. Like I don't need to see games where, Reynaud or Drew Eubanks are shooting more than Zach LaVine. That's just, again, if that's happening, it's because the other team is living with that and they're totally fine with what's happening.
What do you do? Tell them not to shoot?
Well, no, your team needs to work harder to get shots for your good shooters, for your good scorers. And I'm not saying, it's like super easy, but they need to go out and set better screens. They need to free up Zach LaVine. They need to free up, if it's DeMar, or free up Malik Monk, get these guys going downhill at the rim. And if you're scoring around the rim on, like pick and roll opportunities, that's one thing. Or if you're getting rebounds and putbacks, that's another thing. But a lot of times it's almost like, there's one guy left open on the court with 5 seconds on the shot clock, and it's one of these bigs, and the other team is just sitting there saying, yep, that's exactly how we plan this defensive set.
Real quick, I want to ask James something real quick. Both of you guys. I got a little frustrated last night. I know there was some foul trouble, but I feel like Doug plays too many guys. Jokic played the entire first and third quarter. And the only reason he didn't come back earlier in the fourth quarter is because the game was like kind of out of hand. And I'm like, well, once again, foul trouble was there. I get it. But like, why isn't Domas playing until the 2-minute mark, especially if you don't have a adequate backup center? Why isn't he playing till 2 minutes left in the first quarter, or 2 minutes left in the third quarter? And I just feel like Doug plays too many guys. Like he needs to shorten the rotation.
Yeah, he shortened the rotation for a couple of games, but last night, very specifically, it's the first night of a back-to-back. And Sabonis got in foul trouble.
Yeah, I wondered that.
Yeah, I think that's why you saw so many players. But I also think, like, a little bit, he's listening about the Keon stuff. And so, like, I think the other option, Kenny, is that he doesn't play Keon. If he's going to play Neek and, kind of share those minutes around, it gets a little dicey pretty quick. And, like tonight, I don't know, you're going to get there's a possibility if they're down a couple of players, we might actually see Doug McDermott play. But again, no Reno last night, no Doug McDermott. Like, I don't think that they're playing just a ton of guys. Sometimes he's getting to 10 guys in the first quarter, but a lot of times that's because he is doing like the initial 3 subs and then he's coming back with 2 additional subs. He's not leaving 2 starters on the court for long periods.
What do you do? So the back-to-back thing is always kind of a talking point because of obviously the short turnaround. You have the dynamic of the 8:00 game last night. Doug also has to just kind of do. He's got to find a way to come up with victories. This team was in the game until midway through the fourth or whatever. So I don't know how much the back-to-back factored into what he did last night, but I do wonder how much it factors into what he does tonight. He's already going to be short. We know Zach LaVine for sure. Hopefully that's it. You've got Dennis struggling. Like you've got all sorts of different things, happening with this lineup. And then you just have the fact that they're not playing well. It feels like Doug, Jay-Z talks about, I got 99 problems. No, Doug's got all of those too.
He's got 100.
He's got the bitch and all of them. Like he's got all of the problems.
He's got 100 problems.
And the starting lineup thing is almost laughable at this point because you wonder, man, is Doug going to have the same starting lineup for 2 games in a row? And like you learn, well, he doesn't have the ability to because someone's going to be on the injured report who wasn't there the day before.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's the problem. Anytime you go out and sign a player like 7 games into the season and he starts for you 5 days later, I mean, that's an indictment on your roster. It is. I mean, that's just really tough. But, and Russell Westbrook signed like a couple of days before the season started. And was he already got 5 or 6 starts? Like that's not ideal. So I think he's still trying to figure out like 2-man combos, 3-man combos that play well together. I do like the Keon and Neek combo when they come in, especially when they go to a zone. I think that they cause a bunch of problems. I like that combo either way because I think that is something that could be part of your future. Neek at the 3 and Keegan at the 4 with Keon Ellis at the 2. There's a possibility that, at least short term, that could be a starting lineup, part of a three parts of a starting lineup at some point. So it's just tough though, because I don't think, individually they're playing well enough that you can point to, DeMar, or you can point to Domas or Zach or Russell or Malik and say, hey, look, they're playing well. You can look at their stats. You can look at their stat line at the end of every game. You can look at their season stats and they look like they're playing really well, but the combinations together just aren't working. So again, the numbers lie. And that's not something that's usually that big of an issue where you're seeing, again, you look at a box score and you're just completely confused. Like, how in the world do they lose by 12 or how do they lose by 30? I mean, the 30-pointer, sure, but a lot of the games this season haven't been by that. It's been 6-point loss, 5-point loss. And so many players have had good games, and it's just that they're not fitting together as a group.
What do you think about Neek's time on the court since he's come back? Has there been some things that you really like, or do you see him, trying to catch up from the injury and being a rookie?
Yeah, I want to see more Nick Clifford. I got to be honest. Like I love watching him play. There are a lot of times right now where the guys are flying out on him at the 3-point line and he's running right past him. And then he's pulling up. He pulled up for a jumper in the last game, or he's finding guys in the corner. Like if you want to know what it is that Doug Christie wants to see from his team, just go ahead and watch Nick Clifford because he's doing exactly what they want. He's getting the paint touches. He's firing the ball to wide open shooters. He's going in and rebounding. He's playing defense. He's playing the game the right way. He's playing within, who he is as a player. I just want to see more. I'd like to see him try to go for 20 in a game and just kind of have that moment where he starts to show the full offensive arsenal because I think it's there. I do. He's just a little tentative right now. He's just not quite as comfortable as you hope that he will be eventually. But when he does get comfortable, man, he's going to be a ball player. Like you found a rotational player there. Whether he's a long-term starter or not, I don't know. But I would start looking at him as a potential long-term fixture at the 2. Yeah, after the Zach LaVine era, and especially if you can get a 4 and move Keegan to the 3, I think that would be a really nice 2-3 combo where you have length, athleticism, shooting, creativity with Neek. Like I do like what you have there.
If anything, Hammer, what does it say that I think Doug turns to Neek tonight to start? We've seen Doug turn to Neek to start and not Keon. What does that tell you, if anything?
I don't know that it says a ton, other than I think Doug does trust Neek, and also I think Neek is a more versatile player. And of all the stats that stood out to me last night, there is one that was kind of hidden there that that most people aren't talking about, and it's the rebound number. The Kings got killed on the glass. Denver had 48 rebounds. The Kings had, what was
35.
it? 35, right? Neek Clifford is a very, very good rebounder for his position, and Keon Ellis is not. And so I keep coming back to that. When you have Keegan Murray back, it allows you to have a couple of guys in the starting lineup that don't rebound. A guy like Dennis Schroeder, a guy like Keon Ellis, guys that just for their position aren't good rebounders. Even, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. The Kings have too many guys that aren't good rebounders for their position. And, like right now, your best rebounder is clearly Domas. Your second best rebounder is Russell Westbrook, who's just about 37 years old, like any minute now, any day. If it's not today, it's right around today.
Yeah, happy birthday, today. Russ.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, that's not usually a good thing when your second best rebounder is a 6'2" guard, who's 37.
Well, he is the best rebounding guard in NBA history. Like he's not your.
He is. No, that's true.
I
That's true.
understand. I understand the point you're making. He's also a
37.
He's an elite rebounder, though. Like he's also like a hustler. Like he works his ass off, and that was something. That's something no Kings fan should be surprised by. Like if you're on the Russ, bandwagon now and you want to ride, man, that's great. But you shouldn't be surprised that like this is what he does. Like this is Russell Westbrook. Like the 3 of 12 last night, that is the Russell Westbrook experience. The 5 of 8 from 3, that is the Russell Westbrook experience. But what you're going to get, regardless of what his shooting numbers are, is you're going to get him getting after boards. You're going to get him, getting after plays. And he's the guy. And it's hard, man. I hate that it feels like Doug has to question, these guys' level of compete, man. Because I know when I see Doug, when I see Russ, I don't have to do that. I don't even think I have to do that with Domas. Like I don't always love the way Domas is playing, but I feel like he's working.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the plight of a bad team, I guess. Those are things that you've got to talk about.
Well, yeah, and like, look, if Russ is playing, 25 minutes a night for an entire season, he's going to average like 5.5, 6 rebounds a game. Like Keegan Murray should be the second best rebounder on this team. My point was more to the fact that they have a bunch of other players who don't rebound. And so it is really, really difficult to play a group of these guys together when it just puts all of the pressure on Domas to get every single rebound. I mean, Drew Eubanks, again, has like per minute has not been a good rebounder at all. Precious is showing that he can rebound, but there's a couple of guys on this team that just don't rebound. And so having a guy like Russell Westbrook fly in, having a guy like Neek Clifford, having, if they let Devin Carter play, all of those would actually be bonuses, give you rebounding from a different position, a position that typically you're not getting rebounds from.
Yeah, these guys got to play. This is who's on the roster. This is what it is. And I know it's shorthanded, and we talked about that a lot, but if these guys want to win basketball games, they've got to find a way to play better. And that starts tonight. You know, you got Atlanta coming in here. Nobody cares if it's a back-to-back. Atlanta don't care. They're not feeling bad for you. You got to figure out a way to play better and play more consistent throughout the course of a game.
We're getting 20 points from Russ. We might get triple-double Russ tonight.
Ooh.
That's what he did last time Levine was out. Golden State.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
that was the last time Levine was out. I know Levine didn't play that game, though.
Yeah.
No one did. Like Russ,
Right.
Russ is getting a triple-double.
Russ versus Pat Spencer.
Oh. Explain that one to your kids, folks. No, I was there when the Warriors and Kings played. Steph? No. Pat Spencer. Oh, man.
Pat Spencer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna run to the stadium.
Oh, I forgot. You got to go. I'm sorry, Hammer. Go
It's
to work.
okay. See you guys.
Oh, my bad. All right, man. We'll see you. Completely forgot James has got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't lose tonight, man. I can I feel like I can always take it's all right view. I don't know why I've put a lot on this game tonight.
It's the first team they've probably come across in a while that you feel like they're not favored by it.
They're not favored at all.
Yeah.
I think Atlanta's favored by 3.5.
Yeah.
If they do win, though, how do you feel after?
There's a
live to
pulse.
fight another day?
There's just a pulse. I don't have to pull the plug.
So I wonder if you're already at that point now. It's like maybe that's just how you feel. Like that's just what it is then.
That I want to pull the plug?
Yeah. Like you just kind of
Probably.
accepted it. Like if it's coming down to one game, 12 games into the season, it's like,
Yeah, probably. You're just fighting off the inevitable feeling. Like, I don't know. It wasn't OKC. It was Minnesota. The Minnesota game killed me. Was like, oh.
That was tough.
I didn't expect that. Like, you get beat up by OKC. Like, it's all right. That was your first clunker, I think, as James or Kyle said, of the year. That's fine. There was just no response, like, at all.
Yep.
That was tough. And last night's game wasn't that. Like, it wasn't. But, I don't even feel any way about last night's loss. It's just
a loss.
Win tonight. Yeah. Get a win tonight. And if not, maybe why don't you take a page out of Dave's book and just tweet something to get us aggregated, and we'll create content for everybody.
I'm on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, please don't do that. That is not.
Kings lose. #King is back tomorrow.
#King, baby. #King. Win or lose, we'll be back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. If you're going to the game tonight, look for me on the concourse, man, at the setup by the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. You got a chance to win some prizes, man. We're going to have a good time. And hopefully light the beam tonight. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bubbles Kings, light the beam.
Dusty Baker got another wine tasting coming up at the Nugget in Granite Bay on December 3rd.
Did you guys see him earlier?
Dusty?
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Oh, I didn't see him.
Pretty sure it was Dusty Baker.
Oh, man.
Oh, there's no way Dusty was here and he didn't walk in.
It was earlier though. I think before maybe you guys got here. Not
oh,
early,
oh.
but he was talking to John the Desma, I think, real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, then, maybe that was Dusty. All right, y'all. Appreciate you guys. Charismatic, man. Please do. I wish I could tell you where to go. I have no clue. I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I very well just might wander the concourse. So if you see someone looking like a lost kid, that could very well be me, because I don't have a lot of direction tonight. But either way, man, we'll have a good time. We'll see you guys tomorrow.